how decisions.
Yeah, going through like I said, I wanted to make sure I was educated for this particular UFR, and going through like the what the fuck is it? I can hear myself. Okay, the going through the like the notes on the wiki about what Meet Your Match did. It's like it overhauled so much, and so much of the fan base, including myself, was never there to know what it was like before that happened, you know, but and before what it was like before any of that was a thing. We only know it for the version that we have today, which we've kind of all, I think a lot of the fan base, including myself, has kind of accepted that that is the way that things are, and that's the way they always have been and will be, and that's led to us kind of being complacent as a result.
And a lot of people
you have no point of reference.
To, like Meet Your Match, and they'll be like, oh well, like a lot of the most egregious stuff was fixed, like wow. Okay.
Like what?
Really
like what?
Well, like, I guess people.
I mean,
people
you're exactly right. I know. But like,
people having to
like
be
not being
in a
able
game.
to kick people.
People be having
or like
to,
the cooldown.
The game
like
having
the
to be full.
really stupid stuff.
The game having to be full in order for you to play.
Yeah.
Oh, so how long? Okay, I don't have the exact timeline in front of me. How long did it take for Valve to turn off the fact that a server had to be full before a round started?
I think it was a week.
Was it a week?
I think so.
I think it's relatively quick.
Like, imagine a week of that. Just a week, period. Imagine Valve thinking that was a good idea.
But Zesty, just like play something else for a week, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, just your TF2's old. Move on.
Yeah, let people enjoy things.
Yeah, let people enjoy things. Clearly, you hate fun if you dare criticize the awful update.
I get the impression that this UFR is going to be one of the more talked about ones, although I could be wrong, because we've got a lot to go through that I have lined up for today.
Oh god, the update that made games start with less than 24 players was July 28th.
Oh wait, so
21 days.
Yeah, 21
3
days.
weeks.
Yeah, 21 days of having to wait for a full server to even start playing TF2. That's almost a full month of the game basically being unplayable. Think about that. Think about how many people left in those 3 weeks. 3 weeks.
Meet Your Match is great, though. What do you mean? It was a great update. Love that update.
But they fixed it. It's fine. Stop complaining.
It's not. You can't fix something if you're just putting it back to the way it was, right? It's doing a worse change and then undoing it. It's not an improvement. It's not fixing. You're just undoing the fuck up.
I did not realize until doing research for this video, like, how much was changed. And how much was changed, like, unnecessarily, like, for no fucking reason. Like...
they had reasons. They had reasons.
Well, no, like reasons... I guess they had reasons when they were implemented.
No good reasons.
But, like... those reasons weren't expounded upon. Like, the whole... Like, the coin. Like, the coin was supposed to do something, and now it's just on the fucking screen, and you click it, and it spins sometimes.
No, yeah, exactly. Because what happened was Valve was trying to implement a skill-based matchmaking system into a game that never had one before. And that rank in casual, how you performed in the game for the first time in the game's history, winning or losing, would now determine the quality of the game that you would be placed in. When for the 8 years prior, that was never a thing. Sorry, longer than that. How many years was that? 2016, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? 10 years prior.
Yeah, no, it was it was crazy learning learning things today.
Imagine I gotta know, who was it at Jill? I mean, honestly, who at Valve thought in their mind that for a game where it never mattered if you won or lost, now it matters. Now that's going to impact the quality of all future games that you partake in.
Well, yeah, like even like Nintendo, when they tried to like gear Smash more toward casual, even they got it right, where they at least had a mode in online when they introduced it for the first time that was like this is where you go to have fun and not play with sweats. Like and then when they made Ultimate, they had a second tier of competitive. They had like casual with items, quick play, which was like the basically their version of casual, and then the Elite Smash, which was like competitive, and they like segmented them. Like even Nintendo, a company that sucks at implementing competitive things into their games, even they got that right. They did the same thing with Splatoon. It's crazy.
But what was even more baffling for TF2 is the player base already did all of the work for Valve. There were already established communities that were curated and maintained by the player bases themselves. All Valve had to do was just support these groups. They didn't need to put it in the game. They just needed to give them the same levels of support they did with Counter-Strike and Dota. Help them fund tournaments, actually acknowledge them from here and then, right? And then those spheres could have kept going on their own, isolated from the main way people were playing the game. But no, we have to make everyone engage in the esports so the game would grow. Fucking incompetence.
Here, Lucid, I'm gonna post something that might be good to flash.
Okay, I'll put it.
This was a screenshot. I forget where I got this, either from the Wayback Machine or just like from some Reddit post from 2016. But this is what the reviews looked like after Meet Your Match.
Really? You have that? Oh, dude,
Yeah.
I gotta see this.
Well, okay. Well, in the video itself, I show a lot of like actual individual reviews. The picture I just showed is just showing that TF2 went mixed in the recent reviews, which I feel like it's pretty damning.
Yeah, no, you had to have like a whole community movement for that to happen nowadays.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. And this just happened naturally. There was just naturally that many people that were pissed off. There was no organized movement to review bomb. I don't even think review bombing was really a thing in 2016.
Not to the extent it is today, no. Yeah, no, this is crazy. I had no idea. I knew that like a lot of diehard community.
Can you send me that? Because I'm gonna use. Can I use that? Is that cool with you?
Yeah.
Can you send me that?
It's
I
in
need
video
that.
suggestions.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, you could just use that. Also, welcome to UFR episode 30, chat. We've been talking for 7 minutes. Have not acknowledged any of you. Hello. We have a very special guest, a very inaugural, that word guest. We're very happy to have Lister on. We're glad to have him on today. He's a very good creator. One of my personal favorites in the TF2 scene. Not gonna glaze him too much, but you know,
No, keep going.
we're glad to have you on, Lister. I appreciate it.
Glad to be here. Pleasure.
And of course, today the subject of today's UFR is Meet Your Match. Originally, we were going to do something entirely different for today's UFR, but then RichterOvertime reached out to me and said, "Hey, I think I can get Lister on the pod to talk about his Meet Your Match video," which I'm very interested to go over today, because that is a video that was and is very well received. You know, and it's a pretty critical video when it comes to Meet Your Match. So I'm excited to talk about it because there's been a lot of interesting discussion about Meet Your Match, about people kind of going back and saying, you know, maybe quick play wasn't actually everything that everyone thought it was. You know, maybe it wasn't. This is all nostalgia bait, these nostalgia tinted glasses and all of this, all this stuff. I'm excited to see what Lister has to say, as you know, what we have to say as well. It's going to be a good podcast.
The question I want to ask before we start is, when did this really kind of kick off recently? I feel like it was the result of that video that Squim Jim made, and then that really got the ball rolling because of how delusional his takes were in that video.
You mean like the discourse on like matchmaking?
Yeah, like the sudden resurgence of it.
I feel like that was in swing before. I feel like it was pretty much immediately after the bots got fixed, and maybe give like a week just to see that it wouldn't just like return. I feel like just right then people wanted to keep up the momentum of like, all right, like we're actually fixing the game. So all the people that have been pissed off about matchmaking, now they're all like speaking up. I feel like it's just kind of like a natural, like, all right, on to the next thing.
Yeah,
but I think Squim Jim's video definitely stirred up the pot even more.
A lot of people just started talking about it kind of after the bots happened. I agree with Lister. I think that because like Wheezy made a poll on both his YouTube and his Twitter about do you think quick play was better than casual? where 60% of the people who responded were either indifferent or they said that quick play was better.
Which is insane.
Which is
because
a
like
lot.
I feel like even like a year from now, like even a year or like a year ago, quick play didn't really come up in like the average conversation.
No, no one was
It's like a
talking
little
about it.
footnote of like, oh yeah, that thing that was there.
Yeah,
No one was talking about it.
It definitely warms my heart that people are remembering old quick play.
Yeah, I think like and then that mod was released, which went pretty like semi-viral on Twitter.
Oh yeah, Mastercoms.
Yeah, Mastercoms mod.
Yeah, that was definitely a part too.
Yeah, that happened.
And that was
played a
really
part in
well
it.
received.
I think Squimjim's video kind of brought the resurgence of the debate a little bit back, because I think people were basically just singing the praises of matchmaking until Squimjim kind of was like, quick play kind of sucked. To bounce off of that, I thought I'd throw a couple of tweets on screen from people arguing against the common sentiment regarding quick play. I'll just put the first one on screen real quick. Sorry, hold on. I have two in particular that I thought were interesting. I'll read them out. This is only happening because #FixTF2 led to the removal of bots, and players are drunk with fake power. Casual is fine, could use some tweaking and polishing, but it's fine, and much more user-friendly. Quick play wasn't that cool. We were just young and didn't know any better.
Holy shit, how... Okay, so first of all, not all of us were young, by the way. When quick play was still around, I was in my fucking 20s. I was not a kid. So what the fuck are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here with that.
Yeah, no, I this is an interesting perspective. Like casual's fine. It could use some tweaking, and I'm just thinking about like the hours I've spent in queue, the inability I have to queue up with my friends consistently for long periods of time. Like I yeah, no, it's fine. In the quote tweet that's being tweeted, you can see the thumbnail of that video is people waiting for a match, and it's just like that's like part of the point, you know.
Like, yeah, the juxtaposition between those two things is
yeah, no,
really funny.
Casual's fine. Just look at all those people having fun in a match where, you know, the teams are uneven and half the teams aren't even filled. Like, no, this is great. I love this. Love that.
I think it's hilarious that he kind of diminishes the power the players have over the developer by saying players are drunk with fake power.
Yeah, that's
my friend. The players have all the power because we're the ones that give them the money. Yeah. We have them by the balls. All we have to do is stop giving them the money, stop supporting their products, and then they typically make changes because companies like money.
Players are drunk with fake power is a crazy statement. Like, I'm just picturing, like, you know, Pablo Gonzalez 2007 sitting behind his computer monitor just, like, reveling in the fact that they fixed the bots. He's like, what else can I do? What more is there? I have the power. I have so much of it.
I feel like that's a big part, too, is that because this is all, like, coming to the forefront right after the bots, then that's leading to a lot of people having, like, a knee-jerk reaction of, like, oh, people are just, like, looking for the next random thing to complain about, not really realizing that people have been complaining about matchmaking alongside the bots, and were complaining about matchmaking well before the bots were like a major common issue.
Yeah, so matchmaking made the bots worse as well, which is part of the reason why it's such a problem.
Yes, and also what's funny is this kind of touches on like what I noticed to be a very modern sentiment, or not even a sentiment, just a modern behavior online, where if you complain or criticize about something you dislike, then people will just get on your ass for complaining and criticizing. Like, oh, how dare you say something is bad, right? Like, how dare you? Just
Zesty, just let people enjoy things.
Oh yeah, it's that argument. It's
let
the whole
people enjoy waiting around.
Mm-hmm.
Let people enjoy pub stomps.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean that's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Yeah, no, I really do enjoy the let people enjoy things mentality, where you just don't complain about anything, and then nothing gets better, because you know someone really liked the someone out there really likes the fact that queue takes forever. You know, it gives them time to sit back and appreciate the small things in life.
Yeah, someone really
And the
appreciates.
fact that you have to keep requeuing.
Yeah, they just love continuously being forced to appreciate the small things in life.
So like God,
Okay,
I wish.
I actually have like a little bit of a theory, and this is gonna sound so boomer-esque, but I wonder if people are less like receptive or like noticing how long they're waiting, because I feel like if you're waiting to queue, you just like, scroll through your phone or something.
Oh,
Like I
absolutely.
wonder if people like consciously take note of just how much, like what raw percentage of their gameplay is waiting. I feel like if people do that, only then will they realize like, oh my God, I'm only playing the game for like half the time I have it open.
I think you're onto something there, and that's definitely a factor.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to have like a stream
Like
where,
a data.
or even just a stream where someone set a timer for the amount of time they're spent in a game, with like, a full game with, we'll say, at least 8 people on each side, and then time the amount of time they're either waiting in queue or in a desolate lobby with less than 8 people, and compare the time, and just have someone play for like 3 hours and see how that goes.
Lucid, I can do this for my video. I can guarantee you I can find some old Twitch VODs pre-meet your match where someone is just playing normal TF2 inside of a server. I can guarantee you I can find someone playing for up to like 1 or 2 or 3 hours of uninterrupted playtime on one map. And then if I try to go and do the exact same thing in casual mode right now, I guarantee you at least half of that time is going to be me waiting to play the game.
Yeah, and if you can have that juxtaposition, it really does like corner people where like how can you say that one is a better system than the other when one gives you infinitely more time to actually play the game and the other one doesn't,
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like how on earth.
And then the other factor is the quality of the games, because with casual, it's like even if you're in a match, chances are it's just like a one-sided pub stomp because parties and no scramble and you can't switch teams. So it's like not only what percentage are you playing the game, but really what percentage are you having fun in the game? Because I feel like for me, that percent is floating at around like 50%, and that's pretty bleak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I know that whenever I boot up a game of TF2, like after the first match, I usually get discouraged because of how I just can't. I can't stick around with the people I played with, and there's no sense of community there, and I feel, kind of isolated because then I join another match and there's like 3 people in each team, and it just turns into like everyone leaving slowly and just requeuing for another game, and then the cycle repeats again. And ad nauseum even worse if the queue time is very long, because then every time I have to requeue, it just takes another 10 minutes or whatever. It's just obnoxious. I hate it.
Yeah. Like I feel like blessed if I get that one rare game where everything just kind of like comes together. Like the teams are pretty evenly skilled and there's the same people staying in the same server. Whereas before that was just like the norm, which is insane.
Yeah.
Like what was the norm? What I would just get automatically guaranteed for booting up the game, I now have to cross my fingers and sometimes don't even experience on like the average night of playing TF2. It's like a rarity now.
I think that leads in nicely to the other tweet I wanted to discuss. Let me real quick. Let me grab it. Also, I want to get into to Squim Jim stuff briefly before we get into, but I'll save that for a second. This tweet got, for context, I cut it out. This tweet got fucking 1.7 thousand likes, which is a stupid amount on Twitter, especially when it regards to TF2. Quick play was horrible. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. Blaming quick play for the bot crisis is sure as hell a take, not the fact that the source code leaked or anything. Not like cheaters flooding servers was never a thing before casuals.
Yes, I know for a fact that this person did not play TF2 before Meet Your Match. There's no way in hell. There is no conceivable way that they played TF2 before Meet Your Match.
I don't.
If they genuinely believe this, or they've just memory dumped everything they had experienced from before.
I just like that the last sentence is a double negative. So they're just saying that. So not like cheaters flooding servers was never a thing, which is just a fucking broken English. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, no, I I don't know why. It's like whenever TF2 players want something that existed before, it has to be nostalgia. This also happens in Minecraft discourse a lot. Like every single time you want anything that was in a previous update or a previous version of the game, that's just nostalgia. That's all. It's just nostalgia, you know. It's just so. I just don't understand it.
I find it laughable.
It's just
that
the scapegoat.
I find it. Well, so yeah, the nostalgia thing is a scapegoat because they can't provide any genuine counter arguments and immediately go to like ad hominem or some kind of red herring, or they just blatantly lie about how things actually were. Because before Meet Your Match, cheater lobbies and bot lobbies were not a thing. It was extremely rare to come across a cheater, and when you did, it was typically dealt with by getting kicked because it was usually one guy and easy to get rid of. And parties of 6 bots or large lobbies full of bots were just not a thing because the system that existed back then could not facilitate them to proliferate inside of game servers.
And generally servers stayed full, so there would only be like 1 or 2 slots open at a time, which again, like the parties kind of fucks over because now it's like, all right, 6 cheaters all at once. Good luck to the rest of the server.
Yeah, and then another component to that is because the game coordinator is actively trying to find enough slots for people queuing. What you have happen is you have a whole bunch of people dumped into a server at once, even if they aren't in a party. And when the bots were around, you ended up getting 3, 4, 5, 6 bots being put into the game at once, even if they weren't in a party. Because beforehand, players would piecewise trickle into a server. They would choose their own team and even things out gradually instead of all being dumped into a server at once, which then also exacerbated the bot problem because, suddenly there's like 5 cheaters, and it's either going to take too long to kick them, where it's no longer worth your time to stay in the server, so you say fuck it and leave, or you'll never be able to kick them all because they're gonna have majority, and the votes will never go through.
Yeah,
Also, someone in the chat, sorry, I just want to point out, someone in the chat said Alan hasn't said a single word since it started. He's taking a nappy nap.
Yeah, he decided to join call and immediately go to sleep, chat.
He literally did. He'll be back, don't worry. We just need everyone in the chat to scream, "Wake up, Alan."
Yeah, everyone, come on, chat. Can we get an Alan wake up, please? Also, I just wanted to say, because it just occurred to me, Chad, I wanted to let everyone know, I have a list right here of all of the issues I could think of with casual mode, and it just occurred to me that I missed a huge one. Casual mode is low-key one of the things that makes TF2 not as viable of a streaming game. And because casual mode makes it where if you want to give an audience that you're streaming to continuous gameplay, a continuous burst of dopamine over a period of time, you have to get either astronomically lucky and just get game after game with no one getting kicked or everyone getting kicked to the same game, which just doesn't happen ever, or you have to be in a community server that isn't shit, which those do exist, but getting a slot in one, good luck if it's full. Or you can, make your own server, which costs money every month, and it just makes everything much more of a hassle for the streamer. If quick play were still a thing, you could get into a game and have continuous gameplay and keep your audience entertained with no breaks in between matches, aside from, the brief intermission that takes place.
Why not play on Skyle? Because Skyle spoofs numbers and intentionally inhibits your game performance so their servers don't lag. They're horrible servers.
Also, just community servers, because this is something I wrote down, community servers have become less incentivized to be made because casual exists. Now, granted, this isn't... A quick play took out community servers like 2 years before... 2 years before Meet Your Match. Is that correct, Zesty?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
so,
about 2 years.
So that's not Meet Your Match's fault, really, but it should be stated that the fact that community servers were taken out of the rotation for quick play is like a problem because it means that less people are going to know that community servers exist and go to them.
So a bit of a counterpoint to that, Lucid, is that they weren't like just removed. The option was still there. And additionally, all Valve servers were still available inside of the community server browser. So you were not forced to use quick play at all to access these game servers.
Well, yeah,
and so
course,
people, even new players, still had reasons to go over to the server browser, which still let people realize, oh shit, community servers exist. So That's like another angle to it. So yeah, even though cutting off that artery of like disabling the quick play system from searching for community servers by default, it still didn't force you to go through quick play in order to find a Valve server. And generally, something I'm remembering now, is that quick play was more of a gateway to the server browser because of its limitations and your inability to, say, find a specific map or server that you want to play on.
Yeah.
Most people got fed up with it and then went to the server browser because like they thought, oh shit, this is so much better. I can favorite servers, I can look for a specific map, I can return to the ones that I enjoy. So even at that stage of cutting off that artery, it's still put more eyeballs on the community server browser than casual matchmaking ever did.
So what you're saying?
In that fact,
sorry.
Yeah.
I was just going to clarify.
I was just going to say.
No, you go first.
No, okay, you go. You go. You're the host. You're the host.
Sorry.
I'm just the guest.
I wanted to clarify, Zesty. So what you're saying is, it was better before 2014. However, even in that period of 2014 to 2016, it didn't cut off community servers at all. Or did or
so I wouldn't even say it was better.
I wouldn't say it was. So I would say it was only better. So not even okay. So this is tricky because so what do you mean by better? Do you mean that overall quick play was better before 2014, or the aspect of putting eyeballs on community servers was better?
The latter, not the former.
Yeah. So on the latter, absolutely. But was quick play better before 2014? Absolutely not. Valve was taking their sweet time getting the system from crappy on launch to the far more acceptable state that it had reached in 2014. But yes, in terms of getting eyeballs on community servers, it was better in that aspect prior to 2014, simply because it would search for both Valve and community servers, and there was no way to make the choice.
Okay, so basically, either way, though, community servers have been screwed over by casual then.
Yeah, 100%.
Completely, because now, as you said a moment ago, there is no reason to go for a community server, let alone make one, when most new players coming in are only going to see the casual options with the community server browser buried under like the third. It was like the third or fourth one. I haven't used my default HUD in Lord knows how long. But no, yeah, now there's like so few eyeballs going on the community server browser when they can just now, in order to access a Valve server, you have to use the matchmaking system, and you just kind of get sucked in that hole.
That's verifiably true that casual really fucked them up, because as soon as casual was rolled out, in the weeks there were countless community servers that just dropped dead instantly after being perfectly fine for years.
Yeah, including one of my own favorites, which was a 24/7 Lakeside server, which just died within the weeks of Meet Your Match coming out. It was fucking sad.
Yeah, that is something that we talked about when we covered Squim Jim's video, which was that he illustrated that, like, he parroted this kind of rhetoric that's been seen a lot in recent times about quick play, where it's like, oh, you just join and then you download 20 gigabytes of, you know, furry porn or whatever, and then you play a game for 30 minutes and then you get kicked out.
That wasn't real. It wasn't real.
I don't know if that's like a Squim Jim thing or like a reference to the Star video. It might be both.
That Star video has done more damage to the discourse. I will say, I want to circle back to what Zesty said about how quick play, even by the very end with the most amount of options, it was still kind of inferior to just learning how to use the server browser. I 100% agree. And I think that fact really muddies up the conversation, because for one, there's confusion about what quick play even was, because some people think it forced you into community servers when it only did that at the start, and you know they added the check to only do Valve servers. But then there's the other fact that quick play itself still wasn't at the time seen as ideal. Most people just said like, yeah, ignore quick play, but that was like the point. Like quick play was awesome because it gave like new players the big fat put me in a server button, but it still gave them incentive to still check out the server browser. So it was kind of like the best of both worlds. It's just that if you look at quick play purely in a vacuum, then of course it seems like pretty like lacking.
Especially older versions of it prior to 2014, absolutely, before Valve implemented all of these options for play, like being able to filter out different types of servers, no random crits, 32-man servers, etc., etc. And then, but I think like the angle that people need to understand is when people are saying that we want to bring back quick play, it's not that we want to bring back like quick play on launch. We want to bring back that nice middle ground, middle of the road place we were in after 2014, which in comparison to casual, quick play is better than casual and in every iteration. Simple as.
Yes.
That's what people
it's
are
just
demanding.
more options.
Yes, more options for play, better quality matches. That's it.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm glad you guys are here because I want to make sure I'm not getting anything wrong when I talk about quick play because I wasn't there. I want to make sure that I say things very carefully. So please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm willing to. I know I'm a little bit out of my depth because I wasn't there to witness it. I tried to do as much research as I could to discuss this topic.
It's a lot, man.
Well, God bless you.
Yeah, because it does matter to me because like when you guys talk about quick play and you talk about like the idea of being able to pick more than just what maps I want selected is crazy. Like that in my head is being able to choose like, oh, I want a server with no random crits, and I only want to play on fucking double cross. And I could just like click that and I could just like wait a second and then I get hours of gameplay in that one server. The idea of that is just crazy to me, because that sounds like
you could
so much,
personalize your own experience.
Yeah, it sounds
just
just
play how
so
you
much
want.
better. Like I said, especially for streaming, I know that's a weird angle to attack it from, but it's genuinely true because I have never found, I don't think I've had a more frustrating streaming experience than trying to play casual TF2 or any TF2, at all. And that's partially because of the bot stuff when I was doing it, but also like casual was a huge part of that. Where I wanted to play a game with the people watching me, and I can't because I can't queue with people because there's a ping limit, and I can't queue with people because you can only queue with 6 people at a time, and if there aren't 6 slots, you're never getting a game, which means you're basically never getting a game that has people in it. And it's this whole clusterfuck that could be easily solved by just joining the server that I want to play on with the rest of the people I want to play with me. And it's crazy that was an option, and it just isn't anymore. Yeah. I'm excited to talk more about this. I am. It's gonna be interesting. Zesty, before we get into it, do you want to go over briefly this wonderful Squim Gym stuff regarding the spy cosmetic, the Tuxedo Royale?
If you want to, I mean, I think it's bizarre. It's self-explanatory, but just really, really, I don't know what he's on, man. I really don't.
So for those who are unaware, Squim Gym, in response to supposedly just people on Reddit, it apparently had nothing to do with Zesty's video directly. It was just tangentially because people were talking about it on Reddit. Squim Gym made a video on Twitter where he played Spy badly, basically. I know that's kind of poisoning the well, and we're not going to watch this video, this fucking montage, but it's basically a montage of him playing Spy poorly and getting killed while wearing the Tuxedo Royale in an effort to prove that it is a fine cosmetic that doesn't harm team recognition at all.
So, and not even that, he doesn't even paint it the right colors. He just uses brown, which on the Tuxedo Royale makes it gray. He's using the incorrect paint colors. He's just walking at people over and over again, sometimes the same people, or just walking into sentry guns, and then just compiling a whole bunch of deaths together as if though that's any kind of refutation to how this cosmetic very obviously can confuse people, which my video shows.
If it can't fool sentry guns, that's pretty,
Yeah.
Like it's hilarious, and like people were like pointing it out, like, dude, you weren't painting it the right colors. He's like, oh no, I was painting it the one that Reddit said. Like, what?
That there's a bunch of things in here that are crazy. Granted, I don't believe, and it doesn't really matter, but I do want to bring it up. I don't believe that he doesn't know who Zesty is.
No, he lied because there's screenshots from his Discord where he's talking about me, so he knows who I am.
Okay, I was gonna say
that's so cowardly.
It's like, come on. The idea that he doesn't know who Zesty is, which one of the biggest creators in the TF2 space in the post 2020 era, is crazy. But even I didn't even know those screenshots existed. I just didn't believe it. But even disregarding that, right? This guy McSeal over here was trying to explain, like, this doesn't refute anything that the Zesty said, and like, not only Squim Jim borderline accuses Zesty of being monetarily incentivized to make the cosmetic look worse than it is, which is wild.
He implied that I was stretching the truth and faking it for the sake of. You want to know how much money that video earned me, by the way?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
$70.
Hey,
$70.
That's one AAA game, a game I'm sure you would love to play.
And so if I'm being paid minimum wage, let's say $7 an hour, that's 10 hours, when I put probably 20 hours into making that. Mm-hmm. So I wasn't even paid minimum wage. Clearly, I am doing this for the money.
Yeah,
clearly I did that for money.
I don't understand. It's very weirdly obtuse. There's this. Squim Jim says, it seems you may not believe your own claim if you refuse to try it yourself, which I think is fucking wild. Like, you can't believe anything about something unless you've done it yourself. You have no way. You can't have someone prove it to you, even though Squim Jim's attempting to prove it to this person. Like, and also,
you don't know a stove is going to burn your hand by watching someone else burn their hand on a stove. Clearly, you have to try it out yourself.
No, you have to try it out. I've tried it out, and I can tell you it doesn't burn your hand. So who cares, you know?
Yeah, and works on my machine.
Yeah, yeah. No, and like this footage doesn't demonstrate anything, because Zesty got footage of people literally looking at him and looking away, which is as close to provable as you can.
I think my favorite clip is I'm just standing in that hallway on Overgrown, and there's a sniper walking down this hallway, just staring at me, and just walks right at me, and then just goes to sniping, and I crit him to death. It's just so fucked. Oh my god.
Yeah.
And that happened more than once.
Yeah.
That's the problem with Squim Jim's video, is because if he's trying to make the claim that it doesn't fool people, how can he prove that, like, going into someone's head, that if someone walks by and doesn't shoot him but doesn't really do much else, then were they fooled or were they just clueless?
Yeah.
But if they do like a visible double take, or like if you're shooting at them, that is pretty much definitive proof that they are being fooled, if only for like half a second. But there shouldn't be like a half second. Like, wait, are you on my team?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got a clip of that too. There's
and
a demo
there's
man
definitive
walking
proof
at
that it does fool people. So case closed.
Yeah.
Just that's it. Like, they should not be in the game.
Yep. Another favorite clip of mine is there's a demo man walking at me at low health, and I know that I'm in his periphery. He knows I'm there, but he quickly does this double thing and goes, "Oh shit, that's a spot," and then I kill him.
Yeah, especially for the spy class specifically, this is really bad, just because of how much damage you can do when someone doesn't think that they're on the other team. You know, it's almost poetic in a way. Also, people in chat are saying, God, why didn't you get Squim Jim on UFR? Why is Squim Jim not here? Well, chat, I'd like to let you know that I made an attempt. I really did try. I said, hey, I run a podcast, UFR. We discussed TF2 among other things. I would love to talk to you more about this particular subject. Would you be interested? And he said no, but he'd be willing to answer questions on Twitter. So all I asked was, if, as you say, the cosmetic doesn't affect the game at all, why do so many people have an issue with it? And his response was that people don't have an issue with it, which I think is crazy. And just like denial of reality. I cannot believe, I don't understand the mindset of just like putting your fingers in your ears and saying la la la, like the problem doesn't exist, because that's just what this is. Genuinely most of this conversation I had while on my way to go to fucking Japanese hot spring land, I during this entire conversation, all he really did was just say, like, it doesn't really matter as much as everyone says it does, and also it doesn't matter at all. And I want
to peel my cock with a potato peeler. I'm so over this.
I cannot believe it. Like, and I say, like, the video that the person who responded to you, Zesty's video, it was seen by dozens of people, and it was almost universally regarded as a correct, overwhelmingly positive thing. And then he's just response was like, oh well, I can't do it, so who cares?
Because he's doing it wrong. He's using the wrong paint colors, walking directly at people. Like, of course you're not gonna get it to work.
And like I tried, because he just said like, oh no, I couldn't make it happen, so I don't believe it's a thing. It's just like flat Earth, basically. Just like, oh well, the Earth. I haven't been around. I haven't circumvented the globe, so how am I supposed to know the Earth is round? You know, like it genuinely felt like that, right? And then I ended the conversation, but he just didn't leave it alone for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what he needed to prove, but he made a second compilation where he said that where he
yes, this one
where
yes,
where he said that he repainted the cosmetic to the correct color that you're supposed to have it, which I didn't even really bring up the fact that it was painted wrong in any significant manner. Aside, I asked him if it was painted, he kind of sidestepped it from what I remember, but like he sends me this compilation, and in all honesty, I did not watch the first one, but I watched this one because he said he repainted it and he's responding to me specifically. So I watched through the whole thing, and there are dozens of clips he put in this compilation where people visibly look at him and then look away and then look back at him and go, wait a second, and then they shoot him. Repeatedly, and he's not playing well. He's playing spy horribly. He is walking up to people and shooting them, and they still
worse than
look.
Me.
Yes, they are looking at him as
spy.
He's shooting them and going, "Wait, what?" And then they will look away and look back. There is a clip at like 2 minutes into this video where a heavy walks up to him directly, and he is just staring at him. And in response, the heavy just doesn't do anything. And then he gets killed by a heavy that's behind him. And he thought, yes, this proves my point. It is crazy. It is wild. And he just backtracks of like, oh, well, how am I supposed to know that these people are being fooled? They could just be stupid. And I'm just like, wait, you put the video here. I didn't do anything. You have to prove this to me. You have to prove this to me. You have to prove this to everybody else. The burden of proof is on you. You can't just throw your hands up and be like, oh, well, it might be stupid. Like, they just might be new players. Who knows? It is so wild. The amount of denial in the series of responses genuinely had my head hurting on this fucking like 4-hour-long bus ride. Man,
I feel like even that's pretty disingenuous, because like you can just tell how a person like moves and acts, whether they are like clueless or not. So if you're looking at a player who is obviously like experienced and knows what they're doing, and even they are taking a double take, like that I don't know, like that to me is pretty much proof that it's fooling them.
Yeah.
And that they're not just like dumb. Also, Lucid, I want to applaud your professionalism. I was clamping down on my lip, trying not to laugh when Zesty said something along the lines of, what was it? He was gonna put a potato peeler on what part of your body?
I want to take a potato peeler to my cock.
Yeah.
And Lucid just kept on rolling, was unfazed.
Yep.
That was genuinely impressive.
Yeah. I'm used to it from Zesty. Zesty said a variety of different things that are very interesting.
Yeah, I have thick and
I'm gonna
loose
add that
skin.
to my repertoire. Potato peeler on my cock.
Also, chat, I will, just for you, I will show you the clip of the heavy that I'm referring to.
Yay.
Just for you. And I know we're taking a while to get to the video today, but we had a lot of things that I wanted to go over that I thought were
Well, to be
very
fair, we
interesting.
also started with a good lead in about matchmaking and what have you. So it's
Yeah.
not like we haven't discussed it yet. It's okay. We're taking a slight detour, which is common for this podcast.
That's true. It is very common for this podcast.
Oh wait, there's a video.
Yeah, we're going over, for context, chat, we are going over Lister's Meet Your Match video, or at least a chapter of it, because it's an hour long. But yeah,
Play it at 2 times speed, or half speed as well.
Yeah, I will, thank you. Can we get an Allen check? Oh, fuck, he's actually dead. Holy shit. All right.
Alan is not here.
It is not this... Oh, it is this clip. Yeah, okay, so look, I started it too late. Hold on, chat. Watch. He walks up to this heavy. This heavy's revved. He could shoot at any time. He doesn't shoot him. He looks directly at him and then looks away. And he gets killed by another person behind him. And then this guy only starts shooting once he realizes the other heavy is shooting at him.
Yeah, there you go.
Like this right here.
Unless this guy's FOV was set to 20, he saw him.
Yes. And he's revved up. This is in his footage that he submitted as being like, no, this doesn't fool anyone. This is crazy. This is wild work.
Because the only like plausible deniability you could give is like, oh well, what if these people aren't shooting him because they think he's just like a derpy, like friendly spy? But the fact that he, upon realizing, immediately started shooting, means no, he was legit just fooled. He just thought,
also,
oh, there's
there is a pyro and a sniper, and neither of them are trying to shoot the same person. Both of them are here as well, and they could be doing things too. Neither of these people are doing anything either. So he's actually been seen by 3 people.
By the looks of it, looking at the lower left, he's still not using the right paint colors. He tried using colors similar to slate, which just makes it gray. You need to use green. So even without using the right colors, he's tricking people.
Like,
oh my god!
Like, do you see? No, these people still aren't doing anything. Both of these people and the heavy are looking at this spy and not doing anything. It's crazy. Why would you put this in a compilation thinking it will prove your point?
Do you know if Squim Jim is trying to argue that like team recognition as a whole is a non-issue, or specifically this one spy cosmetic?
No, I think just the spy cosmetic.
Just the spy cosmetic.
He made another tweet about that sniper one I put in my main video about how it removes too much team color. He says that's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he agrees that there's he agrees that the paint region for this is too big. He just doesn't think that this is actually.
Why is he making such a fuss over this random cosmetic when he agrees with the sentiment as a whole?
I don't.
It's so weird. It's like a weird hill to die on. Like, yes, I 100% agree, but this one thing that maybe is not as terrible but still bad. Weird.
Also, like, even this moment right here, like how long it took for that soldier to realize that there was a spy there.
Yeah. And also he doesn't even die to said soldier. This is oof. Like these clips do not help his point. They make it worse. Cuz he's saying this like, no, people never notice that this happens. You know, like
I love this game. That fucking spy just explodes.
Yeah. I don't think this sniper knows that he's on the other team. Like, yeah,
he's not shooting at someone else.
Yeah,
he's not shooting at the scout.
Someone else.
He's shooting at the scout behind him.
Look, he gets hit and he what? I didn't even realize this.
No
way. He was like, "Oh, what hit me?
What hit me?"
Oh my god!
He literally gets
so good.
He literally gets hit and he doesn't know who hit him.
This is better than any drug.
I genuinely didn't even realize this.
This is better than any drug.
Reminder, he posted this thinking it proved his point after I stopped. I literally said, "Thank you for answering my questions." I said, "Thank you for answering my questions. Have a nice day." And he came back with a new compilation where he put this clip and the clip before it and the clip before that in it. It's crazy. Why would you put this? This proves the opposite point. Like, that scout finally got him. That sniper has no idea what the fuck happened.
Maybe he has a humiliation fetish.
What, the sniper?
He's getting off right now. No, Squim Jim. He's like, yes, let me put out evidence against my point.
Not like watching this in slow mo, like
look at him.
Okay, so so to be fair, that he was not in his he was definitely not in that engineer's FOV. Like, he was really not looking at him. Like, there's probably no chance. Maybe out of his periphery there, but nah. But now he saw him.
Yeah, now he saw. Okay. That one's
But by that point in time, but by that point in time, he was mostly behind him and probably got the backside of his coat more, so didn't see the paint. And like, I even acknowledge, and that spy saw him from behind, so I don't see how this proves his point either.
I agree.
And so what's funny is like I even acknowledge in my video, like, yes, you have to position yourself in such a way that you're not being seen from behind, but that doesn't matter. There should be no angle where someone can't tell what team you're on. Period.
Zesty. Oh fuck, we're all stupid. We should have figured this out. What you should have done as part of that video is you should have tried to trick your team into spy checking you.
I did. There's multiple clips in there where I started shooting at a medic on my own team, and he started running at me with a syringe gun.
Oh, okay, my bad. I completely like memory hole that happened. I was just like, oh shit.
Yeah. There's a couple of clips in there where like my own team is trying to shoot me, and then I'm also chasing a pyro on my own team, and I'm shooting him on overgrown, and then a soldier sees me doing that, and then spy checks me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a lot of this is oof. And most of the clips where he dies, people either see him from behind or he's already shooting at people. Which it doesn't help. Like this clip is fine. Like this one's fine. I guess he just walks out of spawn and immediately sees a spy and shoots him. That's probably good. It's probably what a normal player would do. Same goes for this soldier.
I mean, the fact that there's even just like one clip that shows that someone was fooled means his entire point is null.
Yeah, because that's all that we're trying to say is that it could happen ever. I even say in this...
Because you can post as many clips of people figuring you out and dying as you want. Mm-hmm. It's a matter of proportions. Like, is that happening 50% of the time, 99% of the time? Mm-hmm. If it's not 100% of the time, then he's wrong. Mm-hmm. And he showed it's not 100% of the time, so he's wrong.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Really, is just like all we are trying to say is that if people do it ever, if it happens ever, it is bad. If it happens ever and it can be blamed on the cosmetic, it is bad. And that is definitely true.
And also, when you're disguised as spy, your cosmetics are hidden. So if you see an undisguised spy, or if you see a spy wearing cosmetics, you know that they're not disguised. And so if you see someone that looks like they're on your team, not disguised, and you think they're on your team, that's like not a threat to you. Because if you see an undisguised spy, you know they're just going to get fucked, period. Yeah. But then, they come to you and kill you. So.
Yeah. Well, that was a nice preamble, nice 50-minute long preamble to this video we're covering. Let's fucking...
Was it actually 50 minutes? Oh my god.
Yeah, no, we've been...
Welcome to UFR.
Yeah, welcome to the show. Pretzel discovered that we covered his objectivity video? Wait, what the fuck? Is that real? Chad, are you fucking with me? Because if so, I would love to see his response to that. Can someone post that in Discord if that's real? I would love to see that. Regardless, let's get started. Do you have anything you would like to say about like why you wanted to make this video, Lister?
This is the video that I'd wanted to make for a very long time, but I wanted to wait until I felt like I had enough like credibility, I guess. Like I didn't want to just like make this like my first video, and then people are like who is this? Like, how do I know you know what you're talking about? I mainly just wanted to educate people. That's pretty much always my top priority. I usually don't try to convince people of my personal belief unless I'm like very, very confident in it. So for this, I just wanted to lay out for all the people that weren't around for all this, just the timeline, the facts, so that now that we're having this conversation, like now that people are really talking about matchmaking and its woes, hopefully that means there's less misinformation. I mean, there kind of still is, but less, hopefully.
Yeah, I think that's...
Well, the more sources you can provide for accurate information, the better, because you can just point people in the right direction.
Yeah.
All right, well, that seems, sufficient. Let's go.
Also, yeah, Richter's like asleep, so.
What did he say that?
Well, I know he's asleep because he was awake at like 4 a.m. So.
Oh.
He may randomly appear at some point.
Same goes for the what, I believe. I believe both of them are honk me at the moment, but they'll be here at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, chat. Between Alan, Richter, and the what, who do you think goes snork me, and who do you think goes honk shoe? This is very important.
Alan's definitely a honk shoe kind of guy, I think.
Yeah, I got that impression.
Yeah, he's a very heavy sleeper. Richter got Lister on the podcast, but not himself.
July 6th. New blog post. The Nito update, now officially named the Meet Your Match update, was finally here. The post itself had the same witty, sarcastic tone that you would expect from Valve.
It's interesting that this tone was gone for so long, and it's only recently come back.
But even then, but even now, it's so off color. It's not the same as it was because it's not the same writers and people at Valve. Now it just feels so out of touch. Like when they, I forgot when it was. Like when they announced the summer update, like they mentioned TikTok or something. It's like, oh, what?
Wait, what the fuck?
No, it was something to that. It was something to that effect when they announced like the big summer update coming.
Nah, wait, hold on.
You can check the blog post.
No, they definitely did. I know what you're talking about.
I'm looking this up. I can't.
It's just on the blog.
Yeah, it's the first post. Here we go. We made the executive decision to skip TikTok and Twitter entirely and break the glass on the most bleeding-edge communication technology available. Oh, so cheap.
Twitter, that aged well.
Yeah. Oh, so cheap. It's the first blog post.
I know.
When you go to teamfortress.com.
I know. I was losing my mind because I forgot to put TF2 in my Google search because I'm an idiot.
Remember when they went back and silently edited that blog?
Yeah, to update-sized update. Or holiday-sized update. Not update-sized update. Holiday-sized update. Because by then, update-sized update was the status quo we'd been in for 6 years.
Yeah.
Like, isn't it funny that, like, they thought that people, like, at this stage, they would have forgotten the updates TF2 used to get? And so they could get away with saying update-sized update, and people would just assume that it's going to be like a loot box and maps and unusual effects, and that's all people would expect.
I think
and then they also hyped up what the update was going to have with, like, who knows what else.
Yeah,
and then that also got changed. That also got changed to reveal the mysterious what else was community fixes that also were not in the update.
And stuff. Just more stuff to buy.
With them,
I think it was a genuine typo for the record. Update-sized update.
Acknowledging that.
Well, have you never written a word twice by accident before?
I don't think so.
See,
I've done that before, where I'm like thinking about a word and I write it twice.
I like how in that blog post they kind of like jokingly say, well, matchmaking servers never existed before, so but as like a joke of like they had existed for a long time, so now we're gonna like bring TF2 into the modern era. Like that alone shows the disconnect between the people working on TF2 at that point and then where it came from, where TF2 was not designed for matchmaking systems. And now it's like, here it is. Now you just have this now because it's what everyone else is doing, and they paid no mind to how TF2 is made.
Also, I'm sorry, I was just reminded in chat that I completely ignored all 4 of the super chats from the wonderful people who support this stream. So I'm going to take care of that real quick. Sorry about that.
You are not forgiven.
Damn. Oh, 5 super chats. Damn, I'm slow. Sam the Bagman just said a wholesome Reddit Zesty Chungus. Thank you for the $2.
I do my best.
Marks Plays Games super chatted 5. Thank you again, and said, so how about that trickle down balancing that MYM gave us? We need to, when we cover the most controversial TF2 videos, we need to add that because I've heard that.
Yeah,
yes,
that is.
Yes, put me on that one,
really
please.
bad.
I want to, so Lister, I don't know if it's going to be for 50 or for 100 or some, it's going to be for some special episode of the show, but we're going, maybe it'll be for the 1-year anniversary, actually, if that isn't episode 50. But we're going to cover all of the most controversial TF2 videos, or at least pieces of them, and in like a compilation as part of a celebration episode.
So like I wanna say something quickly about the idea of trickle down balance. It works when everyone is doing the same thing and everyone's playing the same game. Doesn't work for TF2 and competitive TF2 because they're not the same game. Different balancing, different everything.
I will say there are some rare cases where they can manage to make it work, like change a weapon in a way that appeases those that play competitively without really screwing over the fun of the weapon. Like the Razorback is the one that comes to mind.
Well,
But the vast majority of the time, it's just
Razorback.
not worth it.
Well, yeah, Razorback and Darwin's Danger Shield. The thing is, those were also equally problems inside vanilla TF2. So it benefited both. It was not like even though it was like largely called upon for the competitive scene, it was also a problem that was more often realized in vanilla play. So
yeah,
especially the Darwin's Danger Shield, because if there was a sniper running it and you were playing sniper, no matter the format, you just could not kill the sniper wearing the Darwin's Danger Shield.
Yeah. I think that there are a myriad of games that manage to have a competitive scene while also being fun. Like my first two thoughts were Splatoon and Smash, just because they're those kinds of games that I have the most like experience with. But also probably Minecraft Bed Wars.
Minecraft Bed Wars.
Well, I mean, like seriously, because there are like Bed Wars tournaments and shit. But like Bed Wars is really fucking fun. Tetris also, yeah. Thank you, Lynn in the chat. Tetris is a good example of a game that can be very casually and competitively fun. Like you can balance things and have them be good for both audiences. It's just a challenge as a developer, especially when the foundation of your game is casual, because then you have to put extra work in if you want to appeal to an entirely different audience. And that's an entirely different challenge that Valve took on themselves. So it lays at Valve's feet when things go badly. You know? But yeah, thank you for the $5, Marks. I appreciate it. Pulse Kinesis super chatted 10 and said a fucking long-ass message. Hold on. Any flaw that Quick Play had is overshadowed by everything that has happened to Quick Play, plus the removal of critical features, parentheses, team scramble, ability to spectate, etc. It's not nostalgia. And
exactly.
Yes.
That guy meant casual.
I assumed everything that has happened to casual.
He should have sent another $5 to fix the typo.
Yeah. But yeah, I appreciate it, Pulse. Thank you. Green Turret super chatted 5 and said, if you have to choose the next Death Battle episode with a TF2 character, who would you choose and who would their opponent be? Well.
What is a death battle?
What?
What? Come on.
Really, Zesty?
Get cultured.
Zesty, are you serious? Zesty, have you never seen Death Battle before?
I also don't know.
What?
Alan is awake. He's awake, everybody.
That got Alan going. No, I've never seen Death Battle.
What the fuck? Okay, so Death Battle...
like Goku versus Superman.
Yeah, Death Battle is an online web series that's been going since like 2009, where two people basically try and scientifically analyze which two fictional characters would win in a fight. So the question is basically if you could have an episode of that show where one character goes against one TF2 merc goes against another character from another fictional media, who would it be?
All right, I got a good one. How about Pyro versus Kirby? Because they're both like cutesy, but in a psychopathic like eldritch horror context.
Yeah, but the problem
they both have the gimmick of like returning attacks.
Yeah,
like
but
shooting back or reflecting.
The problem is that Kirby has like a universe, like a universe level scale. Like he's killed gods and shit, like canonically. So you can't like there's a video they made about where they compared Kirby. I forget who Kirby went against, but Kirby could it was
the pink guy from Dragon Ball.
Yeah, and like Kirby easily beat him because Kirby is genuinely that strong. It's kind of scary. I don't know. I think because I think they did Tracer versus Scout when Overwatch first came out.
Who won?
I think Tracer, because fucking obviously. Because like Scout has a gun and Tracer has the flow of time. So it's kind of just
but like Scout can take a rocket to the cock and not die.
Yeah, but so can Tracer.
I'm sure there's similar things in Tracer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they have like it's genuine. It's like Tracer can time travel and Scout can't, so Scout just loses. It's kind of unfortunate. I don't know. That's actually a really good question.
What about Medic versus Mercy?
That would be.
I guess that'd be hard to pit them against each other because they're like healers.
Yeah, they both suck at fighting.
Or heavy versus what's the heavy counterpart?
Like there's multiple. I'd want heavy versus like a big like a movie character who's known for taking a lot of damage. Like
Rocky.
Rocky was the first person I thought of, but like Rocky doesn't have a gun, so it's just kind of a.
Well, Heavy's got fists. It'd be a fist fight.
Oh yeah, no. If you could get them both in the boxing ring, that'd be great.
Well, usually the death battles are them using like their entire arsenal.
Yeah, well, yeah. If I would love to see a death battle where you can't Heavy doesn't have a gun and he has to face Rocky. That sounds like fucking amazing. Yeah, because for context, Alan Zesty, they animate the fight at the end of the episode they animate it to figure out who won.
That's cool.
So they did like an SFM animation of Tracer versus Scout because they do it in the style of the games that they come from. It's a really good.
It's
show.
really high effort.
Yeah, it's one of the best shows.
Like you'd think it's just like a stupid shit post.
Yeah,
but it's actually like. I mean, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, they do like scientific.
I may have to look into it.
They do like scientific calculations for various feats. So like they did I forget who it was, but they did like a character blew up a building and they measured the scale of the building to figure out how powerful the explosion was. It's good shit. It's really good show. I like Death Battle a lot.
Hell yeah!
Thank you, Green Turret. Polskinesis super chat another $2 and said, "Rip I-960, my favorite Mario Kart server." R.I.P. I don't know what it is, but R.I.P. And someone super chatted $5 and said Zesty, shill your community server. I hate Yankees super chatted $5 and said tell Zesty to shill his TF2 server. Zesty, do it.
Okay. Play on my TF2 server. It's just pure vanilla, no custom bullshit, raw vanilla game. Go play it.
Wait, talk about the random crits.
And also random crits that don't ramp up with damage. They have the same base 2% chance, so they're actually fair.
Yay! All right. Thank you for all the super chats. Feel free to post more throughout the episode, and we will get to them. Thanks so much. Let's get back into this video.
July 6th. New blog post. The Nito update, now officially named the Meet Your Match update, was finally here. The post itself had the same witty, sarcastic tone that you'd expect from Valve, with them acknowledging that they were a bit late to this whole matchmaking thing. Day 1 revealed competitive mode, obviously, and 3 new maps. Sunshine, Metalworks, and Swiftwater. All 3 of these maps had already been permanent fixtures of competitive map pools.
What do you guys think of those 3? I'm curious.
Wait, I wasn't paying attention to that.
What do you think of those 3 maps that were added with this update?
Metalworks sucks cock. What were the other 2?
Sunshine and Swiftwater.
Swiftwater. Yeah.
Both. Oh, those are all compy maps. They all suck. They play like shit.
What? I
kind of like Metalworks.
I like Swiftwater.
Swiftwater works the best because it was designed for Highlander, but when you're doing a 12v12, it's raw AIDS. It's not fun. But then Sunshine and Metalworks were specifically designed for 6v6, and so when you do them in 12v12, they just don't have good flow and pacing.
My only issue with
I don't really mind them.
I think they're fine. I like Swiftwater, but I think the first push has like way too much open space, and not like many crevices, and I think that a good TF2 maps have a lot of crevices. I know it's kind of a weird way to put it, but they have a lot of places for various classes to hide. So I that's my issue with like the first part of Swiftwater. Wait, no, Alan, stop that. Alan, no.
Sorry. Alan wants to get to pastime.
Yeah, Alan's really excited to talk about pastime.
No, I haven't played on any of these maps, by the way. They were added when I quit the game, so
you're not missing much.
Damn. You know, people made those maps, Zesty.
I don't care.
People made a lot of bad things. That doesn't.
No. Like for 6s, Metalworks is great. For 6s, Sunshine is great. For 12v12 TF2. These maps were not designed for that. Therefore, they play like raw shit.
Raw shit.
So Valve adding them in the competitive update was a nice gesture. So far, so good. Oh yeah, this was also the official debut of Pastime. That was this whole other thing that wasn't even being developed by Valve. Whatever. It was neat extra content, but everyone knew that competitive was the main focus here.
It's crazy they added Pastime in the same update where when they switched to casual, because this is one of the notes I have, when the switch to casual kind of killed, like, in a lot of ways, a lot of the alternative game modes. People were in chat were bringing up Payload Race, like people used to play it, and now they don't because it's been tucked away in advanced game modes, so no one plays it. So they introduced Pastime, a mode that in the quick play era probably would have been played more often, and it's completely dead on arrival because of the switch to casual. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's a good point that comes up a lot in the like discussion of quick play versus casual. Since casual lets you queue for specific maps, some people think that makes it easier to get into games of like obscure miscellaneous game modes, but I think history shows that it's the opposite, because you're right. There were tons of community servers that would play even niche maps like Pipeline or Doomsday. Those two were huge in community servers. Like there was always at least one populated server that was just 24/7 those. But now you can it takes like 2 hours to get into a game of like Nightfall or Pipeline.
Yeah. No, I have not played Pastime. I've tried before. Haven't gotten in a game.
It kind of sucks.
Yeah. Well, I've tried.
It's fun until the enemy team realizes they can just all go scout and win, and then your team just has to go engineer, and then that's just kind of the end result.
Nice. That sounds like a great time. I love Scout v Engineer. It sounds like a wonderful matchup.
2. The Meet Your Match update was also the Meet versus Match update, where players could vote on which class would be rebalanced in the next major update, Heavy or Pyro. Then you got your standard taunts, cosmetics, a new stock melee reskin, even real-life merch. But enough reading about the update. With the reveal of Day 2, on July the 7th, 2016, Meet Your Match was officially out. And from this day forward, TF2 would never be the same again. After 2 years of development and months of beta testing, competitive mode was finally out. It felt unreal. The thing competitive players had been dreaming of for nearly a decade was right there in front of them. But aside from some added polish, the official competitive mode was no different from how it was at the end of the beta, which itself had barely changed since the start of the beta. All of those issues.
So I do want to note here, since we're jumping straight into the 4th chapter, that throughout the beta, I mean, some people say that it was like literally unchanged, but that's not entirely true. Like there were some changes. So people did have reasonable expectations for the like official release of competitive, that like it would fix the fundamental issues that I'm about to get into the video, which just makes it just like all the worse, is that they were actually like working on some things with the competitive. Is just they refused to touch the core issues. They were only fixing like little bug fixes and adding like little like nice polish, like adding animations and stuff.
Why do you think that is?
I know.
Yeah.
I want to get to that, because when we do, I can exactly explain why Valve didn't change what players want, what the players wanted.
Yeah.
So let's play for a moment.
Okay.
That beta testers had consistently brought up were still here in the final product. There were still forced graphics. There were still cheaters. There were still no incentives, and there were still no class limits. And all.
So the primary thing is, so incentives, ignore that, because like incentives is just people want to be rewarded for their playtime. That's inconsequential. Cheaters, obviously you want a functioning anti-cheat. That should just come with the base game regardless. But the thing about class limits and the thing about weapon bans is that Valve was trying to make Team Fortress 2 a brand new esport. And they were using existing games that were already successful esports as their primary model. When you look at Counter-Strike, the game that competitive players play and the game that everyone plays at home directly from Steam is the exact same game. The level of entry is extremely low. The game you're playing at home is almost the exact same game that players are playing in the highest esports tournaments in the world. Almost the same. There are differences, but it's almost the same.
Correct.
Now compare competitive TF2 and vanilla TF2. They are two completely different games.
Yeah.
You have class limits, different team sizes, weapon bans, a tiny map rotation, metagame formatting. These are entirely antithetical to what TF2 is, where team sizes are larger. Players are allowed to play what they want, however they want. If you have this massive schism between the way the vast majority of people play and these competitive formats, the level of entry is that much higher. Yeah. And Valve did not want that level of entry to be too high in order to have TF2 grow as an esport. So they ignored the things that would immediately deter players at the gate. Because if you have a person who's been playing vanilla TF2 all the way up through 2016, let's say they like playing Pyro. In competitive 6v6, Pyro can only one Pyro can exist. Pyro cannot use the detonator. Pyro cannot use the scorch shot. They're banned from 6v6. So you have someone come into a new 6v6 game, added into the game, assuming they did a carbon copy of what 6v6 deemed as the correct rules at the time, which have been dynamically changing over the past 15 years. They've never been consistent. They're always changing with the game's updates and changing based on the whims of the small circle of competitive players that dictate what the rules are.
They're still changing to this day, by the way.
And they banned the fucking lock and load. So you have someone who plays Pyro and the market gardener. So you have someone who plays Pyro come into 6v6. Oh, what do you mean I can't be the second Pyro? Wait, I love the detonator. Why can't I use the detonator? Automatically, someone is not allowed to play the game as they please, and they will immediately leave. Valve did not want that to happen. They wanted it to be as accessible and the level of entry to be as low as possible. So they would not ban anything. So what Valve started doing instead, starting in 2015 all the way through 2017, is they started tweaking weapons to appeal to competitive sensitivities and hoping that they would translate over into the vanilla game. And as a result, we had a handful of weapons that were nerfed into the floor and no longer fun because they were appealing to competitive sensitivities. And it still could not get people to come over and play competitive because that's not what Six's players wanted. They wanted to play their own homebrew format of the game that had been designed off vanilla stock TF2 in 2009 and had always adapted to accommodate whatever Valve put in the game, banning most things that did not abide by their meta. And so Valve wanted to bridge this gap between competitive TF2 and vanilla TF2, but because these are two completely different games with completely different pacing, where one class's balance is entirely different than in the vanilla game, you cannot have these things bridge across. And so as a result, you got a competitive format that no one wanted and no one wanted to play. That's why they did what they did.
I do want to note, going back to like the weapon bans, that there is no, I mean, there actually is like a whitelist for sixes, but I think since it was kind of implemented, the different regions have still kind of branched off. So the lock and load and market gardener are banned in ETF2L, which is the European league, like division of sixes. But even still, that kind of just furthers Zesty's point that even if the competitive players themselves are in a disagreement about like which weapons are and are not in line with their own like competitive vision, how would you ever expect Valve to do that? Like to unify everything?
Exactly. And that's another point, is that with Dota 2 and with Counter-Strike, Valve effectively established what the competitive formats should be. As with TF2, it was entirely grassroots. The players determined what the competitive formats should be. Valve had no control over it. They could not set a standard because also the players themselves could not set a standard. And like you said, you had different global leagues that had different rules. There was no unifying rule set that everyone abided by. And that was another catastrophic chasm that Valve could not cross. As someone said, they tried to appeal to everyone and ended up appealing to no one. Shocker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I read something that made me a little bit upset. My apologies. Not in chat. It was elsewhere. And because of that, I lost my point. Fuck. I had actually a thing to say. Shit. Oh, yeah, because you said like the idea of Valve balancing TF2 around competitive. It's like they're two different games. I wonder if a similar thing would happen. This is like a complete hypothetical, but because casual and competitive TF2 are about as different as a game's speedrunning community is from its regular playthrough of it, or at least they're almost as separate from each other. And I imagine that if you had a game be balanced around the speedrunning community, it would go down a similar path of just random shit being changed that bugs the people who play the game normally, just so that, like, more people would try and speedrun the game. It'd be a really weird thing to have happen because, how different these things are.
No, yeah, and listen, let me use the same logic on you that competitive players had. Let's say we take another equally small but cool sphere, right? A different way people play the game. Let's say we have randomizer. Let's say we have all crit servers. Let's say we have versus Saxton Hale. Let's say we have a comparatively small sphere of players enjoying this alternative way to play the game that is so far removed from vanilla that they have to impose their own balance changes and their own rule sets. Imagine if you start balancing vanilla TF2 to appease to these other smaller spheres. And how it would royally fuck up the game.
Well, yeah, because
that's why when they shipped versus Saxton Hale, it has its own custom balancing.
Well, yeah,
because you can't impose what's required for that format to work on the vanilla game. But Valve couldn't use that simple logic when trying to impose competitive. They thought that they could try to shoehorn everything that is TF2 into a competitive format.
Well, yeah, because the game was formatted around being a casual experience when it started. If the foundation has already been set, you can't go back on that without making massive changes to the game at large that disrupt your casual audience. It's like if you wanted to make TF2 a competitive game, you almost have to build a completely separate game because TF2 is so fundamentally distant from a competitive game.
Well, that's exactly what the community did, is they built their own versions of the game. They effectively built different games, especially sixes, in order to facilitate a competitive esport.
Yeah.
Because they needed to make it faster, predictable. Well, really, that's it. Faster, more fast-paced, more predictable, and highly repetitive. That was more dependent on individual skill expression. And when you have a chaotic 12v12 game where players are allowed to do whatever the fuck they want and change their classes and change their weapons on the fly at any time, you get a completely different experience in an esport. You get a staggered, slowed mess that cannot even begin to be compared to anything that resembles a sport.
Yeah, I agree.
All of these issues fed into the single biggest grievance with competitive: abandonment. When someone abandoned a match after it had already started, the match was over, and no one would gain any rank. Even if your team was seconds away from winning, you wouldn't get anything if little Timmy on the other team yanked out his Ethernet cord. Then it was right back to queuing, where you had to stare at the lobby screen that was still a blatant copy from MVM. Abandonment was always going to be an issue at the start, since so many people were trying the new mode at once. If someone decided mid-match that competitive mode wasn't for them, then they had no reason to stick around. There wasn't any reward to grind for. The only penalty for abandoning was a cooldown, which meant nothing to someone that didn't want to play anyways.
I have no idea how they thought this was a good idea. Like, it genuinely baffles me that you thought that, like, you could have, a comp mode where if anyone leaves, the second the game ends, or seconds before the game is over, like, there are no rewards and nothing happens. Like, that's wild to me.
Yep.
It's genuinely one of the wildest, like, most insane decisions I've ever seen a developer make.
And that was the biggest criticism throughout the entire beta.
Yeah, and they just didn't fix it for some reason. Like, I don't even know if that doesn't even work under Zesty's framework. Like, why wouldn't you fix that if you want the competitive mode to be successful?
Well, because when you have a competitive game, like with organized formats of 6v6 and Highlander, no one would leave. And if someone left, the game would stop. Because if someone leaves, how could you determine a winner and a loser?
Yeah, but
that's why they made games automatically end. And of course, it's entirely antithetical to like being able to play the game at all, because then you just can't play. It's fucked.
Well, yeah, but that's not even how it works in Counter-Strike competitive. At least not that I know. Like, obviously in Counter-Strike tournaments, if someone leaves the game, the other team... I don't actually know if that's true.
No, exactly, yeah.
I don't even know if that's true there, actually, now that I think about it. Because, like, if someone leaves in a Counter-Strike tournament, they're just down a man. It's not like it gives the other team a disadvantage or anything.
I think they go to a pause, or they just don't do the match if they're short a player. But like, and if it happens like mid-round, which I don't recall any instance where that has happened. If someone like leaves mid-round, then like it's a forfeit, I think.
Yeah, I don't understand. This is just one of the most baffling. This doesn't assist with anything. This is just stupid. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and if someone leaves in competitive TF2, it's always used a pause. Or if something happens, it uses a pause, and then they resume play.
Crazy. Also,
but what
chat in Overwatch, I believe what happens is if someone, Alan can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but if someone leaves on either team, the people who are on the team that the person left from get priority queue and like some extra reward or like a consolation, or like they don't drop rank, I think, something like that.
But what if your match had a cheater in it? You couldn't kick them, so the match was effectively ruined. Why stay for that?
Just imagine not allowing for players to kick people. Something that was in Counter-Strike.
Surely nothing will go wrong.
No. Surely nothing bad will happen.
Oh, yes. Oh, man, Meet Your Match was great. Love this update. Best update. Wow. Holy shit. I can't imagine what this was like on launch. People must have thought TF2 was over.
Yes. A lot of people left. Because think about this, for 3 weeks, the game, or for more than 3 weeks, but especially so for the first 3 weeks, you just could not play the game at all, except on community servers. But during that time, they were dying. So like I have like a black hole in my memory of just not touching the game in 2016 because it was impossible.
Yep.
Yeah, Alan. Yeah.
What if your game ran at 20 FPS because of the forced graphics? What if you ran out of time to play? Because
the forced graphic settings would also make people with custom HUDs crash, and so there were shitloads of people trying to play the game with custom HUDs, custom graphic shit. And if you got into these servers, your game would just die, and so all these rounds would just never start because of the forced graphic settings, which is so fucking stupid.
And that's just more evidence of Valve wanting to make like their own competitive formats, regardless of what the actual competitive players would have wanted.
Yep.
Yeah. So exactly. Again, just like appealing to absolutely nobody.
Yeah, they couldn't even succeed at the thing they were trying to do.
Yeah, because they were trying to have full control over the competitive experience and keep the level of entry low to have it as close to the vanilla game as possible. Because all competitive was vanilla TF2, just smaller team sizes. Where have we seen this before? Could it be Counter-Strike? Shocker! With a couple of different game rules, of course. Different monetary costs for weapons and what have you, and also for TF2, no random crits, no random bullet spread, but basically the same fucking game. Wow! Valve maintaining an incestuous relationship between all of their games for the sake of using one as a testing grounds for the other? Man! Wouldn't have thought of that.
Zesty Jesus, I think you're onto something here.
I think I am.
Nah, I think he's stupid.
I'm noticing a pattern.
They didn't make
you're noticing.
They didn't make Half-Life 2 Deathmatch competitive, Zesty. What do you have to say to that?
They should have. Could have been the next big esport. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows?
Big money. Big women. Big fun.
Big women. I hear there.
That should be the headline.
Not Alan. Sorry.
Catchphrase.
Zesty, have you seen that clip of famous NBA commentator and former player Charles Barkley talking about big women in San Antonio, Texas?
Yes. It's an infamous clip in my hometown. Yes.
I was gonna say that's one of the best fucking things I've ever seen.
No, it's really funny.
And chat, the big women in San Antonio, Texas are not free. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, they are not free.
No, they are not free.
If anything, they're very expensive.
Speaking from experience.
A lot of high-class ladies in this town. You gotta take them to a nice dinner.
Yeah.
Do they accept TF2 weapons?
Thankfully, yes. They take keys.
They take keys.
Keys, cash, or credit.
You just pull up with like a dumpster truck of actual keys.
The big three forms of transactions.
Yes.
Then yet another match that had a cheater, or was a stomp, or dragged on forever. Repeat this process a few times and great. Now you're locked out of competitive for an entire month, which meant longer queue times for everyone else that's still trying in vain to have fun.
Here comes the best part.
So it was practically impossible to find a competitive game and play it to completion. But let's say you got really lucky and managed to play a full match. Was it worth all the waiting and frustration? Not really, because Valve's competitive was nothing more than a glorified pub.
A bit.
Yeah, sure.
Because after the showing the cooldown, I explained something else that really made it fucked.
What the fuck? Hold on.
Abandonment was always going. Wasn't for them, then they had no reason to stick around. There wasn't any reward to grind for. The only penalty for abandoning was a cooldown, which meant nothing to someone that didn't want to play anyways. But what if your match had a cheater in it? You couldn't kick them, so the match was effectively ruined. Why stay for that? What if your game ran at 20 FPS because of the forced graphics? What if you ran out of time to play, because 5CP games can theoretically last forever, and the opposing team kept stacking Engie and stalemating every match? Since no one gained any rank from abandoned games, veterans continued to be pitted against fresh installs, because the matchmaking saw them as being the same rank, rank 1. And here's the kicker. Repeated abandonment punished you with increasingly long cooldowns. Makes sense, except the increased cooldowns wouldn't go back down over time. No, they only went down after completing games. Something that wasn't happening very—
They couldn't do it, yeah. So that was a huge issue, was that people were literally trying to play the game and then getting into games that were unplayable, so they just left because this is TF2, the game where if you don't like the server, you are free to leave, except not anymore, and then they'd realize like, oh shit, I have like a 3-hour cooldown or whatever. And
imagine
they were just
punishing.
fucked.
Imagine punishing players for leaving a server in a game that had never done that before. Ever. In the near decade leading up to this update, some moron at Valve had the bright idea in their thick fucking skull that they should punish players for leaving a server.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck were you thinking? Holy shit.
But Zesty, they're hurting their team by leaving.
Unfucking believable.
Yeah. Someone in chat said, this is purely anecdotal. Memory is super faulty. Do we have any stats or data? And before, I'm sure Zesty has an answer to that that's better than what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say, I want to commend Lister. You know, I said I wasn't going to glaze. I'm glazing Lister a little bit more. So many videos we cover on this show feature, you know, footage on the screen that has nothing to do with what the person is saying. And every time Lister has made a claim, he's put a picture of the thing that he's saying happened. So at the very least, we know it happened to at least one person. And as long as it happened to one person, it's believable that it happened to probably at least 12 times that amount of person. Or that amount of people.
That is a rule for me when I put together videos, is that every sentence, or at least every unique claim, needs to have footage supporting that claim. So thank you for noticing that. I'm glad that that's actually like being picked up on.
Yes, it's fucking amazing. Because holy shit, like, man.
To call this anecdotal is wild because I was there to experience it. You're talking to someone who was there,
and you're looking at it.
Who were there, and you're looking at it happen right now.
Yeah.
This was not just some rare one-off thing. It was everywhere. It was rampant. You simply could not play TF2 when this update came out.
But Zesty, you're monetarily incentivized to be angry at me.
I'm monetarily incentivized to stretch the truth for $70. Yeah.
No, that's all. It's all a grift. You see, it's the meet your match grift. We'll never see it coming.
Very often, the process of playing competitive mode looked something like this: stare at the lobby screen, find a match, but someone's game crashed. Back to the lobby screen, find a match. It's a one-sided stomp that's over in 2 minutes. Back to the lobby screen. Find a match. It's ruined by a cheater.
Notice how all of these clips are from different people.
Yes.
Like, so we know at least 3 people experienced what he's describing. Once again, we can estimate at least 12 times that amount, you know, were there.
Well, 3 people. Keep in mind, there's 12 people per server. So that's 36 people.
Oh, well, yeah, actually, yeah, no.
having a shit time.
Yep.
Yeah, no, so even, yeah, no, you're right.
Also, I like this guy's name, Hillary Clinton.
I was going to say
TF2boost.com.
And it's just a picture of Hillary Clinton like pogging. It's great.
Oh, I didn't even see
the lobby screen.
Yeah, the picture is just Hillary Clinton going, oh, that's great.
At some point, you get fed up and abandon yet another match that had a cheater, or was a stomp, or dragged on forever. Repeat this process a few times and great. Now you're locked out of competitive for an entire month, which meant longer queue times for everyone else that's still trying in vain to have fun. So it was practically impossible to find a competitive game and play it to completion. But let's say you got really lucky and managed to play a full match. Was it worth all the waiting and frustration? Not really, because Valve's competitive was nothing more than a glorified pub. This was partly due to all of the abandonments preventing anyone from rising the ranks. Even if you were a skilled player that should have been matched with other skilled players, the matchmaking had zero way of figuring that out.
Let's go.
Teams were formed randomly, no different than in pubs, only there was no option to scramble or switch teams. It also didn't help with the pub comparisons that Valve Comp lacked any class limits or item bans. But wait, the items. This update came with about
you also basically couldn't queue with friends, right? Or like you could, but it didn't work.
Well, it would take forever.
Yeah, like that. Well,
Yeah, you could.
It just like basically.
Yeah, the party system was there. You would just never get a game because of how long the matchmaker took to actually put you into one.
Yeah.
Because what the matchmaker did is would prioritize parties of the same size. So if you were a party of 6 trying to get matched with another party of 6, it just good luck.
Chat, I have seen the Xeno video where he plays 100 matches of comp, and yes, it was painful to watch. Thank you.
challenge changes, right? Surely Valve tweaked the problematic ones to make them more fair and competitive. After all, they had loads of data that they'd said they needed from the competitive beta. Well, credit where credit's due. Teleporter cost dropping from 125 metal to 50 was a pretty awesome change.
Agreed.
So the only reason why they made that change is because they wanted to speed up engineer play so they can try to keep engineer up with a smaller, faster paced 6v6 format. But unfortunately, just cutting teleporter costs down did not save the fact that engineer still has to build his buildings. And it takes time for him to get established, and he's the most effective when he has teammates around him protecting him while he does so.
Yeah, but like,
But it was still a great change. It was still a fantastic change for everybody who played the game, who played engineer. Don't get me wrong, but that's why they made the change they did.
No.
I'm going to disagree a little bit because I feel like since it's down to 50, that means you can just plop down a teleporter and not even have to worry about building it because you don't have to really like conserve your metal. Because like before, it was 125 each, which meant you literally had to go out of your way to get more metal. So that fact alone, the fact that that's not an issue anymore, does actually make it a bit faster. But I do agree that is like...
No, it did. No, I'm not saying it didn't. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But it's still like
Wasn't enough.
Not nearly enough.
Yeah.
Because the things that matter the most, especially in a faster paced version of the game, are not teleporters but guns.
Yeah, but
by the time you build both ends of the teleporter in the faster paced game of 6v6, you've likely already capped the next point and your spawn point is moved. So that entrance is useless now.
Zesty, but surely this is an example of like the ideal meet your match change where it benefits both the competitive and casual community, right?
Well, oh yeah, this is an example of a change that benefited everyone.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, this is one of those good balancing decisions.
Oh yes, it is.
And the next one I'm about to bring up, I'd say.
As was Spy's move speed buff.
He really needed that in general. Yeah.
People were saying that for so long to make, like literally verbatim, to make him as fast as Medic. So it's kind of crazy that like after like 10 years of people saying that over and over, they were finally like, okay, fine. And yeah, it was a good change.
Yeah, no, it makes sense that that Spy would need to be as fast as like
it was so crazy that you could just
yeah. I'm glad.
Copying their heal target speed with any metagun was massive, although whether this was a good change or a bad one is still up for debate.
What do you guys think? Because I think that's,
no,
I like that change.
I don't think because it made the quick fix even less viable in normal vanilla play. Because why would you ever? Because that was like a major upside of the quick fix is that you can move as fast as a scout when you're healing somebody. But now that you can do that with any medigun, why would you ever use the quick fix in vanilla play?
But isn't that? Yeah. I think this is fine. As like in an ideal world, they would have just buffed the quick fix.
I mean, the quick fix still has the mirroring blast jumps.
That's true.
That's still kind of cool. And copying like Demonite charges and stuff. The main reason why I said in this that like it's still up for debate is that in competitive, like not Valve comp, but like actual 6v6, it's actually kind of interesting how immediately after and from what I can tell for a while afterwards, competitive players were generally not happy with this because A, it made Scout even stronger, and B, kind of like took away the like positioning aspect of medic a little bit, where they felt it let him get like a get out of jail free card by just hitching a ride off of the scout. But in more recent years, people that still play competitively are saying that they like it, or at least they think it's fine at this point. There's actually, I think this was ETF2L. They tested a plugin that removed the medic copying speed, and like 70% of players actually voted to keep it as is and not use a plugin to get it away. So just
Funny how
kind
that
of
changes.
that, yeah, it's actually really cool how like even though TF2 hasn't had any balance changes in years, there's still like developments and like people realizing like how old changes can like lead to new strategies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But thing is, I still find that really funny. But like, while they still allow certain things, they start banning others, which just shows that like never has the competitive community been able to keep like a baseline rule set that everyone could easily transfer over into, right? Because like from month to month and year to year, white lists and rule sets were changing all the time. Like different weapons would get unbanned, different weapons would get banned. You know, they would start using different plugins for different things, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but
which was an additional complication for Valve when trying to kind of quote unquote bridge the gap.
Yeah, but that's also kind of an issue with the fact that TF2 was getting regularly updated at the time. I imagine the competitive moveset since like 2020 has been basically the same.
Well, I mean, we're still getting bans now. They recently banned Lock and Load and Market Gardener
in ETF2L.
In the European League, which again, there's that schism again between different.
They're kind of known for being very ban happy.
Interesting.
Us based US are much better with that, but still.
Yeah, I think this is a good change. I just think they also should have buffed the quick fix.
No, I agree. Like someone said it was an L take because I don't think the quick fix is fine. I think the quick fix is fine. It just diminishes the benefits the quick fix had when other mediguns can now match the speed of the healing target.
See, I think that if Valve wasn't thinking about comp, like based off of like their design philosophy for other things before Meet Your Match, I think that they would have given the quick fix a buff where whoever the medic is healing gets a very slight speed boost. But because they can't have people getting to mid faster in comp, they didn't want to do that, or anything similar.
Also, while we're on the topic of the quick fix, that is a really good example of just how different casual versus competitive is. So we're talking about how quick fix is like pretty much unanimously agreed to be underpowered, right? Like we can argue about how much. So in competitive, there was one season, I think season 13 for RGL, UGC, someone, where they tested the quick fix, and it was so unanimously agreed to be broken, overpowered, where if one medic was using the quick fix, the other one had to, or they were just at an auto disadvantage.
Well, yeah.
So imagine that. Imagine a world where the quick fix was broken to that degree. That's just how different the formats are.
Yeah, different balancing, different pacing. They are different games, and you cannot balance one to appease the other.
Of like, you know, not being able to tank obscene amounts of damage and like sentries and stuff, that's just not really present in sixes because there's less people, obviously.
Yep.
Well, yeah, like I think that the quick fix ban is interesting because comp prioritizes speed a lot more than, you know, casual does. Where in comp getting to mid before your opponent is like the thing, and that's like why
game changer.
Yeah, that's like why the quick fix was banned and the GRU was banned even after being retooled.
Well, not so much that, because also the problem with the quick fix is there were issues with pushes, because with a normal Uber, you know, as much you didn't have to have an Uber to push. But then if someone's running the quick fix, you now almost have to have one, because one, the quick fix Uber builds a lot faster, and then because of that, any kind of dry push, which is when you push without an Uber, they could just immediately invalidate all the damage they did, and no one would die because they had a quick fix Uber in their back pocket, and they would very quickly build up another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the stalemates would just persist.
It's very stalemating.
It was also like partially because of the mid part, right?
Sort of.
It's mostly the stalemate part.
Yeah, a medic getting to mid fast isn't always a good thing. He usually hangs back behind his team, either with the pocket or the demo, kind of acting as the anchor. You don't want him at the front line with like the first scout that gets there. Otherwise, he's just probably going to die to the other scout that's going to focus him down.
And again, this is like a real thing that happened and was tried. So if you guys like want to look into this, just look up again. I think this was like season 13 or something. Just look up like quick fix ban in sixes. It was tried and it just was unanimously agreed to be overpowered by pretty much every competitive player.
Yep. Interesting. Okay. I'm learning here. I'm learning about comp because it's probably the aspect of TF2 I know the least about it, aside from maybe MVM. So I'm still learning.
Is still up for debate. Most of the other balance changes, however, were varying degrees of confusing. There was the Widowmaker dealing 10% more damage on their sentry's target.
This is a weird one. That was a weird one. Like, why?
I'll admit, I kind of like it. I know it does literally nothing, but I like having that extra bit of space in my mental energy of Herm. Like, I'm going to shoot the person my sentry is targeting at to get 9 more damage maximum.
I think if it were a higher damage increase, like if it, well, no,
15%, 20%, maybe. Well, I don't know.
Because then,
I mean, the Widowmaker's fine. It literally needs nothing.
Well, I agree. It's one of the most balanced weapons in the game, probably. But I was like, if they're gonna try doing something like this, like I'm just like thinking like, because it's clearly supposed to be used with like the gunslinger.
The gunslinger mini sentries.
Yeah, like that's clearly the goal. So if you want to make it that. Like, I don't know, just probably make the damage buff a little better, because 10% is, like, nothing. You're not breaking any damage thresholds with that, I don't think.
So my curiosity is, does anyone know how how that damage bonus in the Widowmaker works? Does the sentry just need to be locked on someone, and the game can tell when the sentry's locked onto the target, and then has the damage buff on?
If it's out of ammo, you still get the bonus.
Yeah,
is it? Okay.
Yeah, I assume it's just, like, the sentry targets someone, and it fills in a variable for that player's name.
What you can do is, like, this is, like, a stupid gimmick, but you could hide, like, a mini sentry and exhaust all of its ammo to like sneakily get the bonus.
Yeah,
which is like stupid and like not worth doing, but it's funny to do.
Yeah, because at most it's an extra 9 damage per shot.
Yeah. Now it'd be cool if it were a higher if it were higher, or maybe if it stayed the same, but your shotgun had more focus when your sentry was like locked on.
That would be cool.
That'd be interesting.
The sun on a stick, granting fire resistance when deployed.
That's also a really weird one, because that does nothing.
It's fine.
I mean, it's fine. It's a very niche situational bonus, but it wasn't what it needed.
It should give immunity to fire.
It should have just been like if it would have really been beneficial, it should have just been passive.
Yeah, that or that. I think it'd be interesting.
I think it should have been reverted to the original sun on a stick that could deal up to like 140 damage on a crit on a burning player.
Yeah, that too.
Go back to that.
That would also be cool.
But also, like with Scout's swing speed, oh god.
But it's like
shredder heavy.
You could only do it when someone's on fire. Like it's so inherently situational that.
Yeah.
And it's also a promotional item, so it kind of has an excuse.
Let him have the funny.
It kind of has an excuse to be gimmicky because it's a promotional item.
8 seconds of bleed.
Isn't that what he genuinely? Wait, was it for the sun on the stick or was it for something else? Because
I don't think he brought up sun on a stick.
No, it was the volcano fragment.
Oh, it was the other one from hell.
Or the enforcer piercing resistances. Like, okay, I can at least see the logic
properly.
No, it doesn't.
Like it didn't pierce the Fist of Steel or the Wrangler, I don't think.
Behind these, even if the execution is questionable, then there were changes that had no logic behind them. The buffalo steak sandwich, of all things, got nerfed, while the shortstop gained its now infamous useless shove. But there was...
How was that supposed to help competitive Zesty? I want to know.
I'll be right back. Someone's at my door.
It's me.
It's Valve.
I'm there. Yeah, it's John Valve himself.
It's John Valve. What when Valve was like, we need to make a comp update and we need to add all these competitive changes, who came up with the shove for the shortstop? I want to know it. I want to know. What was their rationale there?
My hypothesis was that since the shortstop historically was supposed to be for a support scout, they saw how people were using Air Blast supportively to, like, you know, deny Ubers and stuff. I think the shove could have been, like, mildly useful, but it's just so clunky.
Yeah.
Like you right click, and when you right click, the shove doesn't come out. It's not like Air Blast where it's instant. It's like you right click and then there's a bit of delay, and the knockback is not strong at all.
Yeah, I don't.
Poor shortstop.
Yeah, I don't know why. I'm trying to think of a way you could make the shove work, because I'm a huge fan of, there's no bad ideas, just bad execution, but like I'm genuinely struggling here. Like I'm like trying to figure out how the fuck man, I don't know. Man.
Okay, I'm back, sorry.
Zesty, how does the shove, what do you think the Valve developers were doing when they put the shove in the game? How does that help competitive?
I think they were doing cocaine.
I think I don't think this was for competitive. I think Valve was just trying to find a way to get people to use the shortstop more often, because it was the least used scout primary.
Well, they succeeded at that. It's just they don't use it for the reasons that they probably wanted.
I don't know. Maybe they thought that you would shove someone away and then follow up with all 4 shots while they were in the air. I guess. But I don't know.
You can't shove someone in the air without being like directly in front of them. And you can't be really that close to any of the classes. Like, the reason why Air Blast works is because you could use it on projectiles from a distance away. If Air Blast only worked if you were, like, right next to Soldier, it would be fucking awful.
Yeah,
the only other thing I could think of is, like, to push opposing scouts away, since they would have the advantage at close-up, but that's such, like, a fringe use case.
And you rarely see the benefit.
Really trying to find the one way to make the shove work.
Yeah, they should have gone the whole mile, since like the shortstop's already named after baseball. Instead of the shove, they should have given Scout the ability to catch projectiles. They
tried that actually.
Oh, did
that was
they?
like unreleased. It was like a catcher's mitt for the Scout update.
They should have just given that to the shortstop. He can catch one projectile.
And he eats it.
Yeah.
And then he eats it like Kirby.
Yeah, you go, wow.
There was one change in particular that drove the entire community into a frenzy.
Bison?
One that proved, without a shadow of doubt, that Valve did not play their own game. So, the Righteous Bison? That garbage soldier secondary that shoots lasers? Well, when it first released back in 2011, it was actually pretty good. And it was a well-known fact at the time that the Bison's projectile could hit the same player multiple times, meaning if someone was retreating, they'd take extra damage. That's why it was used. It was a good, fun alternative to the shotgun that punished players who tried to run away. There was even an in-game tip about it, which clearly states the Righteous Bison can hit the same enemy multiple times. Now fast forward to meet your match, where the Bison's mechanic of hitting the same person multiple times was removed. Huh, I wonder why. Did they think it was too powerful or something? Nope, it was listed as a bug.
Yeah, I saw just when I was doing research.
Like, holy shit.
When I was doing research for this UFR, I saw that and was like, what? Because I don't know why I knew this, but some part of my brain told me that it wasn't a bug. They were like, oh, it's a bug, and that like my brain went, what? Like, because there's some part of my brain from like watching YouTube videos about TF2 in 2014 that was like, that doesn't sound right.
Well, no, and this is just more evidence that whoever was working on TF2 at this point were just not around when the game was being developed and made. Like, these are obvious new hires that were doing these things.
Well, this is like a direct example of that. Like this is proof of like people saying like the whole, oh, the new developers, there was no evidence of contradiction between old style versus new style. It's all the same. Like, this is just direct evidence. Yeah, this is
the only other argument you could make is that the bug was not the multiple hits, but the damage varying wildly. But the wording clearly says the bug is the projectile hitting multiple times.
Yeah, and also if it was the damage to being wildly varied, like why would you to remove it instead of just fixing it so that the damage was more consistent?
Yeah.
But the damage was consistent. Like, people who were using it understood that it would deal a range of damage when you're shooting somebody. Like,
yeah, it's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
The mechanic that was objectively not a bug, but an intended feature, was removed because someone at Valve thought it was a bug. Let me tell you, this got people's blood boiling.
I love that picture.
And Valve
that's a great image.
didn't stop there, no. They nerfed the Bison even further by slowing down the projectile. With any other balance change, you can find some semblance of logic if you squint hard.
Oh, sorry.
Enough. But there is literally no explanation for this other than Valve not playing their own game. Valve's competitive was a flop, and it was entirely their fault. The community had told them.
I might push back a little bit. I think that Valve kind of engaged in a fool's errand when they decided to try and add a competitive mode to TF2 in the first place.
Yeah,
like
that still makes it entirely their fault.
No, okay,
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain because I agree, but I mean it's not the fact that they. Like, I agree that they attempted something and it was a bad idea, but unless they were going to redesign TF2 from the ground up, I don't think they should have attempted it in the first place, which I agree is still their fault, but it's more of it's more of like a you shouldn't have tried this rather than a you tried it and failed and that was the problem. It's like, why did you even bother? You know? Like, I don't know how this could have gone well unless they, you know, reworked everything about the game genuinely.
Yes.
I do agree with that. I get what you're saying. Like, just like the placement of me stating that right after the balance changes implies that it could have worked. I get what you're saying, yeah.
Well, yeah, like it is Valve's fault. It's just like the competitive update being bad. It's like it was always going to be bad. It's almost like they shouldn't have tried. Because to execute that idea well, you'd have to legitimately reconstruct TF2 almost entirely, I think.
The only way that it would have worked is if they pushed competitive 6v6 as its own game mode, like man versus machine, with its own balancing and rules, which is what people thought it was going to be. People thought it was going to be its own game mode with its own balancing and rules and isolated from the vanilla game, and that would have been the ideal outcome. But even then, in that most ideal outcome, it would now be Valve establishing the rule set for 6v6 and not the community. And so that schism would still exist between, like, who gets to decide what is and is not banned? Who gets to decide what class limits should or should not be there? Who does Valve get to decide, or does the community get to decide at this point? What format now becomes the established standard? And because there was no established standard that could be set by Valve, even that utmost ideal situation would have failed, and they would have eventually moved on from the official competitive version back to the ones they have been playing for the past 6-7 years.
At the what?
Hello, I'm here. Should I change my profile picture so I'm not the grandma with the gaming glasses smoking weed? Okay, cool.
No, you can
I'm
keep
sticking
it.
with this profile picture then.
You just keep that. I think it's funny. How are you doing?
I do want to point out, going back to the topic, that when they were doing the beta tests for the Valve comp, there were a lot of people that were like legit excited and legitimately did have fun. So I don't know. I feel like in an alternate universe, this could have worked, kind of. Like, not been like, I don't think it ever would have been like a big thing like Valve was hoping for. But I think I agree with Zesty. It could have been something in line with like MVM, just like a little side thing, like a little official alternate way to play the game that a subset of players would enjoy.
But isn't it funny that that's now what they're leaning into, are these alternative ways to play the game that a subset of players enjoy via versus Saxton Hale, via Zombie Infection. They had done this before with Manpower and also Pastime in this update. But ultimately, these alternative ways of playing the game eventually die, even with new content being put into them, because once the novelty wears off, people go back to the vanilla version of the game that they came for in the first place. And these smaller spheres of TF2 do retain small, dedicated player bases, but they never become a large, established group. And the same could be said for competitive TF2. It has always been that way.
Yerp.
What do you think about Meet Your Match?
I mean, are you expecting me to say it was a good update? Like,
what?
Yeah,
No,
we need.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, no, I was. Yeah,
Real hot take here, but it kind of sucked.
Yeah, no,
Granted, I think when it dropped, I think way more than anything else, the thing that offended me most was the bison changes. Like, that's what I was rallying behind getting reverted. Like, in the end, casual only bothered me so much. The bison change. That was a cause I was rallying.
That was the
behind
straw
right
that broke the camel's back.
That
for
was,
you.
Yeah, literally. It's like, why would you take one of the worst weapons in the game and nerf it?
Crying.
No, I agree, Cypherlock. The way that it should have been handled was its own game mode without touching the rest of the game, just like they did with Man vs. Machine. But Valve didn't want to do that because balancing two different versions of the game at the same time, they just wanted to avoid that altogether because it's double the work, basically.
And then
they didn't want to
funny
do that.
you say that because they ended up needing to do that anyways. Yay!
Yay! Because they fucked up so bad.
And they refused to go back. Yippee! Woohoo!
Yay!
What you want to join the watch together?
Oh yeah. What channel is it in?
UFR General.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh man. Oh fuck.
John Valve is at the door again. Banny sends his hitmen to Zesty.
Hey, how long have you been doing YouTube? I'm curious.
About 3 years now, I think.
Do comments ever like stop making you sad? Does that happen to you yet?
I don't think comments have ever really bothered me too much.
I read a comment during
like maybe there's a couple comments I've seen that have like gotten under my skin, but I've never had like a day ruined over a comment because I figured it's like it's just the internet and that's just how the internet is.
I mean, I read a comment during UFR. I'm not going to elaborate anymore, but it genuinely made me a little sad because it was like I thought you were better than this kind of comment, and those just make me sad. I haven't gotten to the tier of YouTuber where I can just be like, no, they're all names on a screen. I don't care about them anymore. I just haven't gotten there yet.
Lucid, you are valid. You are hecking valid.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
But I miss.
You're a wholesome little chungus, Lucid.
You really are.
Thanks. I was Zesty, I was talking about like have you gotten to that tier of YouTuber where comments don't make you sad anymore?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
I still read comments and go, "Why'd the person type this? They didn't even watch the video." It just makes me irrationally angry. Like, why would you even bother commenting on something you either don't understand or didn't even watch the video?
Yeah, I read a comment earlier and I've been trying to brush it off, but it made me really sad because it was like I thought you were better than this kind of comment, and it was just like, man. Yeah, and I don't think the person like who said it is correct about like what they said. I just think that like it's sad that like they have a difference of perspective and I can't really change it, and that's just kind of sad to me.
Yeah,
I don't know. I haven't gotten to that part where they're just names on a screen and they're not real people. You know, I haven't dehumanized everyone in my chat and in my comment section yet. You know. That's
hold on. I never said that all of my commenters are inhuman. Like ants compared to me, and I'm their god. I never implied.
You just said
that.
it now. You just said it now.
That's what the
well, I mean, now I said it, and yes, I did.
Everyone clip that.
Everyone clip that.
Remove the part where he explicitly said I didn't say that, and just pick it up at all my viewers are worms.
Yeah.
Once you develop the mentality that you are a product and not a person online as a YouTuber, then your life's going to go a lot better.
Yeah, no, I haven't gotten there yet because I actually like genuinely I do care about the people who watch my videos, and like I want to make all of their lives better with the content that I make. But you know that just kind of makes me sad sometimes, and I guess that's the price to be paid.
I used to have the same mentality, and then at some point you realize that you're just never going to please everyone. It's impossible. No matter what you do online, you're always going to piss someone off for whatever dumb reason they have in their head.
Well, it's not like
you can make videos. You can make videos about little cute puppies or kittens, and then someone's going to come and scream at you for making videos about cute puppies or kittens.
Well, like I don't. It's not like I want to please everyone. It's more like for the people who watch my videos and like actually are invested. I want them to have a good takeaway from it, and like and yeah.
I get you.
I don't know.
Most people do.
I don't know. That was weird and random, but I needed to say it at some point because it was genuinely bothering me from earlier when I saw that. So
damn.
I shouldn't have opened my phone. My apologies.
Never open your phone.
Lesson learned.
Have you guys ever gotten like truly schizo comments before?
Oh yes.
Like absolute. Like I still remember on one of my first videos I uploaded like a casual funny moments compilation, and one of the comments was accusing me of being one of the bot hosters and calling me like a plethora of slurs, even though like I didn't even mention bots in the video, and I think that comment has stuck with me for years.
Maybe someone was impersonating you with like bot accounts.
Yeah, I have no idea because I was not popular enough. I had like 10K subs when I made that vid, less than that.
I still think my particular favorite schizo moment was when someone was trying to paint me and my audience as an army of little Hitlers. I think that was like the shining moment of holy shit, there are some really genuinely mentally ill people online. It was fucking hilarious. We agree.
So, the what I've already told you that like my example of this was when someone pointed out that I have more hours in DeBlob, a game that I speed ran for years, than TF2. By like not even that big of an amount, and said that because of that I am a grifter, and I don't believe anything that I say. That's my favorite moment. Man, that was great. I feel like in the TF2 space specifically, like there's more schizo shit than there is in other communities. I feel like how often do you think Musel could get schizo comments?
That's hard to quantify.
How often do you think Musel gets comments saying that he's like a mastermind who's engineered?
Oh, I'm sure a lot. There's no way he doesn't. I'm sure it just grows and grows no matter what sphere you're in.
I have to. I wonder.
That's how the internet is.
I have to ask him. I'll have to ask him about that. Yeah, no, I don't understand it. I also, Cypherlock told me this through the grapevine. Someone said that the only reason I wanted to start the Minecraft SMP was so that I could farm views, like me specifically, which I thought was a particularly special comment. Like,
I can't believe you made a YouTube account and uploaded videos to that account to farm views.
Well, like the idea that like I started an SMP. And like most of the people on it are smaller creators than I am, and I wanted to farm views from them. That's crazy. Like that's
always something I found really funny is just like you doing normal YouTuber things, like I don't know, like starting a Discord server, and then people in your comment section will be like, "You're doing this as a publicity stunt," and it's like, well, I'm a YouTuber. Isn't that the point? Isn't everything we do technically a publicity stunt? Like, isn't that the point?
Yeah, no, that's part of being a YouTuber is making content and engaging with your audience and then growing your audience. It's kind of
put a glass dome around my house. I'm never gonna fucking forgive you. I have to get rid of that now.
No, I will do it for you. Look,
I popped into your stream briefly, and I'm like, oh,
I was building a glass dome around. It's not even finished. Also, Zesty, are you aware that it's called the TF2 bubble? And I'm trapped
in it.
And you're
trapped me in the bubble. No, you should have used orange glass.
No, it's great. I wish you didn't see Minecraft as such a high commitment, so that you could also be trapped in the Minecraft bubble with the rest of us.
Man, the Minecraft bubble is a very big time sink. All right, I don't have that kind of time anymore. Actually, I do have that time. I just spent it playing TF2 and Counter-Strike instead. So.
Oh, so you're lame, is what I'm hearing.
I am
lame. You're lame,
yes.
And you lied to me. I can't believe it.
I'm lame. Well, no, I did say that Minecraft's a huge commitment, and I didn't feel like doing it.
Chat, have your way with them.
Look. Minecraft's a huge time. I think every Minecraft playthrough I've ever done with friends, it's like, okay, you want to start a server? That's cool. I'll hop in, and then I'll play like once, and then everyone will play like hours without me in the days that I'm gone, and they'll all have like netherite armor when I'm back. I'm like, okay, guys, I'm back, and they're like, oh, we killed the Ender Dragon 4 days ago.
Yeah, That's why I don't want to get too much into it, but that's why I chose the version that I did, was because I didn't want to. I wanted to try and avoid like the hyper acceleration of Minecraft's progression. So I picked a version of the game that I think has a shorter progression and also one that's like much slower. So like there are people on the server who have been playing for a while and still don't have like the highest tier armor because of the version that I chose. And I think it's turned out pretty well. I'm happy with the SMP so far.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Anyways, you're still lame, and I can't believe that you decided to join. You drag your sorry ass in here. Frankly, I'm offended.
I just had to
call your viewers
tell you
worms.
that you're a worm compared to me, and that you're nothing compared to me because you're a worm. That's why I came.
I will have you know, I reached 30,000 subscribers.
Oh,
congrats!
I reached 30,000 whole subscribers. That's like what, like a fourth of you? Look, I'm a fourth of the man that the what is. Okay, that's all I need. That's all I need. But yeah. Anyways, this video is pretty cool. We're watching it. in talking about it. I hear, probably.
It's all right, I guess.
Yeah, this guy made it.
Whatever.
Fucking hate that guy, Lister. Fucking
Yeah.
Listerine. Am I right?
What a dweeb.
Got him.
His breath smells good and stuff. What a loser.
Put him in my mouth
Not
and swish him around.
Not even the good flavor.
What?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't.
Anyways.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll move on.
Oh no.
Don't take that out of context.
No.
They nerfed the Bison even further by slowing down the projectile. With any other balance
still
change,
don't know why
you
they
can
did
find
that.
some semblance of logic
too
if you
good.
squint hard enough.
It was the
But
slowest
there is-
projectile in the game.
Until the Pomson got nerfed again.
No, because the Pomson, the Pomson 1600 hammer units. I forgot. I think the Pomson's 1,000 hammer units. The Bison was 800 hammer units per second, which was the slowest projectile in the game.
Wow. Is it still?
No, it got buffed when it got partially.
It got buffed in
Jungle Inferno.
Oh yeah, and the blue moon.
Buffed in
bit.
very, very loose quotation
Yeah.
marks because now it's even worse than Meet Your Match was.
Ugh. Also, I forgot to mention, Dialga tipped $5 to say, please ask the what the daily news updates on the syringe gun are.
It still sucks. Sorry, guys.
Can't believe you do this like that.
It's literally
But yeah.
no explanation
Lucid, have you
for
ever
this
tried
other
using
than
the Bison in the modern age?
I have not used the Bison ever because I have only heard that it is awful. So I have been like
Okay,
de-incentivized
so,
to
Like
use
pulling
it.
your teeth out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in a pre-Meet Your Match world, the Bison, it fires and it hits due to the way that the projectile works. It like as long as it's touching the enemy's hitbox, it will continuously hit it to deal continuous damage. So like even though at max ramp up the Bison did like what was it like 20 damage per tick, like you could rack up like 70 to like 90 damage per shot. So the DPS was not too far from the shotgun. However, in Meet Your Match, obviously they nerf it, so they make it so it does 1 instance of damage per connection with an enemy player. And I think that max ramp up, it did like 70-ish damage. So already this is a straight nerf compared to before. But we already discussed that. So now you come to Jungle Inferno and they revert the Bison to the Meet Your Match Bison. However, the Bison used some form of fire particle, and obviously those were changed in Jungle Inferno due to the Pyro update. So in today's world, the Bison will only connect 1 to 3 times. So if you're using the Bison, if you shoot someone point blank with it, you can deal 20 damage and that's it. Point blank. Max ramp up, 20 damage.
Is it the worst weapon in the game?
It is one of, if not the worst weapons in the game, yeah.
That's
20 damage at max ramp up, 40 damage if you're lucky, and like 60 damage if they are very generous.
Do you think?
And that's just the modern iteration, and I'm shocked because Valve has shown they'll like do some like weapon balancing in the form of bug fixes because they just did that with the Gas Passer, Iron Bomber.
Yeah.
I still have no idea how the Bison has made it this far without some sort of fix.
I was gonna say because the Gas Passer got like kind of buffed, it's probably better than the Bison now, which is a horrifying thought.
At least you can do at least you can do a shitty bushwhacker combo with it now. What does the Bison have going for it?
That's like the Gas Passer can kill things. I don't think the Bison has done that ever. I don't think it's possible. Like, do you think someone's gotten a Hail Zone Bison like legitimately post Jungle Inferno? Is it possible? I don't know.
Mine has 578 kills on it. I just checked.
Now Valve bans you for hacking if you get a Hail Zone with the Bison.
It's not possible
because you must be cheating somehow.
Yeah, there's no way.
I think even if you had aim hacks and like crit hacks, I feel like still you could not perform at all with the Bison because due to the projectile speed being so slow.
Yeah,
not even hacks could predict where it goes.
It might be a physical impossibility to have a Hail Zone Bison legitimately post Jungle Inferno, like 7 years.
It's not impossible.
No, I think if we like calculated it, it has to be impossible.
I've gotten 578 kills over the course of like 2-ish years having this thing. It's not impossible.
What? Hail Zone is like 10,000.
Hail Zone is 8,500, I believe.
Oh shit!
It's possible.
Oh,
Wow, fake fan.
Might be possible.
Fake
yeah,
fan,
no,
everyone. He doesn't know the specific number to Hail Zone.
Oh no, I'm a grifter. No. Oh my gosh, I didn't write that.
You really were a grifter.
I didn't write that information.
As repentance, you have to get 1,000 kills with the bison.
No. One time I did a stream where I got 100 kills in the span of the stream with the stock bat, and that was a fun stream. That's just unrelated. I just like that was a
That's
thing
funny.
that
No, I did the same exact thing because I had a bat saber and I was doing a challenge with it.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How much does that cost, by the way?
When I bought it, it was like $400, and I sold it after I made the video, and I regret it because now the price of a strange bat saber is like $500 to $600.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
If you squint hard enough.
Buy the dip,
but there.
I thought Lister was talking in call, and no, it was just the video.
It's
Listen,
literally.
I felt someone just sent me this to me, going to not yank us out of the matchmaking thing, but about the spy cosmetic. That person who said that people's eyeballs average colors, therefore the spy cosmetics paint region is okay, has now posted this to Twitter claiming that, oh, I was merely trolling the entire time.
The age-old argument. Merely pretending.
I was merely pretending, even though in like the replies to his tweet, he's like defending his take tooth and nail. And now that he got fucking bitch slapped in my video, he can't take it. And he just says, "Oh, I was just trolling." It's so good. Fuck. Oh
I always love the instant 182. I was only pretending to be. I was only trolling the entire time.
I was only merely trolling. Oh my god.
How hard is it to just admit that the cosmetic is just ugly? How hard is this to just admit?
How hard is it to admit that you're just wrong? Like, dude, come on.
I need to hold on.
I posted it in podcast.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Well, he doesn't do anything except like he just fast forwards my criticism of his take and then like puts a GIF over it, like, "Oh, troll complete," even though he was like defending his position under Squim's tweet. Like he was clearly making those tweets with full intention and belief in what he was saying.
Yeah, no, I don't. How is it a troll when you're like making a point? And
then also defending that point to people who are refuting it in the replies.
Like, wait, what the fuck are we doing? Every time we get like anyone disagrees with us, we could just say, "Oh, sorry, I was trolling."
Yeah,
every single time we get that.
Merely pretending.
It was Schrodinger's troll. You see, if you had not, if you had agreed with me, I would have been making the point genuinely. But because you disagree with me, I was trolling.
Exactly.
Guys, I have an admission.
Yeah.
I've actually been trolling this entire time.
No.
Oh, what?
You think
this
no,
video
not
you're
like
watching right now?
Not
this
like
video
this.
is an entire troll.
No.
You've all been trolled. I'm sorry.
You actually loved Meet Your Match? Oh no.
What a horrible take that is.
You liked the bison change?
Yeah, it was too good.
Yeah, did you put you actually put the bison change in the game? Actually, that's crazy.
I did. Yeah.
That was you.
I was there.
Yeah, you were the reason why it makes no sense. It was a troll. It was a troll and it was funny.
yeah, I trolled TF2.
Mm-hmm. I will now make a video essay about it. The man who trolled TF2.
No explanation for this other than Valve not playing their own game.
Well, no, see, now we know the explanation, which was that Lister did it. Yeah, Lister's actually spreading propaganda right now when he is the reason why the bison is in the state that it is.
I'm going to make a 3-hour video called Lies, Deception, and Manipulation, the Lister story. And I'm gonna get your ass, all right? You can't keep getting away with this.
Is that a Dawes reference?
Is it?
Yeah, because he made that.
It could be.
It sounds like the... Anyway,
is that really what it was called?
I'm pretty sure
Lies, Deception, and Manipulation.
It was something. It was like
that's like the generic YouTuber drama title.
Yeah, Sunny Bishu type beat.
The Lister story.
The Lister story.
Lies, Deception, and Manipulation.
The man who trolled the world.
Valve was a flop, and it was entirely
Meet your troll.
Their fault. The community had told them time and time again what they needed to do to fix competitive, and Valve just didn't do it. It was a total rush job. But why? There was so much excitement behind matchmaking. Did Valve rip?
People are doing the Mr. Beast like exposed thing with just, I was on a podcast with Lister. He's a fraud.
I put Zesty in the self-isolation for his takes.
My crimes.
This might be a little off topic, but I think it's funny. Did you guys? I don't know if you guys follow me on Twitter. Did you guys see that tweet I made where I said I worked for Mr. Beast?
No, what? No. Wait, hold on.
Okay, so I put out a tweet where I said I worked for Mr. Beast, and it was a thread, and I just said outlandish evil things he would do on set, and I would say things like he killed gorillas and turned them into pajamas and wore them to set. He likes to go whaling off the coast of Fiji, and like he tries to give his employees lean and calls it a potion and stuff like that. And everyone there was a disturbingly large amount of people who are like, this. I can't tell if he's joking. Why is he lying on the internet for views like this? Absolutely not picking up that it was like sarcasm at all.
This is crazy. Why?
I said he kills gorillas and likes to watch the life fade from their eyes for fun, and people are like, I can't tell if he's joking.
Well, that is in character.
Yeah, that sounds like Mr. Beast to me.
He can't keep getting away with it.
On multiple occasions.
Let me see if I can find one.
On multiple occasions, he pitched the idea of setting my friends on fire challenge. Whenever I told him the idea was ridiculous and psychotic, he'd laugh awkwardly and try to play it off as a joke. He'd bring a strange liquid in glass bottles and go around set trying to convince people to drink his devious potions. Turns out it was just lean. This is a good bit. I don't know why people don't understand that it's a bit. That's fascinating.
It's... Oh my god, I really hope this isn't satire. I can't trust some random guy on the internet. Where are these workers? Like, there's so many people that thought this was me trying to, like, get views for it.
No, you're grifting. So it's the Mr. Beast grift. You don't understand.
The what situation is insane.
Guys.
The what drama is huge.
The what drama?
I can't believe the what just did this! Exclamation point.
How do you guys feel knowing personally at any moment you could quit what you're currently doing, make drama slop, and become rich, and it's just that easy?
I never think about that because I could never live with myself if that were the life that I lived. Like, genuinely, I would rather not be a YouTuber than be subjected to doing it. I'm genuinely serious.
At any moment, your ticket out of the hood is waiting. And it's just that easy.
Is that a threat? The what? Are you threatening to do that right now?
I'm threatening you to make drama. Yes, I'm threatening you to make huge drama content. Yes.
Purple Colonel's in chat. He said, "Delete meet your match. Delete TF2." Thoughts?
Hashtag kill TF2. He's right. TF2 players have had it too good for too long.
Yeah.
We gotta embrace a deadlock.
Game's so bad.
Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because the game I played Deadlock. It's awful. Okay. I did not have a good time. It's hard for me to say that it's awful because I did not play enough of it, but I had a horrible time trying to learn.
But the game was just announced like yesterday. You needed more time.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, my pet.
It's a new game.
The thing that really bugs me is people are like, well, why are you guys so unhappy that TF2's filled with bots? You got TF3. It's called Deadlock.
That's real. Can you believe that that's real? That's crazy.
They have rocket jumping.
I have seen so many people be like, why are TF2 players not liking Deadlock more? It's basically the same game in the same genre. And it's like these games have maybe 1% DNA in common in the fact that there's characters that fill roles and have guns. Any other aspect of the game is horribly different and unlike TF2.
Deadlock's a third-person shooter.
I know, but the amount of times I've seen people be like, TF2 fans are so unhappy, yet they just got the sequel, the spiritual successor they've been waiting for. Bro, it's called Deadlock.
Bro, why are TF2 players complaining? They can go play Splatoon right now. It's like the same game. What the fuck?
Why are TF2 players complaining? They can go outside, go to a park, and play chess with a stranger. Why do they care so much?
They could go out to a bar, meet a woman, and potentially talk to her. What the fuck?
You can literally get married, have children, and buy a house. Why are you complaining about TF2 right now?
TF2. It's like the Onion type article. It's like TF2 player quits TF2, instantly becomes rich, has a wife and children.
TF2 YouTuber quits TF2, makes drama content, gets married, buys a house. There we go. There's your Onion article.
Still hates Deadlock.
Really sacrificed all of it just to get the update out a few weeks earlier? Well, remember
this footage of people conging in the supposed competitive mode is very funny.
How there was that
it's a
what is waiting for players, but yeah.
I know. I just think it's still funny.
That long gap between stress test number 9 in March and stress test.
Actually excited.
Well, because like even in now, granted this isn't like universal, but even like Overwatch, if you're waiting for a game and you're playing like deathmatch, people still take it like deadly seriously.
Boo.
Yeah.
Number 10 in June. Something kinda important happens during that time.
Oh no, keep playing. You ruined my bit. Keep going.
Oh shit. I can't believe they released a better game. Wow. Can you believe it, guys?
You know?
TF2 got a sequel. Sorry.
After playing Deadlock, I literally reinstalled Overwatch and played a couple matches. Like, it gave me perspective.
Yeah, things could be so
Perhaps
much
I've
worse.
treated you too harshly, my friend. My old friend.
Boot up Fortnite and you're like, wow, it could be worse.
Okay, well, I do play Fortnite a lot, so...
That's true. Zesty, what do you think?
What?
What do you think about anything?
What do you think about anything?
Sorry, I was dealing with something. What was the question?
Oh, I was just saying they released a... Can you believe that in 2016, Blizzard, my favorite company, released TF3, and they just named it Overwatch? What do you think about that?
I like Tracer's butt.
Well, that's
or at least what it used to be. It's not there anymore.
It got nerfed.
It's like the Bison.
Yeah, just like the Bison.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that Overwatch added a new Asian with a fat ass? Like, they want players so bad. They need them. No, hey, look. Let me cook. I'm going somewhere with this. You notice how every time that Overwatch is down on players, they add a new Asian character with a giant. It's like they have like the break in case of emergency glass, and they have like a stockpile of these characters they're sitting on.
Why is it that every
I'm
time
not wrong. I'm not wrong. First it was Kiriko, now it's Juno. Like, I'm not wrong.
Oh,
I'm going somewhere with this.
Why is it...
I see what they're doing.
Why is it
every time Overwatch 2 is low on players, they bust out another one of these characters because they
pull
know
up the
that
images
people
on
are
the
gonna come
screen.
back.
Pull up the images so chat can know what we're talking about.
It looks like a VTuber. I think they're cashing in on the VTuber scene.
Why is it that every time the what comes on UFR, he has some fucking like insane gooner shit to say, like every single time?
I'm just saying this is the only way Overwatch can maintain relevancy.
Chat, what do you think? Can we get a rating out of 10 in the chat?
Mercy is better.
Lucid laughing sounds like I'm having an audio issue.
They knew what they were doing.
This is crazy. I like the shoes though. The shoes are kind of drippy.
They're like the moon shoes, like the little built-in trampolines.
I'd wear those in real life if they were like different colors.
Is this woman free?
I do wear those.
Is this woman? No, this is not a free woman. In fact, you have to buy the battle pass to play her.
Actually, every character is free now. I would say they learned their lesson, but it was all a marketing ploy anyway. But yeah, all the characters are free.
What Purple Colonel says that this is a child. Is that true?
She's 12 years old.
They are conveniently right above the age of consent, like all Blizzard characters.
They are 19. I don't know, man. If you look at this and the first thing on your mind is child, I think there's a greater problem. The first thing you think of is child when you look at this.
I almost had a very reactionary response when I read that from Purple Colonel because he's my friend and I trust him. But no, he was lying to me to try and get me to there we go.
If you look like at the Overwatch character age spreadsheet, you'll notice that all of the female characters are hovering right above the age of 18, and all the male characters are like 40 to 60.
Except Mercy, and Mercy is great. Best female character.
It's just medic.
And?
That's it. I wasn't like a denial. It was just like a
and?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair for us to complain about fan service when Medic shows off his sexy man tits and no one complains.
Yeah, but that's like community fan service. Like, someone had to model that and put it in the game, you know? This is all Blizzard's doing. Like, when Blizzard puts these characters in the game, that's all they're doing, you know?
It's because they
it must have been hard modeling that with one hand.
Overwatch.
Overwatch was first announced in November of 2014, and comparisons between it and TF2 were immediately drawn. Now, Overwatch wasn't the reason Valve started working on competitive, since development for that had already started a few months prior to—
Based Lister, making an important distinction.
Yeah, I was going to pause myself. That's very important. Based off of, like, source code bits that players were finding, the earliest known mentions of competitive were August 2014, so several months before Overwatch was released.
But also, more notably so, there were competitive players that were invited to Valve in 2013, and they were speaking with them about developing a matchmaking system even as early as 2013.
Yeah, so this was all in the works before Overwatch, but Overwatch definitely did lead to some troubling things that the video will get into soon.
Hooray!
Yeah, I feel like the update was rushed to try and compete with Overwatch because what was Meet Your Match came out a month after Overwatch released, or 2 months because it came out in July and Overwatch was late May.
So 2 months, yeah.
Yeah, so obviously there's a correlation there with them trying to ride the thunder, I guess.
Yeah.
Overwatch.
It definitely had some influence, I think. How much is often exaggerated, I think. Which is why I think it's an important distinction.
His announcement. But the threat of Overwatch undoubtedly hung over Valve's heads. Here was a colorful, class-based FPS that, unlike TF2, was already poised to become an esport due to its smaller team sizes and short, fast-paced matches. And all evidence at the time pointed to esports being the future of video games. One such example was Valve's own CSGO. Believe it or not, CSGO's player count was actually lower than TF2's for more than a year following its release.
Now, knowing what we know now, maybe TF2's player counts were not quite that high, but
I can assure you they weren't.
Yeah, but still the fact that CSGO's player counts, I mean, Zesty, do you know, did CSGO have any trade bots? I know very little about the game.
So CSGO did not get a microeconomy until the arms deal update in 2013. And as soon as that update went live in August of that year, then it started, and also they added item drops. So as soon as that happened, then bots started flooding in.
So you can see,
however, item farming in CS, well, no, not quite, because that uptick, I think, is when Valve first publicized a major, and so a shitload of people.
Yeah, it was.
So a shitload of people
November
flooded
2013.
in. Yeah, so
it's
that was
crazy
when the
that
major went live.
player counts were even comparable.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree.
Yeah, because what had happened is, and this is gonna all be in the video I'm talking about, is Valve pushed out Counter-Strike as the next in line of their Counter-Strike series, and they were gearing up to be able to try to monetize it as quickly as they could, but they couldn't do hats and that was actually something Counter-Strike players dreaded. That was like the writing they saw on the walls, like, oh shit, Valve's gonna put cosmetics in this game. We pray to God it's not fucking hats. And but they eventually came up with the operation system. That was the first paid microtransaction they put in Counter-Strike, was the very first Operation Payback in 2013. And it was such a massive success, they realized, okay, now we have the vehicle by which we can ship content for this game in the form of an operation, which they just adopted from TF2, because TF2 had already figured out the right update format, which is a tight-knit themed update with a specific title. So that was the same thing they copied over from TF2. And then they extended the operation so they could usher in the microeconomy, the skins, the trading, and all that shit. And then it was off to the races once they started boosting esports by supporting majors, and then it just exploded exponentially.
I was gonna, this is tangentially related. I'm curious, you guys saw, I'm assuming, that that poll from Wheezy about whether or not Deadlock's gonna have more players in a year from its release than TF2.
It will.
It absolutely will. And
100%.
I didn't think
otherwise you are huffing your own fumes a little bit, I think.
I wonder. Okay, so I voted no, and my reasoning was I didn't know if it was Wheezy was saying like actual players or whatever Steam chart says, and my brain told me that the Steam charts numbers would probably be higher for TF2 over Deadlock.
So if we go to SteamDB right now, see what Deadlock's
I also I guess just don't have as much faith in Deadlock as everybody else does, but maybe
Deadlock currently has 70,000 people playing it right now.
Jesus. Holy
it actually has more people playing than TF2 right now, according to Steam charts. So it's already beating TF2, and the game hasn't been released yet, according to Steam charts.
Okay, well,
to be fair,
you gotta think that it's a brand new Valve IP, the likes of which we haven't seen since what, Dota 2.
Yep.
So this is going to be a massive hit, at least temporarily, in the widespread gaming market. It doesn't. They could really. Okay, well, they did do that with Artifact, but this is like a brand new Valve IP. So just from it being a new IP, I feel like that's going to carry it a long way, because I don't think this is going to be a one-for-one repeat of Artifact.
They're doing it the right way. They're doing it the same. They're doing this exactly the same way they did Dota, where they had an open beta for people. So first they had a closed beta with Dota 2, and then they had an open beta for Dota 2. And then once they started kind of ramping up the publicity of it, then they started lacing in microtransactions, and then they had a full official release of the game in 2013. Fucking Ice Frog's working on this. This is the exact same carbon copy series of steps they used when launching Dota 2. That's why it's going to get as big as it's going to. It's going to be fucking huge.
I guess I'll take your word for it.
I do wonder how like oversaturated the market is.
The market is insanely oversaturated. So long term, I don't know how much of a success it's going to be, but 1 year out from its launch, absolutely, it's going to blow TF2's player count out of the water, both the real one and the inflated one.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially if Deadlock gets microtransactions, which it will.
Who even cares? It's like chess has more players than TF2. Game. Oh my god, TF2 is dead.
Yeah, it's a different game. Who cares?
Well, no, yeah, I don't.
Yeah, there's going to be so little overlap that no one is going to go from TF2 to Deadlock. That's the main key.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't think it matters for TF2's success if it does or doesn't. I guess I just don't have any faith in Deadlock succeeding. Like, I guess I'm just not tapped in enough to like that market to really feel like it's going to make any splash at all. Like, I think a year out it is going to be dead. But that is probably just me having a bad perspective. You guys are probably more right than I am. Anyways, we could press on.
It was only after the first Valve-sponsored major in late 2013 that the player count surpassed TF2's and to the levels that we see today. To many, Overwatch was TF2 if it were an esport. It was TF2 for the modern era. So I can only imagine Valve's panic when Overwatch released to universal acclaim in May of 2016, when TF2's comp beta was nowhere close to being a finished product.
And I just want to note that what I'd said of all evidence at the time pointing to esports being like the future, that doesn't excuse Valve. They're the developers. They should have known their own game, but just to keep in mind for players like expectations, it really was hard not to get swept up in the hype, because it really was like around like that 2015 period. Just like the fact that we could grow up playing games and think and like wishing like, oh man, it'd be so cool if I could like make my job of playing video games, and then kind of like out of nowhere, there you go, you can be a professional video game player. It actually was kind of hard not to view it more critically. Yeah. So it is hard to blame like the players for not immediately recognizing that this was a bad idea.
No, and what's funny is like, and again, it's two things. One, you have people with kind of like the blinders on and being excited for this sort of thing, and also the notion that a lot of people thought this is going to be a separate game mode in TF2, and it was going to have no impact on the vanilla game itself, right? So there's that angle. And also, now that we can look at all these things in hindsight with these blinders off, now we have like the retrospective, like this was really, really fucked, which is something that few people were able to glean at this time.
I'm gonna kick Alan out of the call. Is everyone okay with that?
No.
He's asleep.
Yeah, it's fine.
He is so asleep.
I forgot Alan was here.
No, we need everyone in the chat. Scream, wake up, Alan.
No, he's gone, chat.
Wake up.
No.
R.I.P. to my dead homie. Chat, I'm gonna go get pizza with Alan and a friend of his tomorrow. I'll let you know how it goes, okay?
I hope the pizza's good for your sake.
Oh man, I wish I could have it right now. I fucking love the pizza place we're gonna go to.
What kind of pizza?
It's like it's in Shibuya, and it's like a New York style pizza. It's probably not as good as if you were to get it like right in New York, but it's really really good. It's the best pizza you could probably get in Japan. I'm so excited.
Nice.
I worked with Lucid. He's a sociopath. He killed his friend just for sleeping on a podcast.
That's true. I did do that.
Was he awake earlier? Did he like fall asleep at his desk?
He was awake for like 5 minutes.
He has said a whopping like sentence and a half maybe. He has said like maybe 15 words the whole show. He is a tired. I told him. Lister can attest. I told him before the show. I was like, you do not have to be here. You could go to sleep, and I'll run the show by myself. And he was like, no, I will be here. And I just,
what time is it over there?
2:39 in the morning.
Ah, rookie numbers. Psh.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I can't wait till I can't wait till school starts, and I have to. Oh boy, I can't wait. It's gonna be great. Oh man, I'm so excited.
Screaming.
Meet Your Match was rushed out in large parts because of Overwatch. I'm almost certain of that.
And something I just thought of, not to just immediately pause it again, I'm sorry. But so when I was, when you were going through the quick play beta tests, like the stress tests they were having, wasn't there like a 6-month gap from January to June?
Yeah.
So.
And that's when Overwatch came out.
Yep. So what happened was they kind of went off and they probably stopped working on it and were fucking around with other things, or like are still trying to hammer out what it should be. But then Overwatch drops, they go, oh fuck. So they do one final stress test to make sure that it functions, kinda, and then they pushed it out.
Yeah, and the final stress test didn't change anything. So you're exactly right.
Yep.
After staring at the same lobby screen for hours, everyone who was initially hyped for this update shrugged their shoulders and stopped queuing. Matchmaking was supposed to close the gap between casual and competitive players. Yet, by the end of the day, most pubbers had already given up. Maybe they'd give it another shot if Valve was able to fix all.
Even worse, considering like they couldn't play casual without because if they didn't get a full game, it would.
I didn't bring up casual. What are you talking about?
No, I know.
Quick play still casual? There, baby. Oh, yeah. Babe, wake up! It's 2015. Casual bots? What are you talking about? Let's go play quick play.
If only.
All of its problems quickly. But until then, they'd return to quick play, just as they had been for the past few years. Wait, this isn't quick
my fault.
Play?
You keep ruining my bits.
Let's rewind.
We have the same brain cells. So I'm like, man, if I were writing this video, this is what I would say. And then it's just, oh, it's Lister. My bad.
Wind back to July 6th, day 1 of Meet Your Match, before the update was available to play. So there was the reveal of competitive, the new maps, pastime, but there was another addition that I didn't mention, casual mode. A second matchmaking system that Valve had been developing alongside competitive, one that would replace quick play. No one, and I mean no one, expected this. Some had speculated that a separate casual queue would be introduced alongside ranked, but the assumption was always that any matchmaking systems would exist alongside quick play. What made this
Does that command still work?
No, they patched it like the day later, but it did actually function. Like it couldn't connect to Valve servers, obviously, which then therefore means the code is still there. And if they wanted to revert to quick play, it's literally still there.
Yeah, that's crazy. It wouldn't even. It would take like nothing.
It's literally like buried under the floorboards.
It's like
and its heart is still beating.
It's like a hostage. The what I heard that you think reverting to quick play is delusional. Thoughts?
Yeah.
Oh, put him on the spot.
I'm putting him on the spot. I'm putting him in the hot seat right now.
Here's what I think. I think from the perspective of Valve, they look at casual and they see a system that functions for its player base, and they're not going to change it. Valve won't even change the paint regions on the water waders because some players might like what it looks like. What makes you think they're going to revert an 8-year-old change they made 8 years ago for the whims of a small vocal minority of the player base? It's if you're asking for quick playback, it's not going to happen.
So
I consider it in the realm of possibility.
That same mentality was put on the bots. Why would everyone? Why? So for years we thought Valve was going to do nothing about the bots. That this was an impossible request. That they were just never going to do anything, and then suddenly they did.
Well,
so
no
that's one.
Here's what I say to that.
So that's one aspect. Another aspect when it comes to something like a cosmetic item, obviously they're not going to change things that people spent money on. That opens up a whole can of worms with legalities and what have you. But then you have the issue with quick play. It's by no means a small minority of players. You still have a huge chunk of this player base that has been playing this game since before Meet Your Match that would love to see nothing that would love to see improvements to the matchmaking system at minimum. Even a lot of players playing right now want improvements to the matchmaking system. So to say it's delusional, I think, is a farce.
Yeah, no, let me finish. Okay, what was your first point? You said that they changed the bots. Yes, okay. So
that was something that for years they were saying they weren't going to do.
Yes.
And then they did.
And here's what I say that. I say that the bots are 100% negative. There's not a single person on this planet who's going to be sad that the bots are gone. The casual people have grown accustomed to it over the course of 8 years. Now casual has its ardent defenders and its ardent detractors. And Valve doesn't want to make that controversial change to remove casual. Removing the bots isn't controversial at all. Valve doesn't want to fraction off their already divided player base into smaller and smaller groups where it's like the pro quick play and the pro casual camp. They're not going to want to fraction their player base like that. Valve is just going to stick with what they know works, and that current iteration that works is quick play. Or is casual.
He said it, everyone. He said it. He wants quick play.
Yeah. No. I will say personally, as far as my personal vendetta goes, I am very indifferent to the end result of all this. Casual hasn't bothered me for like nearly as much as it does for other people, and I think I'd feel pretty indifferent whether it was quick play or casual. So
I have
emotionally
a
speaking,
suspicion that if we immediately went back to how it was before casual, your opinion would change immediately, simply because of how much better the quality of your games would become.
Okay, but what I'm saying is I have no emotional stake in this game. So what I'm saying is purely from a practicality standpoint, if you're an ardent defender of quick play and you're wanting it to come back, what I'm going to say is the realm that Valve reverts their 8-year-old update is very, very unlikely, nigh impossible. The game has had casual longer than it's had quick play. Because Valve isn't going to want to revert. They're not going to want to revert an 8-year-old update and fraction the player base. Okay. They're not going to want to do that when they can just stick with what works.
Wait, so what about instead of reversion, what if they just gave you the option?
I feel like that would not be from Valve. I don't think they'd want to do that either because the current system works. And I don't think they're going to re-implement this one that is already like a substitute to the old one and have both running simultaneously. I don't think that would necessarily work either. Well, like for them.
Well, like if because Lister was showing in his video, like they have like a command. They had a command where it just re-implemented quick play like in the console, and they disabled it. If they just re-enabled that, like they only, I don't even know if it's necessary. It'd probably be better, but I don't even know if it's necessary to have it connect to Valve servers. Even if you re-implemented that, I think it would make a sizable amount of people happy and for a very minimal amount of work.
So here's the thing, man. What needs to be done is obviously don't brand it as bring back quick play. If you just implement the changes that would objectively improve the casual matchmaking system, putting back the settings and how people can connect to servers to make it functionally quick play without calling it quick play, then people would be able to be ushered into what was a pseudo quick play system functioning in the better way without being told this is no longer casual mode. That's what needs to be done if you're so worried about Valve fractioning the player base. All they need to do is bring back all the things that quick play had and the means by which people could join servers without changing the title of casual.
Also,
I'm not saying that I think that like, oh, if Valve reverted quick play right now, it would fraction the player base and player base would be broken. I'm saying from Valve's I'm saying this from Valve's perspective, because I'm saying, is Valve going to look at this and actually want to change anything? And the answer is no. Valve's not going to revert on quick play due to like a small Twitter hashtag. All right. I think if you want to see any
that's
change,
somewhat rich coming from you, because that's actually hilariously rich coming from you, because Valve was perfectly content on doing absolutely nothing about the bots until people made a big enough of a stink about it. Would that not be the same for improving the game's matchmaking system? The bare bones means by which people access servers.
Yeah, but
how would that not work?
I think we should clarify first. Zesty, are you bringing all this up for what you just said of changing casual, but essentially effectively making it function like the quick play servers? Or are you saying full on like drop casual and bring back quick play?
Well, the thing is, you can have one and the same, because if you bring back all the things that quick play had and the means by which people connected servers, you can just do that without rebranding it as quick play again and telling people that you're reverting it to quick play. All you have to do is put all of these things back and still call it casual mode, and people would be happy because the quality of the quality of their matches would go up. They would have an easier time to connecting into servers, little to no wait times. It would just be better, and it would still be called casual mode.
Zesty, so because you asked like why would Valve not want to fix it, and the what already responded to you, so I'm just gonna like reiterate it. The what said that the reason why this is different from the bots is because the bots were a universal negative, and there are people who think that casual is better than quick play. Now, whether or not we agree with those people is one thing, but it is at the very least debatable in the eyes of many people, including probably Valve themselves, who made the change in the first place from quick play to casual. So it's more unlikely that they will swap it. They will swap things out. That is what the what thinks, I think. Am I correct, the what?
Yes. And I will say I was trying to get there, but I wasn't able to finish. I will say, like, I don't think campaigning for anything at all is impossible. In terms of practicality, I think it is more beneficial to just advocate for the features from quick play that you want to see in casual and just advocate for those instead of a full reversion. I think if you want to see something happen, the odds of that happening is much more likely than a full reversion.
Which is funny, because when they put those features back in, it would just be a full reversion without calling for one. It's like sneaking it in.
Well, I mean, because Zesty, so like it would be the difference between like this menu we have on screen, like being put back in the game, versus, you know, things like ad hoc being put back in the game, or, you know, other things, like you keep the casual UI and you just tweak it to be more like quick play, basically.
Well, because already by the time like the final forms of quick play were already transforming into the casual UI. The only thing that was missing was being able to select specific maps. So all you would have to do is plug in the stuff that you had with quick play at the end, being able to select the types of servers you want, having the option to connect to community servers, bringing back ad hoc, allowing for Valve servers to be back in the community server browser, and then of course all the actual server settings themselves, changing back to a map time limit instead of a round limit, bringing back scrambles, bringing back proper auto balance, allowing people to choose their teams, at the beginning of the round. You bring all that back, and it would just make the system improved. And you would not have to call it quick play. It would just be improvements, quote unquote, to casual.
Yeah, like I think that like the best way to go, I agree with the what, that the best way to go about it would not be to quote unquote bring back quick play as much as it would be to update casual to be more like quick play.
That's what I'm assuming.
Or just to be quick play. No, yeah, I do agree. I think also so soon after the whole fixed TF2 thing, which left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths.
Notorious.
Immediately pushing for another hashtag movement would people be like, ah, fuck, not this again.
I'm kind of confused because I feel like we're all in agreement.
I think we are.
The same thing.
I think we are.
Why are we arguing?
No.
I was purely arguing for the semantics of the people who are like, bring back quick play, and I just want to say I think you're doing it wrong, and I think you need to change.
There's so much ambiguity behind that statement of bring back quick play. Like, do you mean the server settings, or do you mean the menu we're looking at on the screen right now?
Yeah, like it has the same issue with like
it is
the
a
OG.
very hard discourse to navigate through and weed out. Like, okay, what exactly do you mean by bring back quick play? But yeah, it seems like we're all in agreement.
Yeah, no,
don't bring back quick play. Fix casual. That's like, I think that's the approach you should be taking.
Yeah.
But,
no, I do.
In a perfect world,
ultimately, I agree with you there.
I want this back. Yeah. In a perfect world, I want quick play back. It's my baby. But you're exactly right. In the most practical sense, just keeping casual is way, way more likely. Like, just the fact that we're at the point that people are seriously talking about matchmaking having issues. We were not there like a year ago.
True.
Like, just getting casual improved actually feels within the realm of possibility, but full-on reversion to quick play is so, like, magnitudes of order less likely.
I agree.
I'd rather just take the easier, more likely
let's
option.
poll Lucid's chat right now. How many of you agree that the matchmaking system is flawed with casual mode in some capacity?
Hold on,
Yeah.
Chat, don't answer. I'll make an actual poll.
I think that's something that the vast majority of the player base can collectively agree on. The matchmaking system
this is an
sucks.
overwhelmingly biased poll because of how much we've been talking. But I'll do the poll anyways.
The only issue is when you say, like, bring back quick play, and if you're actually advocating for full-on reversion, that's like a single clear-cut goal, no ambiguity there. But if we're saying to improve casual, that then opens up questions of, like, all right, well, what about ad hoc connections? Should that come back? What about parties? Should we still keep them on the same team, or should they be split up like with the old quick play?
Just give people...
that, I think, is where the conversation needs to go, is what specific changes need to be made. We definitely can't leave it as just, oh yeah, just like fix casual, improve casual.
Chad, I will reword the poll because a bunch of people complained that it was badly worded. I will say, is matchmaking significantly flawed?
I will say, this is something I was talking about. This is something I was talking to Richter about, and I said, it's like, there's two roads you can go down. There's one road where you are uncompromising in your vision to bring back quick play, and that's the thing you are advocating for, and nothing will happen. And there's the road you go down where you slightly compromise on your vision, and maybe you don't get everything, but you do advocate for those changes to casual that will make it more like quick play. And since you're compromising a little bit and you're more in the realm of possibility, I feel like you have significantly better odds of seeing positive changes that way.
Yeah.
There's the uncompromising road and the road where you compromise a little bit on your vision. And I feel like going down that second road is much more practical.
People push for quick play without budging, and then Valve sees that and goes, fuck no, and then nothing changes, which is the worst case, because pretty much everyone agrees that at least some changes should be made.
Like there are things about quick play that are just objective improvements. Like the idea. I have a bunch of lists here. I have a list of a bunch of issues with casual mode that I personally have as someone who's only been able to use it. Things like it worsened the UI. Like, those are these are like relatively small things. Like, it shoves a bunch of game modes into obscure categories, and now no one plays them. Then, like, some more significant things, like people get booted from a match into one that has little to no players, or queue times are artificially lengthened when they don't have to be, or it makes it worse for someone to, like, be a part of one specific server that they like, and, like, start an actual, like, community within a Valve server. You know, because Valve servers are going to be more consistently populated with the same people. Also, it makes it more difficult to play with your friends. It made making a community server overall less viable as, like, an actual business option or an option that most people can afford. Like, things like that. And most of those are just objective improvements that you could implement into casual. You don't have to revert the whole system backwards. But, like
yeah, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
Is that there's the possibility of features possibly getting added to casual.
Yeah, like the option to just have a list of all the Valve servers so you can join them. Like, that's like adding the Valve servers into the community browser would be an easy way to accomplish.
That's just bringing back ad hoc, which would completely bypass the need for the matchmaking system, because people would just immediately dive back into using that. I guarantee you, just like it was back in 2014.
We'll just give people the option. That's all. Because this is the thing. We don't have to have this ardent, like, defense of one or the other. I think, for the record, I apologize if putting you in the hot seat was bad form. But I thought it was
no. This is stuff This is why I came on, because I figured this is the stuff I wanted to say.
So. Okay, good. But like
I had a worm in my brain. I wanted to get it out.
Because I think the word delusional is a bit strong, especially given the fact that fixed TF2 was so successful. Also, I think the tweet you were responding to is even worse because it implies that fixed TF2 was also delusional. But we covered that earlier in the pod. It actually doesn't imply it. It directly states that fixed TF2 was delusional, which I think is wild. But even disregarding that, I think that I think delusional is a bit of a strong word, but I do agree that like you have a higher likelihood of succeeding if you shoot for something less than like the moon in this situation. If your end goal is a compromise, you'll end up with a compromise of a compromise.
Better than nothing.
Yeah, I'd rather have that than
we're not appealing to like a society or a government. We're appealing to a company that can do literally whatever they want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's more of like a dictatorship. Yeah, I appreciate you being getting your brainworm out the what. That was yeah, it's good to have that out there.
I apologize for being combative on that point, because as I've been working on this video and like reliving all of these memories, it's just put me in an awful mood for the past week. Like more so than I usually am. Like I am Mr. Grumpy, but just going through all of this shit again has just been infuriating me as I've been writing this fucking script, man, because just the sheer incompetence from Valve with them pushing TF2 in this direction is like you can't find the right adjectives. You can't. Like laughable, pathetic. You can't. There's not enough adjectives to properly describe just what the sheer fumble that all of this was.
But here's the bright side, Zesty. The fact that we're even having this conversation in the first place. Like, could you imagine this being like one of the biggest talking points like a year ago?
True.
Well, no, because it couldn't be, because you just couldn't play the game, and naturally that's going to take precedent.
Yeah. So that's how I look at it.
The what, out of curiosity, you were around like when like quick play was a thing, right?
Yeah, I've been playing since 2011.
Okay, I assumed so. I just wanted
which
to make sure.
month? 2011.
Okay.
Which month?
Okay.
I got it.
Okay, I am a free to play. I am embarrassed to admit, 13 years after I started playing the game, yes, I was a free to play the whole time.
Like being a free to play.
I joined shortly after the Uber
doesn't
update.
Fucking matter anymore, honestly.
Wait.
I know, literally, I was a free to play 13 years ago. What date does your mercenary
badge say? This is important. What date
I deleted my mercenary badge in a Halloween transmute years ago. But I joined Steam July 1st for the explicit purpose of playing TF2, so likely that exact day.
Yes, I'm older than the what in TF2.
What?
I joined June.
That means his opinions matter more. That means listeners' opinions matter.
I think that was literally the day the game went free to play.
Damn.
I'm an older free to play.
Man.
I think I made my first Steam account in 2010, and I think I started playing TF2 on a regular basis. It's been so long, like 2 or 3 months before the game went free to play. And then when the game went free to play, I made my current account.
The reason why I ask the what is because do you think that lately, because I know you've been like looking at the stuff on Twitter about people saying like, oh, quick play wasn't that good. Do you think that there's been like historical revisionism at all about how good or bad quick play is? In either direction, it could be, I suppose.
I think quick play had its flaws as someone who experienced the system. So I do feel like there is an aspect of rose-tinted goggles. I will say maybe that aspect gets overplayed. I will say, I don't know what I want to say. Because like I said, ultimately, I think I'm indifferent to the end result of casual and quick play. Like, honestly, like, casual never bothered me as much as it does other people, right? So I feel like, in terms of the end result, I feel like I don't have a stake in the game. Like, I'm not placing my bets on anything. I'm just saying in terms of practicality where people should go with it.
So did you still primarily play on community servers or Valve servers?
Prior to casual, I predominantly played community servers, and Meet Your Match, obviously I didn't play. I think in a post-Jungle Infernal world, that's when I made this swap to pretty much only playing casual, and I hardly ever touch community servers these days.
Oh, the main issue with that is because community servers were killed by Meet Your Match, so you didn't have many options at that point.
Well, even then, I've played enough Surf and Sax and Hail for a lifetime, and I think never want to touch those again.
Yeah, but can you believe it? There used to be community servers where you could just play the game. That's crazy.
No, like, and I think a huge aspect of like the rose tinted glasses thing is that the very obvious flaws with quick play had the ones that it used to have before it was improved, and then the ones it still had in its final form have been exacerbated and blown so wildly out of proportion in recent months that it's like enabling people to be more defensive of casual when the flaws that quick play had in comparison to what we have to deal with casual just pale in comparison. I think that's another really big factor.
And I will say, I think that exactly is another reason why I think advocating for the quality of life features and improving casual would be much better than, because reverting to quick play is such like overt language. It's obviously going to combative like point like that is obviously going to cause contention in the community where you have people like, oh, but quick play wasn't as good as casual. Oh, casual's better. I feel like advocating for stuff like, I don't know, like vote scramble and all those features that would improve casual is a much easier pill to swallow. Yeah, that more people would be on board and there'd be less combativeness around it.
No, I do agree, but I also think that the more the facts are put out there as to how servers in general function before Meet Your Match and how these things we would be calling for would improve the matchmaking system we have now, making it effectively function like quick play at the end of it all. That's what needs to be done more so people are informed. So when they look at these things and they go, oh, wow, yeah, no wonder games suck right now. No, and because also like the majority of people playing this game have only been around to experience casual mode. They have no frame of reference for quick play. They don't know how much better it was, right?
Oh,
so ultimately you need to inform people.
Listen, TheWhatShow, UFC match, you and me, you're going down in 45 seconds, and that's why
we're in agreement, Richter. It's fine.
No.
Quick play.
Don't stir the pot again.
I will kill you to death, and then
oh my god,
to death? You'll kill him to death? That's crazy.
In my
okay, I was on board with killing me, but to death is kind of excessive.
That's kind of a lot.
I actually take it back to TheWhatShow. I didn't mean to make any actual threats of violence against you. It's just
wipes big bead of sweat off my brow. All right,
good to know. How did this go? I slept in.
It hasn't. We're not done with it yet. Would you like to join the watch together?
I can still join?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry for being late, Lucid. And also,
it's okay.
If you guys are live, then I'm sorry to chat for being late.
No, it's okay. In exchange, you have to say one nice thing about the what.
You know, the what? I'm impressed with your output. You're a hard worker.
Hell yeah. I thought you were going to compliment my beautiful eyes, but that works too.
Can't see them through the shades.
You got the
on
sunglasses
your
on.
picture.
Yeah.
So what's the consensus so far?
It's like remember when I was talking to you the other day and I said like instead of advocating for total reversion, it said you should advocate for fixes. If I've read the room right, I feel like the general consensus is that if I've read the room right.
I think so to be more specific, I think that everyone here except for maybe you would be happy if there were would be like the happiest if there were a full reversion, but we've all agreed that is unlikely if not impossible. So I think if we want to see any positive change, then advocating for smaller changes is best.
And advocating for these smaller changes that would still effectively revert casual back to a quick play system without actually rebranding it as quick play, because you also have the added angle. Yeah, you have to sneak it in, right, without because if you say bring back quick play and be really aggressive with it, this is what we agree on now. We don't want to shove something down people's throats. There's the added angle of old bad, new good, and so if you just put this old system that a shitload of people are unfamiliar with, even if you were to inform them as to how it worked, they still lack the frame of reference and never experienced it. And just to say to them, this is good, you want this, you need this, but they have no way to contemplate that or even experience it, that's going to turn off a lot of people. So ultimately, you need to float by the mechanical changes and explain why they would be improvements to the way the game currently functions, even though they were all things that were a part of quick play. And then by the time you're done, boom, Bob's your uncle, you have quick play back.
Can't believe Bob's my uncle.
It just seems a little convoluted to me. I don't know.
How was
thing is, but like Richter, like your angle is you want to go full on hog, you know, hashtag bring back quick play, full reversion or nothing.
Would that not be the best solution to fix the game?
I honestly don't think so. I really don't.
I don't.
Really, you think that the game is better with casual than with quick play?
Richter,
whoa,
no one is saying that.
That's
no
a slippery slope fallacy, Richter. I'll throw flags on the play.
Wait, I'm doing a slip. I'm confused. Listen, I'm just not tuning in. Is that not what you guys just said?
No.
Did you not?
Okay,
Did you not hear what I just said, Richter?
No. Richter. Okay, so what we're saying
you
is
you think turning casual into quick play is better than just bringing back quick play?
Richter, because that's exactly it's exactly the same thing. Because ultimately it would still be called casual, but you're not like forcing the idea of quick play on people who are never around to experience it. It would still be functionally quick play, but without the abrasiveness or the divisiveness of telling a whole bunch of new people that old system better that they never experienced.
Everyone can get behind quality of life features being added. A full reversion is combative and will cause like a split, a more combative discourse. I feel like if you just advocate for the features that made quick play better, then obviously you're going to see a bigger like chance of things actually happening.
Yeah, I guess feel like maybe that could be the case. I just think it's very hilarious to be like, no. We don't need to bring back quick play. We just need to make everything exactly like quick play.
No, okay.
But Richter, that's exactly it.
Wait.
That's exactly it.
Wait, okay. So Richter, we're not saying that. I think that, like I said, I think everyone but TheWhatShow probably agrees that if we just reverted to quick play tomorrow, it would be better. However, that's not practical from like a movement perspective. If you're wanting to make change, it is better to do it in smaller increments. That is so Richter, what we're talking about from a practicality perspective, not what would be better if we had control of the game tomorrow.
So Richter,
if they make a compromise, that could wind up being like worse than both quick play and casual.
It's not a compromise.
There's no way it can be worse.
There's no way it can be worse. We're already in the worst situation. Even if they added one thing that quick play had, like say if they only added ad hoc or if they only added a proper team scramble, that would already be an improvement of what we have now. Mm-hmm. But like what I want to say is like I want to try to explain the mentality behind this to you, because again the issue is like all these new players that we would have to be convincing don't have any kind of frame of reference, and there's no way for them to have that frame of reference, right? So I'll use a food analogy.
The take you have is that basically the idea of bringing back quick play is like casting pearls before swine, and you're better off just like trying to fix the current system.
Well, and in the process of fixing, quote unquote, the current system, all you're doing is reverting it back to quick play, but you're calling it fixing the current system, so you're not putting off the people that are not familiar with it. Like, for example, let's say your whole life you've only ever had burnt boot leather well-done steak. That is all you've ever experienced. And in your mind, this is all you've been eating. Yeah, you can chew it, you can swallow it, it'll feed you. To you, this is good. This works for me. You've never had a perfectly cooked, medium rare steak, well seasoned, basted in butter, nice crust on it. You've never experienced this. If you're holding that steak in front of somebody and you're screaming at them, this is better. You need this. This is the right way to cook a steak. This is how it should be. You're going to turn people off. They're going to go, whoa, what the fuck? I like the steak. I like what I'm eating right now. But what you need to do is hand them the steak without telling them what it is. And it's like, oh yeah, we tried this. We put this in here. This time we cooked it a little less. And then they eat it and go, whoa, this is better. It's like leading the trail of breadcrumbs to the ultimate conclusion of having the properly cooked steak, instead of shoving the thing they've never had in their face and saying, try it, try it, try it. They won't. They'll refuse it outright.
I think Meet Your Match was like radically terrible enough that it justifies like a massive radical change to the game.
That mentality would have worked within. Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. It's been so long that mentality would have worked within like the first opening year of Meet Your Match, but now that it's been 8 years and that like 70% of people playing the game right now started after Meet Your Match, that just would not work.
I don't know.
To take Zesty steak analogy,
I'd rather that people do something than nothing, I guess.
Well, that's what we're calling for. Is we ultimately want these changes to come, but in a vehicle that's not going to turn people off to them, right?
And if you advocate just for quick play and nothing else, that opens up the possibility of nothing happen, because if Valve looks at that and says, nah, we're not doing that, then nothing happens.
I guess. They're probably not going to anyway.
Like the Gabber mentality of bring back quick play, nothing short of outright reversion. While it would ultimately give us what we want, it would turn off a shitload of people again because you're thrusting something in their faces that they have no point of reference on.
They would still keep playing TF2 though. I don't like. Are we gonna act like they're gonna stop it because they bring back?
Well, no, Richter, of course not. But the point is, you have to get the idea into Valve's head that this is something they need to do. Of course, people would still be playing TF2. That's not going to change. But the issue is getting the foot in the door.
My real question is, why is Valve like sentimental about like Meet Your Match or something? Like, why would they?
They're not sentimental. They're
like
stubborn.
They have trauma. That's what it feels like.
Is it because it's?
They just don't want to. They just don't want to deal with it anymore. They're only going to do things that are not going to lead to like huge explosion of drama that they can't.
I don't know.
I just.
Is the idea that it's like I don't know if I agree that it's like more easy for them to go in and do like a bunch of like send their contractor to go do a million tweaks to casual. Is that actually that much more realistic than just rolling back the game?
Absolutely.
Well, I think there's the difference between easier versus more realistic. I mean, I think the easiest option that's being presented on the table is just full reversion because, like we saw earlier, it's just straight up still there. Like the command is still there. But that's also by far the least likely option.
Think of it this way also. Think about you've been trapped in a cave and you've been starved for weeks, right?
Here comes the food analogy.
Food is the easiest thing to do because food is something we can all understand, right?
Yeah,
you've been trapped in a cave, you've been starved, you've been drinking sips of water and been eating like crumbs of a cracker to keep yourself alive, right? If you're suddenly taken out of that cave and you're given the proper foods and meals right away and you gobble it down, you're going to get sick. You'll probably die, right? You have to gradually ease people into the objectively healthier and better system rather than just shoving it in their face and having the risk of them rejecting it outright.
You know, I'm support of anything that brings this game closer to how it was in like 2015. I'll say that. I think...
and that's what we're pushing for.
Yes.
Yeah, that's I guess that's the common ground. I think it would be better if it was just we should bring back quick play. I think it'd just be infinitely better for the game than like.
Well, and thing is we're in agreement with you, but the problem again is like we can't just tell people this old system is good, and then have them go, oh yeah, good idea, right?
Yeah,
it's ultimately like risk versus reward. Like even if full reversion to quick play would be what you're most satisfied with. That's also just so much less likely than the alternative of improving casual, which is comparatively much more likely and still
I just don't know how we
come
to the conclusion that one is more unrealistic than the other. Has there been like a TF2 dev who's come out and said, no, we don't want to change anything? Or like what's the metric of that?
I think is it
just a guess based on it's like a guess based on like Valve's patterns in the past, even though they're like very erratic and like unpredictable?
We agreed on the premise that it's less likely because it is a contentious enough topic to where there is at least an argument for benefits of casual, whereas for things like, you know, the bots getting fixed, that was like a universal negative where like basically everyone agreed it was a bad thing.
Whereas to your credit, Richter, Valve has shown that they are okay with like reverting things that could potentially upset people, like the corpse carrier was originally
flag on the engineered desk
or that, but those were changes that were done very, very quickly, and that's the key.
Quick switch, the quick switch miss bug.
Was that in That's right. Was that in Against the Wild?
Yeah, they changed it immediately, reverted it.
Yeah.
I like that the discourse is heading this way. It's time to discuss the fucking fallout and nuclear apocalypse that Meet Your Match did.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the silver lining. It's just the fact that we're here is great.
I mean, for 5 years, we were like having our legs like forcibly amputated. Now we can focus on our like hernia or something. You know, we got rid of the giant elephant in the room. Now we can talk about the other things.
No, there's like a giraffe in here or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's and two things, right? I think we're all making this a lot bigger than it needs to be. It's like I feel like.
What do you mean?
Let me finish. Let me finish. No. I'm not downplaying the importance. My point is, I feel like we're taking something and akinning it to brain surgery when it's really just like writing your name down on a piece of paper. These are very simple things that Valve can do to make TF2 functionally like quick play again. It's not asking for that much, right? Like asking for a functioning anti-cheat is a lot, but simply asking for team scrambles back, simply asking for people being able to choose their teams. These are very simple things that Valve can reincorporate. Simply asking, hey, can we also include community servers back in the game search as an option? These are very small changes that could be implemented piecewise that are very, very achievable and conceivable things, right? Also ad hoc connections. Simply allow these small things back, right? These are very minor
really sure
tasks.
that is it really gonna do anything? Like, are they gonna listen to a bunch of people? Like, first of all, then what's like the catchy hashtag? Hashtag bring back ad hoc. Like,
I don't think you need one. I don't think they're. I think it's actually
how is there gonna be
deconstructive.
any? How do you build like anything coherent around that though?
You
Like, how do you?
Rick, the best way to do it is simply inform people. Just simply make videos, put the voices out there, get the concerns out there, and the more people who are aware of this, and you can like inform people, then people are gonna go, oh, you're right. These things should be like, it should be normalized that these things should be changed, right?
Yeah, like
I think the idea of having it be like a big flash in the pan, like hashtag fix this, it's not gonna be the best angle to take for it.
Yeah, like ironically, while watching the What's video about fixed TF2 in hindsight, we all kind of agreed that the movement, the main improvement we would have made to that movement is just to not have like visual leadership, and to have it seem to, at the very least, seem to happen naturally. And if
Wheezy's bitch ass said he wouldn't come on because he's trying to stay away from the drama, but he's been in chat consistently since I joined. What's up with that? Get in here, Wheezy.
He's chilling.
Richter, my point, like whole point is like, if you want this to change, I think we could all agree that just making it, like talking about it as a YouTuber and a community figure is probably the best option. And just getting other YouTubers and community figures to talk about it like casually, not in like a concentrated effort.
I mean, a lot of people don't even know how bad it is. Like, a lot of people don't even understand.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, exactly. I click the button, I can get in the game eventually, so it works.
No, that's my point, right?
Now.
What we are doing
and
now,
even if you want full reversion, that's still your same first step. Is just getting people informed of how bad the current system is. So we're all in agreement on that, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I heard we were watching this video by this one guy. His name is.
This guy sucks. I'll just turn him off.
His name's like Blister or something.
It's especially disheartening because there's just so much like bullshit going on around like people.
Yeah, a lot of misinformation
about quick play.
Like, oh,
there's spam servers and there's HTML, MOTDs and RTD plugins, and it's like it's just not even true. It's not even accurate to what quick play was before they.
But also, like, you could just blacklist that, and it would never show up again. You never have to go there. Like, just
yeah, and I don't know. It seems like even the compromise almost seems unlikely at a certain point, because you just can't centralize that. You can't be like, hey, we want ad hoc connections. Is somebody gonna deliver that like on like a piece of paper to Eric's like explain?
But the thing is, we don't need all changes at once.
People are working on this game even remember what that means.
Well, like Richter, you're being kind of a doomer about it. You don't. It's not really that. It's not that deep. Like and that's me saying that.
I'm sorry for caring about Team Fortress 2. I thought this was caring about Team Fortress 2. Yes.
No, for the record, I care about Team Fortress 2 as well. I'm saying that like you have a better likelihood of getting ad hoc connections back if you just talk about how much you want them back on social media generally. Like, if there's an overwhelming you don't need a hashtag, you don't need a trend, you don't need to go #1 on trending to make that happen. Like that is something that is an easier fix than the bots ever were. Like, we didn't need a hashtag to get the fucking corpse carrier fixed, or to get the Iron Bomber's projectiles changed. Like, we didn't need a hashtag for that. People just talked about it enough, and it happened. And people didn't even talk about it that much.
Corpse carrier is a good example.
But people just talked about it, and it happened. Like that, we don't need to like think about, the catchiness of the trend.
I suppose.
Especially since some of these settings are literally changing a single like number. Like enabling team scrambles is a single number going from 0 to 1. Haven't we been
complaining that casual sucks for like 8 years already? Like, haven't they already made tweaks to it?
Not really.
Not good ones. I mean, they reverted the most egregious things, which we're going to get to in a moment in the video. But beyond that, it's still a terrible system.
I've only been able to play casual, and I can attest that I do hate it. I wrote down a list of reasons why I hate it.
I don't know.
Also, I wanna bring up something super quickly. Obviously, unmute the free to plays. I feel like that's so easy to like just not bring up because it's so obvious.
Unmute
it's obvious to me. It could be changed in a random like patch note. Like it's kind of it's a kind of a one note issue.
So yeah, we're not talking about it because we don't think that should be happening. It's just
it's obvious. Like it's painfully obvious.
I literally think it is the most likely change to happen out of anything anyone wants. I think it's almost inevitable.
Yeah, it doesn't really have a purpose now the bots are gone.
Yeah, genuinely, it's.
Well, it makes them money, but you know.
They would never.
I doubt there's many people that are like, I want to call for medic. I'm going to spend money now. I don't think this makes them a lot of money.
Oh, you'd be surprised. When I made that poll on my channel, I had countless comments of people saying that they paid $5 just so they could call for medic. A lot of people do that. It's actually
kind of
sad.
Pay to win.
But like more than cases though, I feel like if you took a spreadsheet of TF2's total revenue income, people paying $5 to call for medic, I feel like wouldn't be very high on the pie chart.
It should be 0.
Yeah, but you could have used that same logic.
It should be 0, obviously. Yeah, I'm not saying keep the free-to-plays muted. Fuck them. No.
You could have done the same logic of like, oh, TF2 comparatively doesn't make much money. Why would they bother fixing the bots? But
well, no, I'm not saying fuck the free-to-plays. Mute them.
Keep them muted.
He just said it, everyone.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, fuck the free-to-plays. I hate poor people. Yeah, I'll have that on the record. Fuck yeah.
They can't pay a fucking Starbucks coffee to be able to call for medic. What the fuck, dude?
The funny thing is now I don't even know what I was responding to when I first said that. I don't know.
So what's the laundry list of like things that need to happen to casual for it to be good?
Okay, so several things.
Ad hoc would be the primary one, I think.
So, God, all right. So it's a. Let me think. So first of all, yes, bring back ad hoc connections. Bring back players the ability to choose their teams whenever they want to. Let players choose their teams when they are assigned to a server. Don't automatically assign someone to a team. Change from a round limit back to a map timer, so rounds don't end with a single steamroll and the server resets and everyone leaves. What else? Did I say team scramble?
No.
Did you do have a server reload? Not like reload the entire server.
Like extending the map.
Well, so yeah, so that's also like change the map vote system back to how it behaved, where if you chose the same map again, the server wouldn't reset, the timer would, or rather, the time would just be added back to the timer, and then the map would continue. So obviously, bring back Team Scramble because the matchmaking system does not fucking work, and it needed to exist simply to create balanced teams. What else am I missing?
Scramble would be #1 on my list.
Yeah, Scramble's a really big one. What else?
That and the map timer, those two.
Yeah, the main thing is the map timer. Yeah, I know I'm forgetting something else as well.
Is having Valve?
So I think also agree that auto scramble is a necessary evil. Like and honestly, having a vote scramble, you'd have to implement it with some kind of a cooldown or a way that it wouldn't be abused. So auto scramble might be a little bit better, because then the game would detect, oh shit, this round ended in 30 seconds. The teams probably need to be scrambled.
That does exist actually. In a certain community server that starts with F and ends with Pound. They have a plugin where if it detects a massive point difference, or if the last round ended within 30 seconds, it doesn't scramble the teams, but it calls a vote that needs a super majority to scramble the teams.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
And I think that could be great.
I don't know. Yep. I'm not convinced that presenting this giant laundry list of shit to Valve that they need to tweak is actually more realistic than just going hey, remember 2015? Can you just
Richter, you have to remember the arguments we're posing here. Do you want this to be this abrasive, bring back this old system that a bunch of people aren't familiar with, or hey, here's some quality of life changes that would make the gaming experience just that much better for everyone?
You're asking what I want?
No, I'm saying.
Which one do you think is more likely to actually have a change?
What do I think is more likely to have a change? I feel like it's probably not even that big of a difference, to be honest, in terms of realism between the two. Either way, it's asking the contractor and whoever works at Valve makes $2 million a year to just
I disagree.
Hey, can you change something?
But in one way, you're shaking your fist bring back quick play. Well, they'll look at you and go, ha, no, or you go, hey, can you add these things back, these little simple changes and toggles?
And they go, ha, no. They do that to both of them. What do you mean?
Why would they go, ha, no? What?
Yeah.
I mean, there's already a precedent that Valve will do quality of life fixes to TF2. That's a precedent that they've set.
Yeah, they're currently doing it.
I feel like there's less of a precedent for massive sweeping reversions to 8-year-old updates. I feel like I feel like you just gotta
why? Because Meet Your Match removed joining spectator and switching teams and ad hoc connections. Those were systems that were in the game for like 8 years prior to that point. I think Valve can totally do giant sweeping changes.
Well, the thing is, Richter.
But does Valve care enough to make giant sweeping changes? Valve is trying their hardest to ignore this game.
True.
The less they have to think about it, the better.
The same Valve that was existing in 2016. You have to meet Valve on their level now, and right now they're making quality of life changes. They're not making massive changes to the game.
And also, and again, we're doing this thing again where we're blowing something very simple into brain surgery. It's not a massive sweeping change to the game. This is a handful of small quality of life things that would just improve the gamer's experience.
We're
not demanding this crazy change here.
Yeah.
This is infinitely less than asking for a functioning anti-cheat.
I think the reason we'll never get quick play back is because people refuse to in the community stand up and just say that we preferred quick play instead of do this whole compromise thing. But like if Dane and like Banny and all these other people came out and said like, yeah, the original system was better, you don't think that would like make its way to somebody at Valve? Like they already consulted those people for updates. I think it's what's up?
Valve wants to maintain the game for the majority of people who are playing it right now and to keep their money flowing into it. And the majority of those people started playing after Meet Your Match. So even if Uncle Dane says, "Oh yeah, this was better," he's again all this massive section of the player base has no point of reference.
Yeah,
that's not the way to go about it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if Uncle Dane says this old system was better when probably 75% of the people currently playing the game never experienced that old system. And if you if you told them it was better, they would.
That just makes me sad. That just makes we're like never getting our game back.
I agree that it's sad, but I think that
if you want it to be, we can at least push.
Yeah, if you want it to be anywhere closer to how it was in 2015, advocating for a massive change is much worse at accomplishing that end goal as opposed to advocating for a series of small changes. It's
I support making casual more like quick play, if that's what you're wanting to hear.
No, and it's not even just making it more like quick play. It's putting things back to make it quick play, but without the added abrasiveness of bring back quick play.
I think we're missing the big issue
abrasive here. It's a TF2
Richter, how about
system movement. I don't understand.
How about in addition to all the other changes, we replaced the shitty SFM artwork on the game modes for the old soulful quick play art
based.
I think you got me there actually.
Yeah. Boom.
Yeah, I can't commission Jaunty Web to make a thumbnail for a video, so I'm actually just going to use one of those artworks. I'm not going to say which one, but yeah, no, those artworks were great. I missed them.
They're a lot better than the SFM renders in the game now.
Like Richter, don't get me wrong. I'm also very gung ho and angry about the changes that Valve made. Like I'm also like just not objectively. Just I'm so sometimes use the word too much. I'm also on board with just bring back quick play, like just immediate reversion.
Is that not what Team Fortress 2 deserves, Zesty?
Thing is, Richter, you can get all emotional and gung-ho about it, and we're all in unanimous agreement here, but you have to remember that we're trying to appeal to a shitload of people, the majority of players that have 0 point of reference. Unlike with something like the bots, like we said earlier, everyone could collectively agree that this is a bad thing and should not exist. I feel like the only people who are making this a controversial issue are people who are just like intentionally peddling misinformation. Well, thing is, it's like that's the thing. No one is making this controversial except for the people who you said. The majority of people playing the game right now are oblivious. And so that's why we have to inform them as to why these changes would improve their experience. You don't have to pass it along as bringing back quick play and shoving their faces in this old system that a bunch of boomers and rose-tinted glasses wearing people think is better. No, you're just offering the things that quick play had without calling it quick play.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm a broken record here.
The reason why that misinformation even works is because there is a significant amount of people who don't know any better. I agree, by the way, that there is. I've seen it. It's depressing, genuinely. But I agree that it only works because those people are uninformed. And the best way, if you want those changes to be made, you just have to inform those people of how good things used to be.
Well, let's get.
I feel like if you took a poll, of the TF2 fan base, if you took a poll of the current TF2 player base and you said like, would you want to bring back quick play? You are going to see a very divided spread of answers between no and yes.
Weezy did that, didn't he? Like,
yeah, but I think that was a really biased poll because that's obviously like that's his viewer base that watches it.
But
like I feel like
that was very evenly split. It was like 30-30-30.
Yeah. I feel like if you took a poll like that, you'd have a very big split in the answers. But if you pulled the entire player base and you're like, would you prefer if we added auto scramble back? I feel like you would see a much higher like to dislike ratio. Because you're taking the same thing and you're wrapping the pill in cheese. You're not like doing this big combative like sweeping. You're taking baby steps to the same goal, and you have bigger chances of that happening.
I agree.
Yes.
Sucks. Bring back quick play.
Anyways,
there's like dig gay.
Got him. Also, there's like a video that we were watching. I thought I'm pretty sure, or like
Are we?
I mean, I guess we don't have to.
No. I think we should continue.
I feel like I should unsubscribe from Lister.
No.
No, wait, what?
I don't think that's necessary.
Someone says auto scramble might be divisive for modern players. I disagree because if you tell them, okay, so would you rather have a steamroll and then be immediately forced to requeue, or would you rather stay in the server and have it automatically balance it for you so you can immediately play again?
Yeah, would you rather it be more convenient or less convenient?
And also, if nothing else, if it was only the auto scramble that did it after 2 rounds, like after 2 wins, in current casual, you have to requeue after 2 wins because everyone leaves at the map vote. So it's literally no reason not to.
No, and that's my point about informing people, because you definitely would have people be like, oh, scrambling team sounds like a bad idea. So you have to tell them why it is a good idea.
Anyways, this Lister video, thoughts, feelings? Can we continue?
I think your match was kind of awesome now that I'm watching the video.
That's crazy.
I mean, look at that artwork. He looks happy.
Yeah.
Alongside competitive, one that would replace quick play. No one, and I mean no one, expected this. Some had speculated that a separate casual queue would be introduced alongside ranked, but the assumption was always that any matchmaking systems would exist alongside quick play. What made this even more of a surprise was that Valve continued to update quick play in the months leading up to Meet Your Match. Like when they added a new quick play category for alternative game modes in April, just 3 months before quick play would be removed forever. The initial response to casual was very positive, actually.
Not forever. Inshallah, not forever.
No more auto balance was huge, as was the promise of equally skilled teams. But then came July 7th, the same July 7th that had pushed out a broken, unfinished competitive mode, and the positive reception to casual immediately turned sour.
That is a collection of great, wonderful comments. Provided by...
Richter, here comes your montage, by the way.
Excellent.
TF2, as the player base had known it for the past 9 years, was dead. Whatever they were playing, if they were lucky enough to play it in the first place, was not TF2.
Did Richter make this?
No.
Why is it Richter's montage?
Because he was saying that he wanted to see one. Just like a big compilation of everyone raging.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah, because this was awful. This was a terrible thing to do to a video game that millions of people love.
I agree. From everything I know about it.
Wait your match.
The fucking Muselk made a video. That's how you know it was getting bad.
I think it's funny that Dane made a video and was just like, "Yep, it's good. I like it." Ad hoc being gone is good because I can't get stream sniped anymore.
This
is insane.
That's a wild
argument.
The ad hoc makes streaming so much easier, and I don't know why it's gone. I literally went on a rant earlier in the stream about how I hate streaming TF2 because of casual mode.
Would you like to know why ad hoc is gone?
Something competitive, something.
No. Ad hoc was slowly being removed from Team Fortress 2 for the sake of its monetization schemes. Through 2015, Valve started incorporating the same monetization systems that were inside of Counter-Strike. So you had Gunmetal, Tough Break, those updates. And what did you have? You had contracts that would give you in-game rewards, and you had to actually play the game to get those rewards. You could not allow for players to, one, perform these contracts on community servers, an environment that they can tailor to their own needs, to then farm those items, but you could also not have people joining ad hoc to an empty Valve server and then grinding their contracts that way. So, when Gunmetal came out, guess what they tried to do? They unlisted all of the Valve servers from the community server browser. But it pissed off so many people, they quickly undid this. But they locked all contract play specifically to Valve servers. So you had to specifically use the quick play system in order to get into a Valve server. And they ultimately removed ad hoc altogether because they were going to continue pushing the CSGO monetization schemes inside of Team Fortress 2, and Jungle Inferno is evidence of that, because that was also a carbon copy of the Battle Pass systems they were performing and developing inside of Counter-Strike and Dota at the same time. If you want a reason why they removed ad hoc connection, it was solely so players could not exploit item drops and hurt their revenue. And that is immensely fucked.
I agree. Assuming everything you just said is correct, which I'll take your word for it. Yes, I agree that
it is. I've done my research.
Yeah.
He might be trolling. So
it sounds like rose tinted glasses to me. So
yeah, no, I think it's all. I actually think it's all nostalgia. And you just like it because you're old and you're a boomer, and I'm right. Smile.
Age that resulted from this single day was unlike anything the game had seen before. And unlike anything Valve had ever experienced, I'd imagine.
You know what, like CIA chip went off in people's heads to all start saying that the quick play stuff is rose-tinted glasses. I saw that from like a million people all at once.
I was also,
like, specific phrasing.
Richter, it's crazy you mentioned that. I opened the stream and I asked that question, and everyone else in this panel seemed to think that I was making, not that I was making it up, but that like they hadn't seen the same. Like
I saw it like everywhere. Like
I was also seeing
a little like CIA chip in their head to just know that phrase, like a tactical deployment of it.
Like everyone just started saying that it was nostalgia and rose-tinted glasses and that quick play sucked just all at once randomly.
It's very funny because none of those people even like remember that time enough to be able to say whether there was rose-tinted glasses or not.
Like I don't even.
Are you asking about like a specific phrase of rose-tinted glasses?
It came out in like full swing.
All right, because. And I'm not saying this was the reason necessarily, but Uncle Dane did a hot takes video, and in that he used that specific phrase of rose-tinted glasses when people look back to quick play.
It all goes back to Dane. It all goes back to fucking Dane.
Zesty, no. I'll do you one better. It all goes back to that fucking hot takes video because that's that's what started this fucking show. Like,
yes.
It did?
Yeah, Lister, the first episode we did, and the reason why I started the show was because of Dane's hot takes video.
We've come full circle.
He birthed the monster. He doesn't know what he's done.
The player base, by and large, rejected casual. Players flocked to forums, begging and pleading for Valve to revert casual and bring back quick play.
I wish I had released my fucking military interview video like now instead of when I did. Because there was just so many people who were just like, no, I stopped playing for Meet Your Match. Yeah, no, sorry, I'll go back to the military base.
There's more people.
Yeah, sorry, I'll book a flight to Okinawa tomorrow. My bad. Thank you, Zesty.
I'll come too. See in 14 hours.
I would book that flight if I knew if we were both doing it. I would clear out.
I'll take my yacht, so it might take me a little longer.
It'll take you probably 18 days to cross the Pacific from California.
Nice.
18 days is crazy.
Well, I know that from experience. So
you sailed?
Oh,
you took the super yacht across the ocean
with the $70. The $70 you got from the art video.
It's so unfortunate. I've talked to Dane. I've tried to get him to come on like a show with Zesty, and he doesn't want to do it. I just think it'd be such good content. It'd be so amazing. I'd love to see that hoedown, but I don't think it'll happen.
I offered to get him on UFR because he messaged me about that the first UFR episode fucking almost a year ago now, and really? I tried to get him to come on, and he didn't. He didn't respond.
In all respects, he's a nice, agreeable, polite guy. I don't have any beef with him, but I do think he's done. I do think he's done damage to TF2, kind of.
I wish I would love to get Dane on.
Maybe not TF2, but TF2 discourse at least. I
would be glad to talk to Dane about this, even with literally no one else except for me and Alan present, like we did with Emblem. I'd be fine with either of those. I'd be fine with whatever option. I think hearing his thoughts in a live situation would be very interesting, because I think he has a lot of very interesting thoughts on TF2 as a game.
Well, I just hope that hashtag bring back quick play picks up and he's forced to make a video establishing all his beliefs on it.
Yeah, he's at gunpoint. Someone arrives at his house and says, "You must make a video," and he goes, "Okay."
Yes.
This is a joke.
What on earth was going on? What could be causing such a vitriolic response? In short, casual was anything but casual. The freedom that players had—
It's crazy this video exists, given the rose-tinted glasses comment, now that you mention it. Like, it's actually kind of wild that this video is like this video was widely circulated in the TF2 community. And like, it is just a slap in the face to anyone who says that it was rose-tinted glasses and that people like casual more. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, you have to remember, these people who are saying this were not around to experience it, or their memories are gone. Like, anyone who poses a serious argument in favor of Meet Your Match in any way did not experience quick play or the game it was before.
Can I come up with one defense for Meet Your Match?
Okay.
Don't say the badge.
If it's anything other than being able to select your maps, I have to remove at least one of your testicles with a spoon.
I'm going someone with this. Meet Your Match, Pyro versus Heavy. Pyro wins. We get Jungle Inferno. Jungle Inferno gives us the Dragon's Fury. It's a butterfly effect. What do you think?
Okay.
Oh no, it's like having it's like being given a maraschino cherry to eat on top of your pile of cow dung. I don't think
maraschino
would
cherries.
rather.
No, it's like having your leg chopped off, and it's like having your leg amputated through surgery, and then you get one of those little lollipops from the doctor. You know, it's like a little something to make you feel better after having your leg chopped off.
I would rather not have the Dragon's Fury and put the game back.
No. Mute him.
Oh, I know. Wait. I had to BRB. Are we like slandering Jungle Inferno? Because I'm like so ready for that conversation.
No.
We're slandering Zesty because he just spewed out bile nonsense.
He
said he would trade Meet Your Match for the Dragon's Fury.
Oh, he's so right though. He's actually completely right.
Yeah, I would give up the Dragon's Fury's existence if Meet Your Match did not happen. 100%.
Dragon's Fury is. I probably shouldn't say that.
I mean, I love the weapon. It's really fun.
No, Richter,
that's
say it. Go on.
inconsequential.
I think it's like one of the most overrated weapons in the whole game.
He's wrong. Boot him from the call.
And like lazy.
He's wrong. Boot him from the call.
No, see, Richter, we could be civil about our disagreements about quick play, but if you diss the Dragon's Fury.
This might be your worst
overrated.
take.
It's such like a Reddit weapon. I'm sorry.
What does that even mean?
Reddit weapon.
You guys watched the Lazy Purple video. You guys watched the Lazy Purple video where it's like, it's actually a better version of Duck that's more in line with the game.
I haven't even seen that video.
For the last like 7 years. I hate it.
It is genuinely one of the most classically designed TF2 weapons I have ever seen.
You are fucking insane, Lucid. It looks nothing like the Pyro's original arsenal at all.
I'm not talking about the way it looks. I'm talking about the game design. I'm talking about the game design. I'm talking about the game design.
You look at Pyro's original weapons. They're like homemade shit. It's like a gas.
I am talking about the game design, not the way it looks.
Like a program tank. Well, I fucking care about how the game looks because I love Team Fortress 2. Okay.
I don't.
So I look at the Dragon's Fury. It's like a fucking weird pump thing. It looks like a roadblock.
Yes,
I don't like it.
It still looks like something that Pyro slapdashed together and gave a paint job. It's like a fucking.
It doesn't.
So the backside is a wall heater. You have a gas tank. The same flame nozzles on the front. What looks like a fucking dish strainer attached to the front.
Mm-hmm.
And with like some tubes he bought out of a fucking hardware store. Like this still looks like something that Pyro could have put together.
It doesn't look right. It doesn't look right, and that's why Lucid
Dragon's Fury killed the art style, guys.
You are not allowed to complain about the appearance of the Dragon's Fury when something like the fucking Machina appears in the game.
That's true. That's real.
So if we have like one tumor, that means we have to accept the second.
That is a whataboutism, Zesty, but you are correct.
I don't care if it's a whataboutism. I'm right.
It is absolutely a whataboutism, and you should.
I
should not agree with you, but it is true.
I am objectively
like if
correct,
if we are no. I agree that like
how does it make you feel? How does it make you feel, Lucid?
I feel angry that he just criticized the game design of the Dragon's Fury. It's such a well-designed weapon from a game design perspective, and it makes me like genuinely hard. Like I actually have a full erection right now thinking about how good the game design is.
Only got a half chub, I'm not gonna lie, but I see where you're going with this.
Yeah, no, it's ooh, man. It's like the mechanic of where you like set someone on fire and then you crit them again. Like that's like the bizarre bargain if it wasn't awful. It just rewards you over and over again for being good at the game. It's so fucking
I've said this before. If the Dragon's Fury was a woman, I would ask for her hand in marriage. It is truly like one of the most fun weapons in the game.
You guys are brainwashed by Lazy Purple.
I haven't even seen the video that you're talking about. I have literally not even seen. I don't know what video you're talking about.
I'm just so tired of the talking point of the Dragon's Fury is like with the flamethrower should. I just hate it. I just hate that.
We're not saying
no one says that. No one said
that.
That's what you all mean in your heart of hearts.
No, it's not. What are you talking? I don't mean
that.
It
feels good to shoot, but I still use the normal flamethrower more often than I use the damn Dragon's Fury.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I wish the flamethrower were removed from the game. I'm just glad the Dragon's Fury exists because it's good. It's a well-designed weapon.
It's okay. It's not a bad weapon, but it is the most overrated weapon in Team Fortress 2.
No.
It is. It just is. I'm sorry, Zesty, if you're not like.
How is it overrated when it's like unanimously the least used flamethrower, next to the backburner and the flog? Excuse me,
people
sir.
probably use the Dragon's Fury more.
The scorch shot's overrated.
Do you have a single fact to back that up?
I can assure you right now, if I put a poll on my YouTube channel, I guarantee the Dragon's Fury will be last place. In fact, I'll do it right now.
He's got the receipts.
I'll do it right now. Of course, it'll take a day or two.
I did not expect the Dragon's Fury was good to be this controversial. It's
an ugly weapon. Is my number one problem with it.
It's not. What are you talking about?
It just looks bad. It looks like 3D printed. It doesn't look like a TF2 weapon.
What the fuck?
It looks like a big Roblox thing. I don't know what to tell you.
Dragon's Fury. I'm looking at the model right now because
unless I'm misremembering.
Stop the count.
What are you talking about? It has a propane tank stuck to the bottom. What are you talking about?
It's just like a worse version of the original flamethrower design. I don't know what to
tell you. It doesn't look anything like the original flamethrower design. It looks completely different.
It looks bad.
I think you're biased against new TF2. I'm going to say it.
Well, I have more than 300 hours like you, Lucid, so that's probably why.
No, my playtime, I'm melting. I'm literally melting right now. Holy shit.
Okay, poll is up, motherfucker. I will bet money that I'm right.
Okay. Well, I don't really.
For the record, I actually think it's going to be.
Hold on, I'm logging on to my 100.
I will say,
I think the degreaser is going to be in last
place. Put money
page.
on it. You released a video talking about the Dragon's Fury and how it's good, so your viewer base is already biased towards it.
I think that the
that video came out almost 3 years ago, sir. I think most people who are subscribed to me now either forgot about it or don't know about it.
I think that the degreaser will be in last place, and it will be the least used flamethrower almost unanimously.
The degreaser?
I guarantee you, it's going to be the Dragon's Fury.
In terms of fucking online discourse, I never hear anyone talk about it anymore. It's like, and if they do it, they talk about how good it used to be.
I think I definitely see the degreaser used far more often than I do the Dragon's Fury.
I like the degreaser.
Yeah, everyone uses the degreaser because like combo pyro is still like a really well used playstyle. Like degreaser, flare punch, I see that all the time.
I'm interested. Maybe I think it's gonna be either. I don't think it's gonna be the Dragon's Fury. I think it'll be the degreaser or the backburner.
Lucid, I will bet you money.
I'm not betting. I am not a betting
glass. Man. I'll place a bet. I'll leave the glass dome if I lose. I'll remain in my containment.
If you lose, if
about the Dragon's Fury being the least used weapon.
If they're the least used flamethrower, I'll take that bet. If the Dragon's Fury is not the least used flamethrower, I will remove it by hand. I'll remove the whole dome.
Okay.
I will remove the whole dome.
Can't help but notice Richter is suspiciously silent.
I mean, what am I supposed to add? You guys are talking about a weapon that I just think like is lame. I don't like.
What do you?
What's a cool weapon, Richter?
Yeah, I was gonna say
what's a cool weapon that's not a stock weapon.
How about the direct hit? That's like a classic.
That's literally like
that weapon looks like a Reddit weapon, bro. With the little scope on the side, playing Call of Duty. Shut the fuck.
Yeah,
it's actually. I mean, you can say that, but I know you don't believe that in your heart of hearts, and it kind of takes all the weight.
Little Call of Duty scope you can't even use.
Richter, I do not know how you're gonna praise the direct hit, and then say the Dragon's Fury is bad when they both operate under the exact same design philosophy of rewarding a player for hitting shots as opposed to just spraying and using splash damage to win. They are literally the same fucking weapon, but for different classes.
He's talking about the appearance. The whole thing's about the appearance.
But they look. Oh my gosh! I just can't. I can't operate this way. Like, my brain doesn't work where it just isolate the way the fucking weapon looks.
How about the looks of the Frontier Justice? Now, that is a very beautiful weapon.
I agree. The Ambassador looks good.
That's what a TF2 unlock should look like, not a fucking Roblox jungle thing. It looks
stupid. What do you mean?
I'm going... do you just have the image of, like, the skin for it, and you don't have, like, you don't know what the original looks like? Is that what's happening?
Black box. That's a Roblox weapon right there.
Literally
a cube,
is a cube, yeah. Dude, what do you think about the Prinny Machete being in the game? That was added in Meet Your Match.
Like the Hulong heater is another example of something that doesn't look like a TF2
yeah,
weapon.
I was going to
like
say the Hulong
gun.
Actually,
dragon gun.
Actually, I take it back. I think the Hulong heater is going to be last, given that I just forgot that it existed until just now.
I need to get my team of forensic TF2 artists to give me an in-depth breakdown.
I need to get people who will
so
validate
bad,
my bad
and I'll bring next time. I'll bring the actual artistic breakdown of why this weapon is ugly.
I need my army of yes men to agree with me only. Richter, you have to leave now.
Zesty, you're my yes man. What are we talking about here?
Talking about you're my yes man.
Richter, if you give all of us our ideas,
I think you're both yes manning each other right now. I think you guys are too evenly matched.
No, we're not. Listen, you never see us in the same room.
Richter, if
I like you more,
what about right now?
No, I like you more, Zesty. I like you more.
Richter, if you give everyone in the TF2 community the ideas for things, then why do we all disagree with you?
You don't.
Oh man, you see,
RichterOvertime.
Richter, would you say that from your subjective perspective, we don't agree with you, but like objectively, we definitely disagree with you?
I mean, you can disagree with like reality that you're like allowed to do that. That's like just mental illness.
Man, that's good. Anyways,
lock and load should have 3 barrels. No, it should not, because it's only meant to have 2 shots.
I rescind my comment that the Dragon's Fury is a Reddit weapon. I'm ascribing it a new title. It is a video essay weapon.
What does that mean?
What the fuck does that mean?
It's a weapon.
Just a video essay about any weapon.
No, this is a weapon that was primed for shitty TF2 video.
All you're saying is that it's designed well and people want to talk about it. That's all that's happening here.
It's a gimmick that is for like Reddit people. That's what it means.
This is Richter is the Hulong heater. Hulong heater's way more gimmicky, and it probably has less video essays about it.
I'm sorry,
it's just like the Family Guy
video.
scene.
Okay, isn't there someone in this call who literally did a video essay about the fucking Dragon's Fury?
There's also
I'm not the only one.
Also a person who made. There's 2 people who made a fucking video essay on the Hulong heater.
No comment.
So this is a fucking video essay.
No.
I've just honed it in. I figured out what it is.
I think you're just making shit up, honestly.
The Dragon's Fury insists upon itself.
Purple Colonel had his first correct statement in the past week where he said Richter operates on vibes and conversation, and it's great when you agree with him, and he's right, but it's infuriating when it's untrue.
No, I like it. We were being way too civil earlier.
Yeah, no, we really needed Richter to come in here and get us to yell about the Dragon's Fury.
Yeah, let's fight.
Yeah.
Why are the heavies the top 3 people on this team in this clip? Just realized that.
They're cheaters, probably.
Because they were all heavy.
That's crazy.
That enjoyed throughout the eras of community servers and quick play was forcibly removed from them. This was apparent before you even joined a game. You could not pick which maps you...
Is this what the fucking UI looked like when you meet your match? This looks awful. This is really, really
bad.
Yeah,
it was pretty rough.
Almost like it was rushed
over from
in a way.
MVM.
This is one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Yeah, almost like it was rushed. Exactly.
Purple Colonel in chat. Is this good? I want to hear from you. I need to hear your perspective.
Of course he'll say it's good.
Is this good?
Of course he will. It's got nice colors and pictures. And
it doesn't have either of those things.
There's a badge.
It doesn't. The picture's not even centered correctly.
Look at the cool background though.
Why do you paint Purple Colonel?
Look, it's the spy. He's holding up a knife to a guy holding a gun.
Why do you paint Purple Colonel as like a 6-year-old? What the fuck? That's so fucked up.
He has 6-year-old opinions.
Shut up, dude. That's not true.
On the note of this being a blatant copy of MVM, there were multiple bugs where during the beta of competitive, people that were queuing for MVM would mistakenly be put into competitive when it was still in beta because they literally just copy pasted the matchmaking.
That's pretty fun.
So just imagine you're booting up for MVM and you just find yourself in this random beta 6v6 competitive.
That's pretty good. That's a good experience.
For this.
That's actually a very TF2 core experience, I feel.
Wanted to queue
TF2 coded.
TF2 coded, yeah.
Some maps, by the way, like Gully Wash and CTF Sawmill, were flat out missing with zero explanation. You couldn't even pick which game mode you wanted. You had to pick at least 2.
I remember
Once
that
you
was
did,
awful.
you waited, and waited, and waited. Queue times for casual were unreasonably long, regularly surpassing 15 minutes.
The fucking coin seems really happy about it though. Look at it dance up there.
Yeah.
Valve would later claim that these long queue times were...
I wish if I could go back in time, I would I'd probably violently assault the person who made that badge. Because it's so it poisons the discourse so bad, and it's so ugly.
Who in the past 10 years has had a heated debate about the meet your match badge? Why of all things is that what makes you want to kill him?
I think Richter's just moving the goalpost. He lost the debate on the Dragon's Fury.
I lost the debate. What do you mean?
That's such a Reddit badge. I'm not gonna lie. That is such a Reddit.
No,
Reddit
isn't
badge.
it the what show? Isn't it the what show?
It's a video essay badge. It's a video essay
badge.
Yeah. I'm gonna make an hour-long video essay about that badge.
They added like an ugly
Just
thing to TF2 just for people to like stim with. That's like all it is. And like because they added like a stim badge, that's like a reason that they can't roll back meet your match now. Because everyone's gonna be mad if they lose their fucking stim badge. I hate
Who's
it.
gonna be mad about losing
lost
the stim
Lucid.
badge?
He's fucking dead, dude.
A stim badge.
The stimming badge is fucking...
That's all it is, and it's like because we have a stim badge, we can't roll back quick play because fucking we need the stim badge for the people who are used to it.
Lucid.
I just imagine Richter emerging from a time portal and violently assaulting some random poor artist at Valve who was paid a salary.
I rescind the joke. I would not use violence on anybody. It's not right.
That was, oh fuck!
I was using that as a,
oh fuck! Oh,
for flair, for flavor.
Oh my gosh! I haven't laughed that hard in a really long time. I
hate the badge. I think it looks. Somehow they made the TF2 logo not look like TF2 at all.
I agree. I don't like the way it looks,
like
especially in this
badge.
fucking fucking UI. Oh my gosh!
Well, yeah, it was shit. It was just shit.
Wow. Okay.
For me, I just don't like the badge for what it represented.
I agree.
Because never before in TF2's history were players incentivized to perform well other than for their own personal satisfaction. But now, for the first time in the game's history, there was not only the clear
Somebody in chat said Reddit has badges too.
Let's keep going, Zesty.
Reddit has badges too. That's so true.
When you rank up, you get Reddit Gold.
Yeah, there you go. There was not only like the clear visual representation of progress incentivizing the desire to win, but also there was now the implication that your performance would dictate the quality of all following matches, and that was a huge catastrophic fuck up on Valve's part here.
Yeah,
was placing it in overimportance on the need to win. And placing the idea in people's heads that now you have to try to win, when before that was never a thing. And you took
also,
the game as seriously as you wanted to.
Do you mind if I bring up a point that you had brought up last night, or I can just remind you and you can bring it up if you want? Because I think it's a really good point that I had never thought of.
Remind me.
So it was that since there's badges and they give the implication of skill level, that means people can just like give up on the team preview because they see a bunch of like shiny badges on the other team and they're like, well, this is clearly an unbalanced game. Let me just not even try. Let me just re-queue.
Exactly. Yeah, that was another huge factor.
I never
too.
thought of that before.
I have had that happen when I was in like an actual new player. I had that happen to me multiple times where I felt very discouraged by the how the badges on the enemy team.
Yeah, and that again instilled the idea of like automatically before you even start playing, oh, I'm going to lose, why even bother? Or, oh, I'm going to win, this is going to be easy XP grind, when this was just a mentality that never existed in TF2 ever.
Mm-hmm. I also, for the record, I'll bounce off of what Richter said earlier. I also think that the badge looks really out of place. I think the way it's designed is very strange and uncanny.
Yeah, so Lucid would go back and assault the person too.
I would. No, I think that I think the problem I have with it is the fact that it's a 3D element, and it's very clearly 3D in its own space, and it looks like very eye-catching in a bad way because it is a 3D object in an otherwise 2D space.
You know, Lucid, if I hate to do this to you, but if I send you an image, and I promise it's relevant, it's not anything evil.
Okay.
If I send you an image, would you be willing to put it on the screen? Because I just want to talk about it for a second.
Yeah, if I see it.
It's relevant to exactly what we're talking about right now.
I swear to God, if it's the Dragon's Fury.
It's not the Dragon's
Fury. I already put the Dragon's Fury on.
It's not the Dragon's Fury. Hold on, give me 1 second to find it. Okay.
Chat, join the Discord. Join the Discord, chat.
Actually, can we do 2 images? Can we do one image and then
just send
we'll
me the fucking
other?
images. I'll let you know. Okay.
Okay.
What are you cooking?
I'd like to
right
put
now?
these two images. I think I already talked to you about this.
Is it going to be the TF2 badge and the Reddit badge?
No, it's not a Reddit badge. Hold on. You guys have no like trust in me at all. Like I'm not just gonna
I'm really waiting for
not
these
after
images.
the Dragon's Fury, man.
Yeah,
that broke
you lost all
trust,
credibility there.
Unfortunately I was right.
I understand why this is happening.
I need a snack. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So I know what Richter is getting at.
Is this gonna happen?
Are you gonna ask me which one of these is better? Because I'll give you my honest answer.
No. I don't want to. I don't want to ask you to take a hardline stance on anything. I want to compare and contrast these 2 images briefly.
Okay. Well, I need to find a way to get 2 images on screen at the same time. You see, and
we can look at one at a time.
Okay. All right. Well, this is the first image.
All right. Let me wait for your stream to catch up. So this is the original. I'm pretty sure this is the main menu that TF2 launched with, right?
Mm-hmm. I believe so.
I'd like to hear your observations, Lucid. You're someone who has, I think, some good ideas about art. What are your observations about this image?
It takes a lot of inspiration from like and I know I wish that if Zesty were here he'd fucking groan, but it takes a lot of inspiration from the original fucking Star Wars poster, like the way the what is it, the symbol in the background frames Spy's face, as well as having a character doing action in the foreground, and the pyro being framed between Heavy's head and Spy's head. And, you know, you need some balance on the left side of the screen, so putting Demo Man there is good. I'd probably have Demo Man doing something else or being obscured in some way, because he looks a little bit out of place. But other than that, this is just a really good render. And then to have sorry. And I was just going to say, and then to have that be the focus, like you're putting focus on the artistic merits of the game. And I think that's really good. If the only, like, and I really like that the what is it called, the text elements on the left side of the screen. I like how small that they are because it puts focus.
They're so
on the
minimalist, and it's so pleasant. It lets you get immersed in the art. And you think about the fact that they have that jukebox running of the curated songs. Isn't this main menu a great way to immerse the player into the world of Team Fortress 2 before they even press a single button?
I think the only thing I would change is I would put the Team Fortress 2 logo in the top left corner of the screen, and I would make the buttons slightly, the text elements a little bit bigger. Those are the only 2 changes I'd make if I were making.
I want you to think about, we're looking at a hand-painted portrait of the characters and the world and the tone and the style. And it does such a good job, I think, of introducing you to the world of Team Fortress 2 before you even play it, right? I want you to just switch over to the other image that I sent you now.
Okay. For the record, I agree that I think this image looks good. Purple Colonel saying TF2 shouldn't be minimalist. I think that's a strange take to have. I don't know if I agree. This is a more low-res image.
Purple Colonel doesn't know anything about Team Fortress 2's art. He doesn't understand that like the game is in some sense minimalist. The entire gimmick of its art style is that it creates the illusion of detail where it isn't necessarily there. But I logged into TF2 yesterday and I looked at this menu and I was like, what the fuck am I even looking at? We've got like this hideous like badge thing. We have like a blender render of a grill that's like isometric for some reason. Like the most prominent thing here that like actually makes sense is the like shop give us money button. And I just realized how like insulting that is. Like why is the like the play game and quit game buttons are in the top right like it's a fucking Mac OS window. Like what the hell? Why does the game look like this?
Yeah, this is way too cluttered. Like I agreed that
I'm back. What I missed.
I agree.
Purple Colonel, you're not supposed to leak that. That's not nice to do. That's not nice to leak that in chat.
Richter, if you were a professional, you just wouldn't have acknowledged it, and everyone would have assumed he was joking.
No, that's probably yeah, that's true.
But for the record, I think you could probably improve the other menu by making it less minimalist, but this is like way too far in the other fucking direction, where you have made.
How about the one in the middle? You know, between
Lucid,
the
I'm curious.
extreme ends.
Pull up the like 2011 menu.
I was going to say
like the 2013 menu.
I think the 2013 because I was going to I was getting there. You know, I've seen the 2013 menu.
I should have let you cook, Lucid. My bad.
That's
I should have let you cook.
I was gonna say I think the menu from around 2015, if I could find it, is like the best version. Hold on, no, that's bad. That's bad. Hold on.
Actually, okay, controversial opinion. I don't really like that one that much because I feel like it's too in the middle. I like the original like minimalist, and I agree with Lucid's like changes, like make the text a little bigger, put the logo in the corner. That would look really nice. I don't know. I feel like the like 2015 or whatever is like
2008 one was just a palette swap of Half-Life 2's.
Yeah, and that's soulful.
Like in main menu screen.
That's soulful.
But yeah,
so
I think this is the best menu that I've seen for TF2.
I think it's better. It's just it's so sterile. Like the look at the other image and how it like immerses you into like a very vivid portrayal, like a literal portrait of the game. And then this is just like it's like a good looking SFM render. And then the world itself is grayed out and like sterile. I like it's better. And this is the one I probably am the most nostalgic for. I didn't really play the game when the original menu existed, but I don't know. I just hate the new menu. I like logged in yesterday and it struck me just how profoundly I don't like the new menu of TF2. And I say new, but it's been around for like 8 years.
I think the thing is, right, I think that there is a balance to be struck between this menu, which I think is better functionally, versus this menu. Versus this menu, which I think is better artistically, if that makes sense. Like, because you need to have a balance between utilitarianism and art. And I think that if you could find a balance between these two, you could probably find the perfect TF2 menu, you know, or something close to that, something better than anything we've gotten before.
I think the 2008 one's kind of Reddit. I'm not gonna lie, it's in Reddit main menu.
Okay.
You haven't even looked at it.
Well, what do you say? It's a video essay menu.
No, it's just you guys have to joke because you're not willing to engage with such a beautiful piece of work. Earnestly. You'd rather talk about the righteous bison than the actual beautiful art of this game.
I'm so immersed that I'm actually trembling. Like I'm not even joking. I feel like the heavy's shooting at me and I am dying. Like the people that saw the first movies and thought they were gonna get hit by the train. This is too immersive. They need to scale it back.
What you guys can call it Reddit, but this is I mean this is the groundwork.
No, we're saying we like it.
Everything.
This is the very foundation of TF2. Right here, I guess this picture of Spy looking at the camera.
This is a concentrated essence of TF2.
This image, this specific image, is the concentrated essence of TF2.
With all 4 classes that you know and love.
With
on the famous map, blank brown background.
See, I like how I have my main menu set up right now, where it's just like
with like a big buff anime girl, bro. Stop.
No. No, right now I have it set up as like the world map from the map room with like the circles and the lines connecting the different locations. That feels like I'm kind of like jacking in to like the world of TF2 when I booted my game.
Doing
like,
what now?
Jacking in.
You're jacking?
Jerking.
Woo! I mean, who doesn't when they play TF2? Let's be honest, fellas.
But no, it feels like I'm about to go where like I, the mercenary, have been paid to go, and I'm looking at the world map on like my amber screen in 1971. You know, that's why I like my current.
How do you guys feel about the custom menus where they like load in like an empty map, so their background is like a real-time running?
I was just
like,
going.
Dust Bowl last.
I was literally just about to say. Awesome. I was just about to say that I think that like there's something there where you can integrate what this menu does that Richter pointed out, and like live footage of like a map. I don't know if you want. I don't think I want a game.
Not with like bots.
Yeah, I don't. Just like the ambience of a map would be
like
so
when Dust
good.
Bowl last.
Oh, wasn't the Xbox?
They did that on the Xbox version, and it was also.
Oh, I guess that's where I got it from.
And
yeah.
Like you can see like smoke moving around and like the rocket and like the
I think it looks great.
The industry around. It's another really good menu. But I just my personal favorite menu art is the one I just sent to Lucid. I don't know if he cares to pull it up, but
I didn't know you sent me another one.
I think this is technically an unofficial image. This is like a mod of somebody trying to restore one of the earlier arts. But I like this art most.
Yeah, I said that earlier when you posted it. That's not even an official main menu, was it? That's a fan made one.
Well, this
is not fan made. This was Drew Wolf drew this.
Yeah,
we're not talking about the art itself. We're saying the menu.
The menu.
No, that's the fan made one. That's a fan made one.
Yeah, the menu is fan made. The menu is fan made, but the art is official.
Yeah, the art is legitimate.
Yeah,
that's
real.
The art is good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying the art is fake. Obviously, I'm looking at it with my very real eyeballs, but this was never the main menu screen of TF2.
Yeah, no.
I think it was.
No. Well, no, this.
Or am I
because
crazy?
You can see play MVM.
Yeah.
This would have been 2012 at the very earliest.
Yeah, no, this was never like actually in the game.
Okay, I need like a
It's still too immersive.
I feel like they put this in. I feel like this was like this is a doctored like image, but I'm pretty sure this background image that we're using that we're looking at actually was a main menu.
So this is a recreation of the main menu screen from like 2009, and what hat is it wearing? What was it? The 10-gallon?
It's the Texas 10-gallon. It's got the Baker boy.
But what was that hat added?
It was like one of the first hats they added to the game.
I feel like this cannot be a real main menu because I highly doubt they would have put a blue team background over the red team. Like, the Team Fortress 2 logo's orange, so it works really well with warm colors. I feel like they wouldn't have put it in this image, especially back then when they, like, hyper cared.
This image is such, like, the core essence of TF2. It was never the TF2 main menu, I think.
It's really... it's a really, really good image. It's actually better than the one they actually used. It's just, like, it doesn't work well with the TF2 logo because of the warm colors.
Why? This is like TF2 in my heart and mind, is this image. This is, like, this is the style I grew up on.
I'm being told to show the Xbox version of the menu, which is probably.
My buddy just messaged me. My epic TF2 historian buddy just messaged me and said it was used as a menu background. So you're owned.
When?
Probably in like 2009 or 2010.
I think we were just saying the specific menu that had like MVM buttons.
Well, yeah, but that's we were talking about the fucking art. You guys are saying that that was never a real main menu. That was like that art was used for the main menu.
Okay. I like this one a lot. I really like. Yeah. This is really good. I almost wish this was.
I don't like everything really going on the left.
Well, yeah.
Well, okay, wait, no, not everything. The monotone Team Fortress 2 is fucking awesome. I will take no slander. That is fucking amazing.
Yeah, that goes hard.
Yeah,
especially when it's tilted like that.
Yeah, it makes me fucking it gets me going. Let me tell you.
With that box, the welcome box. Come on, that's ugly.
Yeah, the welcome box. See, there is some way to combine all of this to get the ideal TF2 menu. Also, I have no idea how we keep getting so far away from the fucking the video that we're watching. This is what we do on this show, I suppose.
It's because Richter said he wanted to go back in time and kill Baby Hitler if Baby Hitler made the TF2 badge.
Oh, that's true, actually.
But would he kill a tiny?
No, I really just wanted to point out how like fucking ridiculous looking the main menu in the game is now.
Oh no, it looks bad.
Isometric grill thing.
No, it looks awful. You will have no arguments from me there. It looks fucking horrible. Anyways.
To be fair.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
I think you're stupid.
You use a custom head, Lister.
Custom head. Yeah.
I get custom head.
I get custom head.
Custom head. He gets designer head. Whatever, man. I just woke up. Give me a break.
You have custom.
Yeah, the alt modern menu is awful.
No.
I don't mind parts of it.
Zesty, how are you doing?
I'm good. I just had a couple of tacos. I'm revved up for another 4 hours. Let's go.
Let's go.
The result of a bug, and that may have been partially true, but they had made several decisions that would also explain the long wait times. Games would only start once 24 players were found for a server, no less. The matchmaking system was also programmed to avoid filling in empty spots for existing games as much as possible. It prioritized finding a fresh game for everyone, which would obviously inflate queue times dramatically. This also prevented your friends from joining your game mid-match. They'd have to wait and join you in the next match.
That's not even how it's worse for that today, right? Because like a friend.
No, they can join in progress, but it's just really unreliable and annoying.
Yeah,
it still takes a long time.
Yeah,
like it's still like doing ad hoc through friends list was still infinitely faster than joining off a party ever was.
Well, yeah, like every time me and Alan want to play, R.I.P. Alan, by the way, my goat. But every time me and Alan want to kill him. Every time me and Alan want to play TF2 together, it's just fucking like, oh, I'm in a match, and it's like, oh, can I join? It's like, no, leave the match.
It's because the parties only allow it to be on the same team. So it's like if you're in a server and it's like 10v10, there's clearly open spots, but the matchmaker will just refuse to put in your friend until it also finds someone to fill in the 11th spot on the other team.
Yeah, and also won't tell you what's wrong, which is my favorite part, because then it just looks like you're trying to connect and it just doesn't happen. It's my favorite thing. Love that. I love casual. It's so great. What a great system.
You don't understand, Lucid. So TF2 can be a competitive esport.
Yes, just what I always wanted.
After finally
I mean, I made a 2-hour video about this, but it's so funny that TF2 wanted to copy Overwatch and it's like esports setup, and then the Overwatch's esports setup failed even more spectacularly than TF2's did.
It did not.
It absolutely did.
It was successful. No.
Well, I guess proportionally, like the bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Like Overwatch had immense success until they started overbalancing the game and over tweaking game balance every 2 months, and then people started leaving. Like initially, it was a massive success.
I speak on behalf of all the beautiful Team Fortress 2 patriots out there when I say we never cared about Overwatch. And we don't want to hear about it.
I'm interested. So is this like a Titanic versus like a smaller boat sinking? Is that why you say that Overwatch was worse?
Well, think about it. Like TF2 comp comes out, all the comp players don't like it. They play in their own leagues again. Like Overwatch comp fails, millions of dollars are lost. Like esports as a genre becomes like a laughing stock. Like
game dies.
I think game is alive only when they add hot, sexy Asian ladies. Because I'm right.
Right.
Think about it. Overwatch has to fight tooth and claw to maintain relevance with hot, sexy Asian women. Like TF2 just can still exist in the cultural zeitgeist and be relatively well liked. Overwatch, like hook, line, and like it sunk its reputation for its esports. TF2 is still like well regarded.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's kind of like a Titanic versus a smaller ship sinking then, where like the effect of Overwatch. Like I don't think Overwatch's competitive got fucked by its company as badly, like in terms of the amount of shit that went wrong proportionally to the to TF2's competitive is like more quantity, but the effect of it going badly is lower than Overwatch's. So it kind of depends on how you like weigh it, I think. Also for the record, I keep getting distracted mid-sentence because I keep getting ads that pop up on Watch Together, and like every now and then it'll just be advertisement for hentai. And like in the middle, it's just hentai. It's just hentai showing up in the middle of me like trying to speak. And
whatever you do not let that show on screen.
It's not like it's nothing like NSFW. It's just very obviously advertising that it's going to be if you click it. So it's just like distracting.
How long would you?
That's actually part of my video.
Oh, my bad.
Just for engagement, you know.
You just have
like some people put in the Subway Surfers footage. I put that.
Yeah, yeah. Zesty, would you like me to screenshot that and send it to you? Like what I'm getting. Okay, I'll get it.
The immediate yes.
Getting placed in the
map. You said that your main menu background is a globe, but I remember tuning into your stream a million times, and you had like an anime girl sucking on a sucker.
What are you talking about?
No, yeah, that's what it was before, but not anymore. Now my wallpaper, my background is this, and I really love it. Someone in my Discord made this. It's fucking sick.
Mm-hmm. It's been that for as long as I've watched Zesty streams.
Well, maybe you're not a real Zest head, okay?
I'm not a real Zestoid. My bad.
In defense of Richter, I have tuned into his streams in the past, and I have seen many anime women on the main.
No, yeah, I did have anime girls as my background, but it's like now that I'm like, oh wow, this is really cool. Like I feel like I'm actually like in the game when I have this as my background when I boot it up. It's like it's this. I'll never change it from this.
You're losing viewers.
It's just too cool.
Can you believe that?
We could probably find a nice middleman here and make it a sexy Bionicle as a TF2 menu screen. And
those exist, but no thanks.
Can you believe that the what watches Zesty Jesus? What a fucking bigot. Can we get him out of here? Like what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, can we kill him like we did Alan?
Can we kill him?
He actively works with a bigot. I can't watch his videos anymore. Shows me and like it shows like a 2-second clip of me answering a question in one of your fucking videos.
You still couldn't play the game. Nope, you gotta sit around doing nothing for 2 minutes to give everyone time to connect. Because God forbid the game starts before it's a full 12v12.
Well, it does get
Once the pre-round...
I love the xsplit.com watermark. That's the best part of this video. Thank you, Lister.
See, we need to see what we can't bring back quick play. We need to compromise between not being able to play the game and playing the game.
That's not. No one is saying that.
No one's saying that, but that is funny.
We need to compromise between waiting 2 hours to get into a game and playing the game. So how about a 1 hour?
Are you queuing for Hydro only? What queue is taking 2 hours?
I'm just joking.
But like that's the
I'm
point,
having
right?
a gap
like,
to watch.
Like where is that Squim Jim tweet where he said he finally managed to play on every single map and it took him 2.5 hours to find a Nightfall to find a server running Nightfall? 2.5 hours to find one server run map when before Meet Your Match that was never a problem.
You just type in Nightfall on the server browser and boom.
There you go.
Too good to be true.
You used to be able to open the game and find a match running any map you wanted within like 20 seconds.
Yep.
And you then just join it. And I guess that's an archaic system that really is just very outdated and ruins the game for people. So
the thing is, Richter, it's not outdated. The problem is that gaming companies realize the faster they can get someone to play their game and the more quickly they can get their eyeballs on their microtransactions, the better. So the more button clicks before someone starts engaging with the game, it's not good because it's more work for the person to do before they can get their eyeballs on the gambling. So now we have these egregiously oversimplified systems that focus more on the microtransactions than how someone finds an actually good quality match or a good quality game.
Someone in chat is arguing about whether or not that is the matchmaker's fault, and rather than the amount of people playing Nightfall.
It's objectively the matchmaker's fault.
Look, so I agree, but I want you to explain why, because there is someone in chat who's confused, and you know, if there's one person in chat, there's probably 12 people watching who are confused. So
here's the problem: when the map choice selection was placed into the game, people are always going to go back to the same small handful of maps they've always preferred, and so what's ultimately going to happen is you're going to pull a shitload of traffic away from these less popular maps simply because of the ease of which they can do so. Whereas back in the day with quick play, when you could only select a game mode, it would either put you into a server of a random map choice, or you could be asked to be presented with a specifically curated list of options with various maps, and you can go in there. And so just by default, the game would be funneling more people into these other maps, and there would be more populated servers. And also for the fact that Payload Race is buried all the way down at the bottom of the list, people are not going to scroll that far and tick off these options. That's another problem.
Is it even ticked on by default?
No.
I don't even know if it is. Yeah.
I don't. And also, yes, it's not ticked on by default.
Okay, well, the person in chat is being deliberate. All right.
That doesn't mean that queue time is an issue with the current implementation.
Both what that person and what Purple Colonel said is just not what you said. That's like,
no, they're being very uncharitable. It's very
mods,
annoying.
ban them, get them out, kill them.
Purple Colonel is a mod
in Minecraft.
Also, no, Purple Colonel. So to be clear, there are two options. You can either be presented with a list of maps or a list of servers running maps, and you get to choose what server and therefore what map you want. Or you can just be put into a server that has players. Those are the two options. Therefore, you can choose what map you want. You actually have more freedom of choice because you can choose specific servers.
And also, this is also a time problem. As time has gone on, TF2 has been bloated with more and more and more maps. And so now you have this fractioning of the player base, and most people are going to return to the same small handful of maps they're familiar with. And back in the day, Nightfall, and Pipeline were very common mainstay maps because there were so few of them, and they were genuine, and they're fun maps. Don't get me wrong, but more people would be funneled into them simply because there are fewer maps overall. And so then as Valve started bloating more and more of them in, and then pushed them down further and further on the list, I can guarantee you a huge majority of the players playing this game right now don't even know Nightfall and Pipeline exist.
I didn't until we started talking about quick play.
I can guarantee you there's a non-zero number of people that don't know that these classic mainstay maps don't even exist. Simply because of how the quick play. So it's simply because of how the matchmaking system makes it hard to find a match on them and hides them at the bottom of this massive list. And doesn't search for them by default.
There is like exactly one situation where casual would be better, where if there's literally no community servers running the map you want, versus with casual, if like 12 people randomly have Hydro ticked on, then the matchmaker may just randomly decide to throw them into an empty Hydro server. But that's such like a minuscule edge case compared to the reality of back when map rotations were a thing. There were just pretty much always, just statistically speaking, just by the nature of randomness and how many servers there were back when community servers were alive, just you pretty much always could find a map that you wanted to play on.
It was never an issue before. It never took long.
Was over.
And there you go. Someone in your chat saying, I've never heard of either of those maps. There you go.
Well, yeah, no, I didn't either until we started talking about quick play.
What, you didn't know those maps were real?
No, I didn't know. I had no idea.
What? You're kidding. Have you ever played on Nightfall or Pipeline?
Nope, never.
No
did not
way.
Know that, I did not know they existed until we started talking about quick play versus
Lucid.
casual.
No way. See, there we go. Case in point, right there.
The only reason I even know that things like Pastime exist is because of YouTube videos. If the YouTube community didn't exist, I also wouldn't know that those exist.
And that's just like another side effect of how bad this system is. Imagine not knowing like the content in the game, because one, how much there is, and two, because the matchmaking systems never put you in them. Isn't that wild to think about? Whereas like you ask an Overwatch player, they probably know all the maps. They know, and it's like, fuck. It makes me mad.
It's interesting, by the way, because I'm sure TheWhat can attest to this. The Overwatch community is actually mad for a similar reason, because the game mode got removed from regular play. I forget what.
2CP.
Yeah, 2CP got removed from regular play, so a bunch of maps got shelved into the arcade mode, and now no one plays them anymore. So it's like almost the same thing. It's very, very sad.
Thing is, this guy in your chat's being hideously uncharitable because players always had the ability to choose the map they wanted to play on.
Yeah,
they always had that choice before matchmaking was a thing. That was always there.
Do you think your chat knows about the star video?
What, the quick play star video?
No, the video with Zesty in it.
Oh no, I don't think so.
That's so insane. There's a if you guys look up like Star, like you guys know who fucking Star from TF2 is. I hope the audience is not so young to not remember Star. But there's a video by Star. It's called like Shortstop Madness or something. And in the chat, if you look, Zesty Jesus is in it like 15 or like 11 years ago. And it also there is Technoblade, the deceased Minecraft YouTuber. I think it's such a crazy thing. I think Lister actually is the one who showed me that, but it's
why did you post it here?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, that's yeah. It's a really crazy piece of TF2 history, unironically. Like
that Star, Technoblade, and Zesty in the same server in like 2011 or something.
Yeah, and no one would ever know.
Just look up Star or Shortstop. You'll find it eventually.
Also, yeah, no, that's the image that keeps appearing randomly on the right side of my screen. Yes, I have played a match of Well, chat. Come on.
Which Well?
Oh.
I have played both CP Well and CTF Well.
Okay, you passed the test.
Have you played on CP PP Poo Poo?
No, I haven't played that one yet.
Oh, fake fan.
Oh, yeah, Grifter, my bad.
You'd
Grifter.
Finally get the opportunity to play.
I was editing the VOD of the UFS video. Go watch that, by the way. First day of UFS, and when I was watching it, my girlfriend commented on the fact that Richter still refers to me as lucid letters, despite never by the time me and him met, I did not go by lucid letters anymore. I don't know why he calls me that. It's just
he wants to be proper.
You call me like Grifter Fartweight and stuff.
No, I've never once called you that.
It was like Grifter Overweight was one I saw today.
The poopage shitters. Yes, thank you, Weezy.
And admittedly, the presentation for casual, like the doors at the start and the sign that says what round it is, was pretty cool. As for the match itself,
no, it looks.
I have
to disagree.
It looks bad. It looks terrible.
That's fair. I really don't care either way.
I think it's just it's the same thing with the badge, where it's like a 3D element with a bunch of
2D
elements.
It's like they took a movie and they added like a new CGI thing to it. It's like a CGI cutscene.
You know what? I just remembered something I read made me realize just like something, and now I see what you guys are saying. Someone pointed out that after Meet Your Match in like the pre-round, the announcer doesn't say mission starts. They say something like what do they say? Like game starts or like match starts.
Yeah, they added a bunch of competitive-oriented voice lines. You like this is something that so many people overlook. They added competitive voice lines that only make sense to people who played 6v6 in community servers.
There's Soldier going like, I can't wait to do these sixes, folks. It's like this.
He walks out and says, "Overwatch pocket," and then you have Demo Man, saying, "I just watched their scrim." It's like what the fuck? It's like breaking this weird fourth wall, and like and hearing the characters say these things is so immensely fucked. Like what? You're referring to something that exists outside of the world of the game? This is never. It's so. To
be fair, that gave us the voice line of Spy saying, "I like my games like my women in groups of 6."
I mean,
is that a real voice line?
I have never heard one of these voice lines in my life. Aren't they exclusive to competitive?
It's such a
no. You hear them in casual too.
Blunt, tasteless voice line compared to what they originally wrote the Spy as.
I don't know if I've ever heard one in casual.
They are rare voice lines, but they do happen in casual.
I know that Uncle Topia has them on. I don't know if I've ever heard it in casual.
Because of course,
maybe I'm mistaking it. That Uncle I think actually you're right. I'm probably mistaking it because Uncle Topia has them on.
Richter, I need to know: is this so?
But I know I'm right because there are some in casual. There are some of these new competitive-oriented voice lines that do play in casual. I'm not insane.
Yeah, there's some, but there's
I know some
others that are like specific. Like the one with Demo saying like a scrim. I don't think I've ever heard that.
This guy is so mad at me in chat. He's like, you're not in casual. I know Zesty doesn't play. Yeah, I don't play casual because it fucking sucks.
Hey, Richter, I need to know: is this like countdown screen? Is this how it looked before Meet Your Match?
No.
What is
never?
They just literally
there wasn't
one. It just
one.
started.
There wasn't? Oh, okay. Well, then I.
So you know how like TF2 sometimes has this really cool style. It looks like a 70s TV commercial with like cool stenciled shit. That's what like the whole game used to look like. It didn't have like these weird like steel UI elements that like slam in like a CGI animation.
Well, yeah.
It didn't look like that.
Well, yeah. If
I hate these too.
Wait. I just want to say because I was gonna. The reason why I ask is because. Why is the fucking countdown that small? If you're gonna put it in the middle of the fucking logo, can you center it and then also make it bigger so it doesn't look just so weirdly out of place? Like it's not
too
centered.
Hard.
Too hard. They could. Just move the symbol up a little bit. It's not hard. It bothers the fuck out of me, and it's bothered me ever since I played this game. Why is it like that?
Because they rushed it. Like, if you want a serious answer, it's because they rushed it.
They could have also... Why did they make it TF2 secondary instead of TF2 build, the bold one that they got made for the game to put in bold elements?
Because they rushed it. Do you think they care?
It's just TF2. It's changing the font. I could do
that. Even that was too much for them. The fucking map vote system has been broken for 8 years. You think they gave a fuck about a font change? No, because they were trying to squirt this out as fast as they could. They literally did this in a month. I guarantee you they did this in a month. After they did that after they ran that last beta playtest in June before this update came out, they rushed this out because Overwatch had launched in May. I guarantee you they squirted out this update in a month. Or casual, the casual mode, I should say. They squirted this out in a month.
Don't forget that Quick Play was still being updated literally like as recent as 3 months before Meet Your Match. And not just like tiny little fixes. They added an entirely new section of the menu with new artwork and everything for alternative game modes
selections. They were still intentionally like they were clearly still planning on keeping quick play in the game very close leading up to meet your match. But then as soon as Overwatch dropped,
it's an atrocity that they didn't. It's an atrocity that we have this fucking horrible Frankenstein monster.
No, I completely agree. Don't get me wrong, but like it's just so obvious that they squirted this out it couldn't have been more than a month that they made casual function the way it did.
Get the opportunity to play. And admittedly, the presentation for casual, like the doors at the start and the sign that says what round it is.
Yeah, you said you liked that, Lister. Fuck you.
I'm sorry.
They look terrible. Look at this horrible fucking ugly ass like sign thing that dangles down in front. Like it's bad. I hate it.
Now personally, I hate that shit because it's this new way to like competitivize the game of like, this is the start of the round and this is the end of the round. You may leave now. When in TF2, it was just a continuous gameplay loop, and it didn't matter that one round ended and you moved on to the next because you just got to keep playing.
I just think it looks so ugly.
I think
like
it looks. I just think it
looks bad. The way
it's bad.
done is just so bad.
It is the only.
I mean, I agree that it looks like shit.
It is the only.
I agree.
It is the only 3D UI element, and that's why it looks bad. It's because it looks fucking out of place as shit. It would also be bad for the record if it was 2D, but it would be for the reasons Zesty mentioned. But from a
why
visual
is it made out of metal? Why is it made out of fucking metal? Why?
Why not wooden paint?
It wouldn't look good even if it was made out of wooden paint. Like if it were 3D like this, it's just ugh.
It looks really bad being 3D. I don't know. I just hate all this 3D like steel galvanized fucking metal like sliding in and out of. It's just it's so ugly to me.
I do agree with what Zesty said of like it further being like, oh, this is round one. Like get on the edge of your seats, guys. I agree with that.
Get geared up to play as hard as you can because if you don't, you're not gonna get your XP and you're gonna lose. It's oh.
Can I have an Purple Colonel asked a very interesting question. I actually want to ask the panel this. What score do you give current TF2 out of 10? And then what score would you give it if all of the quick play / quality of life stuff that you want in the game was added?
I don't think you can ascribe a numeric score to this. It's like it's like imagine
the question.
It's like, okay, the question. So like I want to use food for this again. I'm sorry. Like you get a good steak, right? The steak you love, you always you just come back to it's fucking phenomenal, and then someone steps on it with their boot, and gets mud and rocks and dirt and grass all over, like and stamps it down into your plate. Like obviously it's worse, right? It's not what it used to be, the objectively better and tastier steak. It's like I can't ascribe numbers to that.
Well, like
because what I know, the game I love is a 10 out of 10.
So like here's because I have a try to answer this in a more nuanced way. I think that the gameplay of TF2, like in a vacuum, to use pretzel terminology, if we put the gameplay of TF2 in a vacuum, I think that is a 10 out of 10 gameplay experience. However, if we add on all of the issues with, we'll say, bad cosmetics, horrible UI changes that have been made since Meet Your Match or with Meet Your Match, the matchmaking system, the competitive mode, and all of the other things, and we put that all in totality, I think it genuinely brings TF2 down to like a 7 out of 10.
Thing is, what Purple Colonel is fishing for, he's fishing for a small number from one of us, so he can try to like diminish the impacts of Meet Your Match. I already know that's what he's trying to do.
No,
it's like, you only dropped it down by 1.5 points, therefore it can't be that bad. I guarantee that's what he's doing.
I'm sure that is what he's interested to see if that is the case. But I would genuinely think that it brings it down by 3 points.
I would say more. I would say like half.
Like a
30%. 3 is significant.
The thing is that like the gameplay is so good that and the art style. For what is left of the art style is also really good, so it's hard for me to not, I feel like it has to be.
It's just too hard to quantify.
Yeah, well, I'm that's how if I were to grade it in my head,
because it's like great experience versus great experience with shit on top.
Well, it's like a great experience, but it takes you have to stick your dick in hot sauce in order to get to that great experience.
Someone just sent me this, dude. This is so true. This is the fucking modern TF2 UI. Fuck. Oh, I hate it. Oh, it's so real. It's like they just took some shitty stock assets and made it the fucking game UI.
Listen, that's like so perfect. That is what they did to TF2. It's the fucking Tobuscus logo.
It does. It does look like the Tobuscus logo. That's wild.
They fucking added the Tobuscus intro to TF2, and they want you to respect them for it.
Purple Colonel, it's not the casual menu. It's the fact that it takes me genuinely an excessively long amount of time to play.
You're arguing with someone that did not experience quick play and is obviously never going to be swayed.
Yes, but I haven't either, and I hate casual. I hate it with every fiber of my being because I want to play the game and I can't.
Wait, does he think we're talking exclusively about the menu, like the aesthetics, and not like the settings?
No, I'm just saying, like, as someone who has never experienced quick play, I genuinely hate casual with and I have for the past 3 years. I enjoyed it when I was only playing TF. I didn't enjoy it. I ignored it for the first year I played TF2 because I only played like 2 for it while having a podcast going on in the background. Like, so I hate casual.
Oh, now we're just being bad faith again. I don't even know why you're bothering.
This is not relevant to Purple Colonel. I'm just saying this aside. Like, it doesn't matter for me if I've experienced quick play or not. I just hate this system. I want this system to change. When people tell me that there was an older, better system, it's like, yes, that. Or change this system to be functional on the same level of literally any AAA game in existence. Overwatch has an infinitely better queue system. Fucking Fortnite has a better queue system. Splatoon has a better queue system. Every game, I can just play the game, and then I go into the game, I play the game, I finish the match, I go into the next game, and it repeats. That's all I want, and I can't get that with TF2. Any addition to the game to fix that would be great, and I would love it. That's all I want. I don't have to experience quick play. I don't have to have nostalgia. It doesn't matter. I just want the system to be better. Fuck. Ah! It's not fucking nostalgia.
You know, Purple Colonel is what you people say I am. Just like a contrarian. He's like here to like piss people off. People say that's me.
And now he's going to ad hominem. Let's just not acknowledge him anymore.
I bet he thinks the Dragon's Fury is a Reddit weapon.
Probably, yeah.
Just not worth the energy of engaging with, you know.
It's the fucking it's the Rocky gif of them doing the dap up with the 2 arms, and it's just Richter and Purple Colonel and hating the Dragon's Fury.
Purple Colonel loves the Dragon's Fury. What are you talking about? He's a video essay guy. He loves it. I know he loves it before he even has to say in chat that he loves it.
Was pretty cool. As
Purple
for
Colonel,
the match
sound
itself,
off in chat if you like the
casual
Dragon's
was basically
Fury.
the old Valve.
Because I know you
make it a poll. Do you like the Dragon? Do you think the Dragon's Fury is a good design? Just put that in.
No, do you think the Dragon's Fury is Reddit? That's the question that needs to be asked.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll
I guess, yeah.
Question.
I'm trying to give Richter some charitability.
Wait. Look who loves the Dragon's Fury, Purple Colonel.
I didn't invent the opinion. That was Richter, numbnuts. What the fuck? Are you daft? Do you have a fucking brain hemisphere? What is wrong with you?
Hemisphere.
Like, were you lobotomized by a stray icicle falling off a roof, or perhaps a piece of space junk falling from the goddamn atmosphere?
Perhaps.
Fuck!
vote in the poll chat. Also,
I voted yes by accident.
Oh my god, it's split.
Can I?
The fact that the poll is this close is an embarrassment. I'm ashamed to be a part of this community.
It is a Reddit weapon. Think about it.
The what? You should.
What is a Reddit weapon? What does that mean?
I hate to say it. You know, you can lose this poll. Like I can lose this poll. That's fine. The majority of internet culture is downstream.
I literally just want to know, how do you quantify what makes something a Reddit weapon?
Well, it requires you to understand the depths of the human soul and beauty and truth. And if you look deep within that, you'll see that it's a Reddit weapon.
I understand.
Elaborate.
The what? Can you make a Twitter? Can you ask your Twitter community if the Dragon's Fury?
Also, we didn't even say a Reddit weapon. I said it was a video essay weapon, which is just like demonstrably true.
Reddit weapon is funnier.
Yeah, but you said Reddit weapon before that, and that's very funny.
Yeah, a Reddit weapon is better.
Also, I don't know what a video essay weapon is also bad. Like neither of them make any sense.
It is totally a video essay weapon.
Someone is demanding that I get Richter out of the call.
Is the Huntsman a Reddit weapon because it's a unique alternative to the sniper rifle?
You're digging too much into it. It's a soul read, okay? The what?
I'm trying to read his soul. I'm trying to pull up my tarot cards and understand the fiber of this man's being.
You'll never get it. The WhatShow and so serious because you haven't like dedicated your life to the pursuit of beauty and truth, so you'll just never understand.
I looked into Richter's soul with tarot cards, and all I got was Pot of Greed. What is this guy like? What is he all about?
Exodia, the Forbidden One.
hubs, but with less options. You couldn't switch teams. You couldn't vote for a team scramble. You couldn't spectate. You couldn't even call vote kicks, which led to...
Those first 3 things, you still can't do, to this day.
Yay.
Which led to cheaters
in chat.
having a...
My strongest ally.
Holy shit, Richter's on a whole nother intellectual level.
He knows what's up. He has dedicated his life to beauty and truth.
That was...
Yeah, how long did it take for Valve to add vote kicks back in? It was pretty
long.
July
14th, so a week.
So a week they add vote kicks back in, okay.
What about the leaving penalty that lasted a day?
Well, we're about to get
We're probably going to get there, but that is still astonishing to me.
A field day with this update. Game after game ended in a one-sided stomp because Valve removed the tools community servers had been using to balance themselves out.
That's not the case
This
anymore.
would have been fine if the matchmaking actually worked. But would you be surprised if I told you that teams were usually not evenly skilled? Remember how the convenience of...
Lister, I love that you included footage of a demo man just spawn camping some poor fuck. Like, just... That's like my favorite part of the whole video, is that you just felt the need to include those people's misery in your video.
It really sells the idea.
Yeah, it really sells how people were feeling. They were like, man, you see
Meet
this?
Your Match invented spawn camping.
That's true. That's true. That's how bad of an update it was. No one did it
I showed the
before.
footage.
And then people went to other games and started doing it. It's crazy.
Valve servers had taught players to leave the server and look for a new one if they were losing. That was still happening. But now that the matchmaker was so hesitant to fill empty spots, a few players leaving would quickly snowball into an entire team leaving. Turns out autobalance, as frustrating as it could be, was kind of important for this exact scenario. And once the match was over, bye-bye. Back to the lobby for everyone.
Oh, that's my least favorite fucking part.
Thing is, they improved it. Like before, it would just disconnect everyone, and that was it. Like, you didn't even have the option to vote for the next map and stay in the server. You were just booted out. That was it.
Yes, but it doesn't. When you stay in the server now, it still boots you to a different server. It boots everyone to a different server anyway.
It's
functionally
true. Yeah,
the same thing.
That is very true, and everyone still leaves anyway.
Yeah,
Because it's faster to leave and find a new game than to stick around and wait for the next one to start and hope enough people come in to fill it, which it rarely does.
Why? I just realized something. Why are all the titles in this like, all the titles are a different language, but all of the descriptions are English, and then the word deaths is English, but everything else is a different... What is this? Lister, what is this?
They didn't update the localization files.
Oh, is that real?
Probably.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's probably.
I can't wait to queue for Punk D Control.
I wish I could click the button in the bottom left to go.
The server would forcibly eject everyone out. You literally could not stay. Like with competitive, leaving a casual match before it was over would punish you with a 10-minute cooldown.
I have a vivid memory. First day Meet Your Match, trying to play with a couple of my friends, and then we left because the other team just would not connect. And when we disconnected to find a new game, we couldn't. And then we're like, what the fuck? What? And then that's like when all of us just stopped playing the game for like a year.
Mm-hmm. That'll happen.
There were plenty of valid reasons to abandon a match. What if there was a cheater? What if everyone else on your team had left and it was you against the entire...
Lister, I know we haven't talked about the construction of this video from a technicality perspective. I really appreciate how you go out of your way to account for every possible reason why someone would want to leave a match, to stress how bad this was as a mistake. I really do appreciate that, because that shows a dedication to being thorough in your script writing, so there's no wiggle room for the viewer to be contrarian.
Exactly. Yeah, and I always try to make it as airtight as possible.
Yeah, that's something I also strive to do, and whenever I mess it up, it does deeply frustrate me. So I wanted to commend you on that. It's very good.
Thank you.
Enemy team. The only thing casual did that the old Valve servers didn't was waste your time. You wasted time staring at the lobby. Whereas before, you could hop around in community servers even while you waited to get into a full one. You wasted time with the pre-game timer, which was introduced with casual.
I will never understand. Well, never mind, it's fun.
You wasted time with an unfun, unbalanced game.
God, I can't unsee the Tobuscus thing. Whoever told Zesty that, that's like the funniest thing ever. They just added the Tobuscus intro to like 8 places in TF2 for no reason.
They added they just put it there like the GIF.
That was done. Your reward was...
Can someone make a mod of that?
Yeah, can someone make a mod that just changes my domination noise to Tobuscus, the words? That'd be great. Thank you.
Getting to waste more time staring at the lobby screen. Meet your match? No, sorry. This is wait your match. If you were placed into a payload or attack defend match, you'd find that stopwatch mode was...
I forgot they had stopwatch mode too.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Dane still wants us back.
Dane is evil.
I wouldn't mind it if there was no round limit. I think I'd be okay with it.
I think it's a really unsatisfying way to play payload, because if one team gets to play out the entirety of the round all the way to the last point, then I think you should be able to as well, or be given the opportunity to play all the way out to the end of all the way through the map, even if the previous team only got to the first 2, because like you just don't get to play on half the map, which is like ruining half the fun. I hate that shit.
Now enabled.
I see it as like a possible
did
way
Dane change
to like
his mind
end
on that? I was watching some of the old videos. I didn't.
I think he might have changed it in his hot takes video?
Yeah, for those of you that don't know,
I said that because there's a video where he did say that he likes the stopwatch.
I remember that.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know what stopwatch mode is so if one team, so we'll use payload for an example. Like, let's say one team only caps the first 2 points before the round ends. If the following team caps the first 2 points faster, they automatically win. And if they don't, they automatically lose. So the second team just doesn't see the other half of the map. And say if it's on attack defend, if the first team caps the first point in 3 minutes, if the other team doesn't cap the first point in 3 minutes, they automatically lose. So it just cuts the round. It cuts the
less time having fun playing the game.
It means less time having fun, less time playing on the entirety of the map, and it was only added to be specifically competitive oriented.
It was added because TheWhatShow told them to add it, and I'll never forget.
Oh yeah, I heard that. Actually saw that in my
I specifically requested it. That was before I was even a YouTuber too. Like, they just listened to some random guy.
Yeah, what was like 5 years old. It's crazy.
I was 3 years old. I was still in my mother's womb, and I'm like, man, stopwatch is really an improvement.
You saw a stopwatch and you were like, I need that in TF2.
I was stimming with the casual badge. It made me wanna play stopwatch mode payload.
I unironically think. Sorry, one last takeaway.
Mm-hmm.
I think Richter might be onto something with the stimming badge, because wasn't 2016 around the time when fidget spinners got huge?
That's no.
Yes.
Yes, it is when they got
a fidget spinner.
Yes, it
the
is.
The fidget spinner badge.
It is when they got huge. It was 2015, but like no.
Richter's onto something.
I don't.
The badge is the Antichrist. I mean, it sticks around because people like to stem with it, and because people like to stem with this shitty, ugly badge that looks terrible. That's why
Richter, people should just be unboxing while they wait for their game. You know.
I wish I could click on the. I wish I could just click on the Discord icons so I could stem with those and they'd flip around.
Sadly, little Zoomers ruined TF2 by putting a badge we can all ignore on the screen in the main menu.
I don't think.
Zoomers
didn't put the badge there. I think that was Valve who did that. Actually, I also
hate the argument of lol, just ignore it. No, it's right in front of me. I can't ignore it.
Used in Highlander, where a team could win by beating the other team's capture time, rather than needing to push the cart all the way to...
The thing is, what Purple Colonel's doing is, like, you can't complain that, like, he's setting up a framework where you can't complain that something's unnecessary if you can, like, ignore it. It's like, it's ridiculous.
Well, no,
it's like a ridiculous viewpoint.
No, Richter, the framework is, if the things in TF2 matter to you so much that it drops them, like, a decent amount, right? It drops the score a lot for you, right? Then, it's really not that big of a deal and you shouldn't complain about it. But if it drops, then it only drops for you, like, 1 point, then it's not that big of a deal and you shouldn't complain about it. So the end result, it's the illusion of choice, where in both frameworks you get to, it's not that big of a deal and you shouldn't complain about it.
Yeah, it's who cares, bro? Give up.
Just
relax.
Let people enjoy things.
Let people enjoy things, even though, like, I don't know, it's this argument of, like, why do you still care? This game is 17 years old, and it's like, well, we're all still playing it, so clearly there's a reason to care.
I take it seriously.
Last or capping the last points. This was...
Can we get some I cares in the chat, actually? Chat, press 1 in chat if you care. Thank you.
neat, but at the time, all it did was infuriate people even more, because it just sent people back to the lobby even faster. Where were community servers during all of this? Dead. July 7th marked the true death of community servers not named Skyle. It wasn't the Uber update, and it wasn't even QuickPlay defaulting to Valve.
That's such a cool fucking random. That's a really cool. That's so cool.
Servers. Those two things hurt community servers for sure, but they were able to hang on by a thread. Meet Your Match cut that thread. The server browser was buried even further down the main menu.
Is this
No, it's a custom background.
That's custom? Okay, I was gonna say this is fucking awesome.
It is cool.
This is so fucking cool. I'm not sure what this like thing is though.
I really don't understand why they moved this shit to the top right. It's very weird looking.
It's a sandwich.
It's
a sandwich.
Oh yeah, it is. Sorry, I didn't realize because it looks like an I, and I was trying to parse it as an I. Also holy shit, I'm going to try my best to ignore chat because oh my gosh, that Anyways, sorry.
Which didn't even show Valve servers anymore, so player-run servers couldn't hope for a shred of visibility from the players looking for Valve servers. Community servers were reporting player drops as high as 70% in the weeks following this update.
Hold on. Purple Kernel said, what would happen if they put quick
I don't care about Purple Kernel
and removed all the cosmetics that you don't like? You just have a 4-hour podcast about the taunts instead or something. And I know I'm right about that.
Richter, I was trying desperately.
If they fixed the game and made it good, there would be no need for a bunch of stupid, like, young Zoomer YouTubers to get in a call and complain about anything anymore. We'd just play the game because it would just be, like, good.
Well, so Richter, I'm pushing back on you. We would have a 4-hour podcast about how good the game is. Because
probably.
That's already what we do to an extent. Like that's what the casual TF2 shit was about.
Lister, do you have that Steam forum post?
I might have it in my notes. Let me look.
Also, last week we didn't even talk about TF2. I was more upset about the implications about what UFR means than anything about TF2. I was just upset that you think I can't talk about how good this fucking game is for like 16 hours. Bro, get me going.
Hey, listen,
I will go.
We've received a forensic analysis if you'd like to advance.
What? What does that mean?
I've received a forensic write-up from my TF2 art forensic people.
About?
If you'd like to about the Reddit specimen that we were referring to earlier.
Found the Reddit specimen. Oh, thank you.
What is the scientific proof that the Dragon's Fury is a Reddit weapon?
Is it just
all right? And this is directly from a trusted scientific source who is scientific about art, and he sort of has devoted his life to beauty and truth. So
what are they accolades? What are their accolades? Anyone can post a fur affinity and call themselves an artist.
This is a holy paladin who's been sent down to dispense truth.
Oh, so they're very good at drawing art for fur affinity.
Their write-up says, it looks modern with the plastic. There is no detailing. The flamethrower has a hard metallic look to it. It's rusty. It looks like the pyro has used it for years. It has a hard painterly look at the same time with the brushes. Look how detailed the tubes on the flamethrower are and how flat they are on the Dragon's Fury. I've sent Lucid multiple images demonstrating this phenomenon.
For the record, I agree. I just don't think that makes the weapon bad. I would now, and granted, the value you ascribe to a flaw is the most subjective thing in art. But I will stand by that, and I agree that this is a flaw. But I just don't think it bothers me as much as it bothers you.
I think this is why I say it's like a Roblox weapon. And yes, it's since my holy disciple has decided he wants to be credited for that write-up, his name is Jasper.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I agree that the texturing on the flamethrower makes it look older, and that is something that should have been added to the Dragon's Fury to make it match the same aesthetic. But I think it is comparatively better than a lot of other weapons that were added before it and in its own update.
God, can I take us away from this stupid weapon discourse to I want to acknowledge the Steam post that Lister just put in. I almost want to cry because I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this, and 3 weeks after Meet Your Match dropped, because of how horrible this system was,
there were
and how
so many posts like this.
It gutted community servers within less than a month. So many servers died. So many communities fucking died thanks to this fucking incompetence. I can't even describe what I'm feeling. It's like a mixture of rage and sadness at the same time.
And this is proof that Meet Your Match did kill community servers. Like they were already struggling, yes, but if an update comes out and then literal days,
we're only referring to the visuals. Okay, that was a visual breakdown from someone who cares about visuals. It is not about the weapon itself.
Richter, stop talking about the Dragon's Fury. It's done. We've already.
No, the guy who gave me that message that I read out asked me to clarify that.
Lister, finish.
Anyways,
finish your thought.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Just that this is like quantifiable proof that servers died as a result. Many servers died as a result directly of the changes in Meet Your Match.
So someone asked me why it caused them to be fully killed. I explained this earlier in the podcast, or actually before we started, I think. So what happened was the initial form of quick play would put players either in Valve or community servers. You had no choice. The final form of quick play from 2014 moving forward would automatically place you inside of Valve servers, but gave you the option to also be placed inside of community servers. So the direct artery of fresh players being fed into community servers wasn't completely severed, but quick play inadvertently acted as a gateway for the community server browser. Because once players realized, oh, I can find a specific map that I want to play on. I can curate my own personal server experience by favoriting and blacklisting servers, right? And because once they figured out that quick play wasn't that good, and also because they can connect to Valve servers through the server browser, they had reasons to go look at the community server browser and be exposed to the existence of community servers. So even with the option to disable quick play from putting you in a community server, there was still a lot more traffic to it simply because of quick play not being that great. And also you had another option to connect to Valve servers through the through the server browser, again, to find a specific map that you wanted to play on, or really that's the main reason. But then as soon as they removed the ability to join Valve servers from the community server browser, there was now absolutely no reason why any new player would either have an immediate reason or later on a new reason to go look at the server browser, and the option to join a community server was completely gone. So the artery was completely severed. And there is direct evidence that this was the final nail in the coffin by what Lister showed in his video, in that according to this very popular base of community servers, within 3 weeks, they lost 70% of their traffic, which just goes to show you how even at that late stage in Quick Play's lifespan, it was still either directly or indirectly feeding a lot of traffic to community servers. That's why servers died with Meet Your Match.
How often does Zesty come on here and talk about the player base of TF2 like they're useless proles who don't know anything about anything and they should have no say in how the game is every episode? Well, Purple Colonel, every episode you just talk about how nobody should care about anything because the game is old. So you're really not any better.
I've been ignoring because he implied that the only reason this podcast exists is to be bad faith about about like everything.
It's to be bad faith about the Dragon's
which
Fury.
Well, no, just in
all
in
he
general.
can do is present bad faith arguments. Words in my mouth.
Well, no, that's the thing, right? Because I'm more than willing to engage with arguments. When you imply that because what it means to be bad faith is to mean that I'm arguing from a disingenuous perspective and that I don't believe what I'm saying. And if you believe that's what everyone else here is doing, that's like more of a character assessment than a haha funny YouTube argument. And I take that more seriously. So if you want to clarify what you meant, no, I don't believe any of us are acting disingenuously. In fact, TheWhatShow hasn't said anything in the past 25 minutes. So
he's crying because of Purple Colonel.
He's currently crying, yeah. And
you made TheWhatShow cry, you fucking asshole.
I have been. He's in a fetal position,
silently weeping this entire time. But however, now that you brought me up, I think I do got a blast because I do have guests coming over, so I got to be ready for that.
All right.
So I'm gonna.
Thanks for stopping by.
Harem of women
is Baja Blast.
Yeah, my harem of women is arriving thanks to my YouTube play button. They're coming to admire the play button, so I got a blast.
You got your free women out of the phone.
Yeah, my free women. I gotta finish that debate. That was a wild 3 minutes. I think I got into that. I gotta finish that.
Yeah, I appreciate you being on. I hope to see you again. It was great.
Thanks for not being a coward, TheWhatShow. You said you didn't want to come on, and then you did anyway. You're now battle tested.
Yeah, I said everything I wanted to say, and it seems like I changed hearts and minds here today. So, you know,
not me.
That's all I got.
Bring back quick play,
not
motherfucker.
You're a hard rock. It's like talking to a stone wall. This guy. I'll convince you in time, my friend.
Maybe.
Well, I'm out of here. I'll catch y'all later.
Maybe.
Later.
See ya.
Peace, brother.
Peace.
All right, we got a minute left of this portion that we're covering. Let's hit it.
Finally, we can stop getting mogged by the TheWhatShow.
That's true.
With his damn play button.
This is entirely unrelated, and I know this is a really weird time to bring this up. We have a podcast club at our school, and a while ago the leader invited me and Alan to go on. Because not because we run UFR, they don't know that, but because we do the coffee shop at our school, and I'm kind of worried. I was talking to my girlfriend. I was like, I'm worried that we're gonna if we start talking about fucking UFR, we're gonna just mog the podcast club. So I don't know if I should go on. I feel like it'd be intimidating.
Wow, successful YouTuber problems.
Give him feedback. Give him ideas. You should go. It'd be fun.
Well, so what you need to do is find a racist Texas guy who's really into muscle girls.
God.
Take off.
Zesty is the only reason we are successful. I have gotten nowhere on my own. It is all on the back of Zesty. I have no talent. That's so true, Richter.
You don't have to get offended. It was just a joke, Lucid.
It wasn't. I wasn't. Okay.
He was being sarcastic.
Yeah.
He was going along with the bit.
I was going along with the joke.
He only ruins my bits.
That's true.
If casual was so bad and community servers were so great, why didn't people simply play more community servers? The demand was right there. What stopped people from filling up the empty servers and making new ones? It was the same issue that I'd explained when Quickplay first started defaulting to Valve-only servers. The phenomenon of a few servers being completely full amidst a sea of empty ones. Doesn't matter if there's 100, 1,000, 10,000 people all looking at the server browser, when the only servers they're trying to get into are the full ones. They'll fight over who gets into that full server next without realizing that they could all fill up an empty server and start playing now. Because unlike Quickplay, players can't see other players if they're not already in a server. The very least Valve could have done was kept Quickplay just for community servers. Quickplay sucked, I've made that very clear by now, but it was at least something other than the server browser. If you wanted to play TF2 as you remembered it, the TF2 where you could play for 5 minutes or 5 hours. The TF2 that stood as the last bastion of old-school online multiplayer. Well, you couldn't. What was especially chilling was that unlike other updates with rough first days, most of Meet Your Match's issues were by design. Everything was working as Valve intended. A rushed, half-baked competitive, a 12v12 competitive light, and the death of community servers.
That is the last minute of that is incredibly well scripted, by the way. That's a very good and eloquent summary.
Yep.
And that is.
He said he weren't gonna gloss me.
I glaze and yeah, no, I sorry.
Yeah.
I really appreciate your.
You have to give me one insult for every compliment.
Fuck. I thought I still think it's really funny how you fucking put the fucking demo spawn camping footage in there. Like my least favorite part.
That's another compliment.
No, it's no. It's a bad.
Me. Give me criticism.
The biggest criticism I have of that video is that sometimes the footage was just like. Also, you said that quick play was awful. I'm not sure. Maybe that's alluding to something earlier in the video. But you said that or you would have footage of people not doing much of anything at points, and that I have issue. That was kind of like the worst part of the video. But it's genuinely like. That's one of the best videos we covered on UFR. I can't even front. Like it's hard for me.
You're exactly right with the quick play. I wish I had articulated that better. I talked about it in the first chapter. So by the time you get to the 4th chapter, you know what I'm talking about. Just that kind of like what Zesty was saying. Quick play was bad in that it was limited, but that was kind of a feature in itself. Because it gave new players the big dumb button to just get into a server, but because it was limited, that just naturally encouraged you to use by far the best way of experiencing TF2 just using the server browser.
Yep.
So it's like in a pure vacuum, of course, quick play seems like limited and bad, but yeah, I probably should have articulated that better.
But also just in comparison, Well, that's it.
Just
in comparison to casual, it's better.
Mm. Well, that was
even though quick play was obviously not perfect and had its flaws, it was still a better means of accessing the game than casual has ever been.
Mm.
And when people say that the server browser had flaws, I think TF2 would still be alive if we just had the server browser.
Mm-hmm.
If they never did, quick play or casual or anything, I think the game would still be alive. You'd still have people playing it. It might be more alive.
I think the server browser would need some changes.
It would need some polish.
Yeah, if anything, just a very clear way of searching only for vanilla servers, because it's hard to parse through all the different tags and as a completely new player know what's vanilla and what's not. Obviously,
that's something I mentioned in my video.
Yeah, obviously trade Minecraft is not vanilla, but if you see something like Jailbreak, I don't know, maybe that's a game mode I've never heard of. There's player destruction and capture the flag, but then you boot up Jailbreak and it's not vanilla. And I could see that being frustrating, just going through that over and over of just wanting to get the vanilla game and not really knowing what to search for or what to look for.
Exactly.
But that could be actually fixed.
Yeah, that's actually a problem that I bring up as one of the main reasons why Valve brought up the quick play system. Aside from the game being open up to free to play and a whole new wave of players coming in, they did not want to deter players at the door, because they would open up the server browser and then be overwhelmed with this ocean of options containing, abbreviations and lingo and words that they're entirely unfamiliar with that the game does not define for them. And they'll be like, oh, and then they would just leave. So that's why they implemented quick play, because it would just be the easy, here you go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So if matchmaking had never happened, and if they had stuck with quick play and I can't talk because I'm tired, and we're improving the server browser, then yeah, they would have to find ways to define all that lingo, streamline access to Valve-only servers, improve the means by which you could queue or search for multiple game modes and maps, etc., etc.
Yeah, that was a good way to cover all of our thoughts on Meet Your Match and casual and quick play. That was a very
and the Dragon's Fury.
Yeah.
Dragon's Fury especially, very important.
Oh man, I am very tired. It is 5:13 in the morning.
Oh,
I don't understand why Purple Colonel has to just put words in everyone's mouth to bring up his own opinions. I don't understand it. No one said the players are too stupid or too easily offended that they made the game suck to a lower level. If you are inexperienced with something and you are presented with something that you are not familiar with, most people will decide to not engage with it.
I don't think
that's not insulting. It's not insulting to their intelligence. That's not like saying they're too easily offended. If you're suddenly, and especially for the TF2 server browser with all this stuff in front of you, that's almost like a different language. If you were to suddenly pick up a book that's in Spanish, you're like, I can't read this, and then you just put it down and move on. The same thing would happen with this fucking server browser if they didn't improve the means by which people can understand the information being fed to them, and also they wanted people to get sucked in and stick around so they can engage with their microtransactions. So that's why they implemented quick play. They needed the easy way to get people playing the game and the intended vanilla, or close to the intended vanilla experience.
The other factor is that TF2 was originally, cost money, and people don't just buy games that they know nothing about. So in the past, it wasn't as big of an issue because everyone that bought TF2 knew the basics. They knew the basic game modes to look for, but that changes when the game goes free to play.
Yep, exactly. And so you have a whole bunch of fresh and experienced people, and they need their hands held because they're not familiar with it. They'll learn eventually, and many did, because again, quick play acted as a gateway to the server browser. The longer you stay in the game, the more likely you're going to be exposed to all of its features, which did happen, and is why community servers were able to stay alive even through the evolution of quick play.
Yep. And you could criticize these people for being like, oh, they're stupid, they should just learn, but it's a catch-22. They don't even know if they like the game yet. I could say you can learn how to play Bubsy 3D and you'll have fun, but even if you learn how to play Bubsy, you might not like the game, so you would have wasted your time. So I think it's fine and good design to have options that are there to help out new players. To get their feet wet, basically.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm just a little sad, frankly. Not even really because of the TF2 discussion. I just don't like my show being disrespected when I'm up at 5:13 in the morning. But you know, yeah. Oh man, I gotta stop caring, I guess.
No, why stop caring?
Well, not like stop caring is the wrong word. I need to let it roll off my back. I really don't.
Well, I don't know how to like tell you this, Lucid, but you shouldn't take any like harsh offense from Purple Colonel when he tells you like how you're running your stream, right or wrong. Because I like Purple Colonel, he's a friend, but he streams to like 5 people. That's not
about how I run my stream. It's more just like I don't know. I don't.
Like, if nothing else, you're running a show people are more entertained by than like his show.
I don't like the comparison. Comparison's the thief of joy and all that. It's just a.
What did he even disagree with you on?
It wasn't really about the disagreement. He said that he said that if TF2 were a 10 out of 10 and nothing was wrong with it, we wouldn't have anything to talk about. And he said that all of us were arguing in bad faith and were being disingenuous, basically. And both of those things are not criticisms of our arguments, but more criticisms of the show itself and who we are as people.
Took this long for Richter to indirectly mention his sub count? When did I do that?
And that I don't know. And that's that more bothers me. Yeah. But yeah, no, all that aside, I did appreciate the episode. It was a really, really good episode. I wanted to go over some supers before we ended off.
Isn't it? So I want to say one more thing, and I'm going to stop acknowledging him for indefinitely. I didn't mean to disrespect your show. I mean to disrespect the person who disrespect the person on your show who hates the game and most of its players. I'm assuming he means me.
It could be Richter.
Or Richter. And that statement that statement could not be farther than the truth for either of us, any of us here. Like I listen, man, you really need, like, people call me abrasive, people call me an asshole. So take it from me, when I'm acknowledging you as an abrasive, just unapologetic asshole for the way you're talking to us, you really need to cut it the fuck out, man. It's a little pathetic.
You're hurting our feelings, Purple Colonel.
Yeah, you made the what cry.
Like, it's a little fucked up that, like, you think this is something okay to do, is constantly placing insults and ideas in people's mouths and they have never said them before.
Like
it's really warped.
You should at least come on the show like I do.
It's not.
I'm gonna lean into this guy. It's really warped and twisted and fucked up behavior.
Like, I'm not even.
And you should, and like, you have a little introspection, right? Like, you shouldn't be doing these things for people that, and you can't place these ideas in people's mouths. You have no idea how they're thinking about it. It's fucking wild.
It's not so. Like, for me, it's less.
Absolutely wild.
For me,
and here's the thing, man. Why would I ever consider speaking with you when you're only going to do this? When all you're going to do is insult people and place words in their mouth. Well, it is hideously insulting.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because I don't really care about bad arguments. I think Purple Colonel's bad arguments are funny. I more care about the quality of my show, and because I know Purple Colonel, his words ring more true than, you know, some random dude with no profile picture who I have never met in my life. So when insults are made about the quality of the content that I'm, you know, once again up at 5:20 in the morning creating, I take great offense to that, because as cringe as it might sound to some people in chat, this is something that I've devoted myself to, invested myself in on a personal level. And when you insult me or my guests and the people I have on the show, that is vicariously insulting the hours upon hours of work I've put into making the show the best that it could possibly be. Which is why I'm like more upset about that than any bad argument that anyone could ever make, because that means more to me. And it does hurt my feelings. I'm more than willing to admit that. And because I believe it or not, I have a lot of my emotions in this show and the content that I make. So I don't appreciate the insults toward my, like, one of our guests or myself or the show that I run. So that's why I say what I do. That's why I'm upset.
Richter, get your little bro out of here, dude. Who is my little bro? What?
I'm going to read super chats, and then we are going to end the stream on an unfortunately sour note.
Well, to hopefully unsour it, someone sent me this just a moment ago. I put it in the podcast general. I got an artist who's been messaging me. He sent me this. This is his mock-up of like a cool TF2 UI thing. He says he's always kind of associated TF2 with like the style of The Incredibles. I think it's a cool little mock-up he did.
Oh, that is really cool. I like the use of silhouettes. The colors are probably a bit too bright for the oranges and reds, but it's like a really cool mock-up.
But no, I like the clever use of the silhouettes because you just immediately recognize several assets like the heavy and the payload card and like this is bad water, right? You just immediately recognize everything without even having to see everything.
Yeah, and
it's really cool.
Yeah, like I know the picture he probably used because it's an official like TF2 picture.
Like the heavy update.
And that's one of the things I said earlier. I don't know if maybe it is kind of weird the way I worded it, but the thing that's so special about TF2's art is that it can create an illusion of detail and it communicates so much with so little. This shape language of TF2 is so immaculate.
The silhouettes of all of the characters being instantly recognizable is one of the best parts about TF2. I really like it. I kind of find it funny how Shop has an exclamation point, as if even in this mock-up, Valve is money hungry. That's a good touch.
Yeah.
That's a
Shop.
Shop.
Do it. Give us money.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'd love to.
Wait, what's shooting range? What would that be? Like go to TR walkway?
No, I assume that's like the practice, the training for each character, or like the 4 characters that have training, or however much it is.
4, just 4.
Yeah.
It's not good. The tutorials, the tutorials.
But yeah, hold on. We have a few things to read off. Solstead donated $5 and said, part of the problem with obscure maps never being played is the fact Valve's added 5 billion maps in recent years. That is certainly part of the problem. Of course, if you have more maps, less players are going to play each individual map, and maps are just going to get lost in the kerfuffle. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think that casual and the surplus of maps have kind of exacerbated the same problem, if that makes sense. Guys, anyone? No?
So, well, I mean, I stated my point.
I'm still just boiling
the issue
about
of
the
map
Dragon's
bloat.
Fury.
You're fuming over the Dragon's Fury.
Yeah, where's it? Get to the
boiling
Dragon's
over
Fury
it.
super chat.
There isn't one, believe it or not.
What's the poll looking like, by the way?
Oh, it was overwhelmingly no. It is not a Reddit weapon.
Let's go.
It was actually
Democracy always
40%
wins.
agreed that it was a Reddit weapon, and also
Democracy
are
wins.
we gonna act like democracy dictates what is and isn't Reddit, and not Reddit scholars?
Reddit scholars,
such as myself.
What the fuck is a Reddit scholar, dude? Do you want to be a Reddit scholar? I don't think I want to be a Reddit scholar.
Well, TF2 is a Reddit game. It literally has like a Reddit hat in it.
Oh yeah, what's my poll at? I'm gonna look that up. Hold on.
But the Reddit hat is like all like dinky and like messed up. It's a dig against Reddit.
That's like
it's
insane cope. That's like an insane cope.
No, it's like when people put on the Cheaters Lament and there was the mod to replace it with a funny 3-letter word. That's what you're doing to yourself when you put on the Reddit hat.
Maybe.
Damn. Okay, so Dragon's Fury is holding steady at 3rd place with 3.2 thousand votes as the most used.
I was gonna say.
Yep, I told you. Yeah. I told you.
People like
with
that
the
weapon.
Flog being the least used. That's kind of shocking. I would imagine the Backburner would be the least used. Degreaser's in 2nd place.
Oh well, I was very wrong. I was unaware. I was not familiar with the Degreaser's game. Okay. Polskinesis super chatted $5, thank you, and said, I wanted to fill my bookshelf, parentheses, krill myself over this update, including many of my friends. I assume they mean like basically a bunch of their friends and as well as themselves quit when this update came out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, which you know,
I think
well documented.
I think people. Yeah, I think people fail to understand just how badly TF2 is hemorrhaging players after this update. Like, TF2's player count was on a steady decline from 2016 all the way into, like, the early parts of 2019. It was wildly bad. Like, a whole bunch of people came back for Jungle Inferno, and then player counts dropped off even harder because everyone came back expecting, like, oh, yeah, it's a new update. Maybe they fixed everything. It's like, nope, everything's still the same, and then they left.
Yeah, nah, yeah, that's what I've heard. That's like I know a lot of people who just quit. Even not counting the military people. Like Alan's an example. I wish he were here. If only I hadn't killed him. Alan quit because of Meet Your Match, basically. It fucked up a lot of people. It's very unfortunate. And now it's getting, revisionist historied. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Everything was fine. Polskanisa super chatted another $2, thank you, and said, hashtag do not free women after this new Overwatch character, in reference to Juno. I don't
know what that means.
It's in reference to our conversation about Juno being a hot Asian woman, as fucking the what said.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Neighborhood Threat super chatted $5, thank you, and said, if your end goal is a compromise, you'll end up with a compromise of a compromise. We already went over that earlier. And Leo super chatted.
True.
I mean, it's better. our statement was it's better than nothing, which is what we would expect.
We already had the conversation.
Yeah, we
Go
already
to the next super chat.
Yeah, we already talked about it, which is just like, yeah. Leo super chatted, fucking penis. I don't know. It pin s/. I don't know what currency that is. I'm gonna say penis. He donated 4 penises to say 2 super chats each. And said, trying to gaslight me into thinking this is good? No. I don't know what that's in reference to, but shout out to that. And then
thanks for the 2 penises.
Thanks for the 2 penises. And then Richter always depending on people to prove himself. I think this was in reference to my comment about Richter being behind everyone's opinions and yet everyone disagreeing with him.
Now he's probably referring to when I pulled out my holy disciple to prove that the Dragon's Fury was a ugly Reddit Roblox weapon.
Oh, that's ugly Reddit Roblox weapon.
You're just pulling out all the stops.
Yeah, you just use all the buzzwords.
You're just seeing what sticks at this point.
It's Reddit, it's Roblox, it's video essay.
You guys like
it's TikTok, it's cringe, it's libtard.
I was doing video essay, and you guys liked Reddit more, so I brought Reddit back.
Because it was funnier.
We gotta bring it back. Well, that's the pod.
My fur affinity apostle.
That's the pod.
Didn't Fur Affinity get hacked? Is it still compromised? Yeah, I think it still is.
How do you know that Fur Affinity got compromised and hacked?
Twitter.
Zesty, what the fuck?
Twitter. Also, I have furry friends. Yep, it's still compromised.
You have furry friends.
Yes, I do.
Several. Tell them to shave.
They do.
How are they furry?
Not enough if they're furry. I think Zesty didn't get the joke.
I don't think Zesty got the joke. I really tried.
No, I get it, but I'm being intentionally obtuse to deflect it.
No, not you too. Anyways,
I'm deflecting it.
All right. Well, I'm going to bed. Lister, I really appreciate you coming on. I hope you know that everything I said about your video was wrong, and I think it was awful, and it was the worst video I've ever seen.
Oh.
I lied to you the whole stream because
you were trolling. You were playing the long game.
I was trolling.
I should have known. I should have known, to be honest.
I have to really just agree with Lucid here. I think 2 Fort Twerkers would have made this video better.
I think 2 Fort Twerkers would have stood in front of.
I want to see 2 Fort. I want to see 2 Fort Twerkers take on this.
I want to see him get on in front of the video you made with a green screen and just talk over you for an hour. I think it would be really good content.
I would actually love that.
I would love that. That's the best kind of content freebooting is when you get on a green screen, you just talk with a fucking stupid ass mask on your face. Yeah.
You're disdainful. I agree though.
No, 2 Fort Twerkers is a legend. I'm not disdainful at all. He's a fucking legend. I want him to get his fucking tower off of the server though. That's the worst part of the whole thing. He ruined spawn.
It's our monolith.
I want people to pay me to tear down the monolith.
Put him in the dome.
Also, by the way, for the record, Zesty, that does mean you're taking down the dome by hand because the Dragon's Fury was not last place.
Oh,
I'm just gonna leave it.
Maybe you'll. I will finish it if you leave it up.
No, I'll live in a dome. I'll be the server's bubble boy. Easy.
Okay, well then I have to go in and finish it. Not tomorrow. I won't be on stream tomorrow, but I'll be on the server day after tomorrow, I believe.
I will be the server bubble boy. Be great.
Bubble boy. Richter, when are you getting back on the server? What's happened with that? Have you fulfilled your contractual obligation and you can no longer play Minecraft?
I don't want to be mean, Lucid. I just hate the version of Minecraft you're running. I like better than it. I just don't like it, man.
I'll kill you.
I'm sorry.
No, I'll kill you.
I will find you. It's
in Minecraft or real life.
You'll never know until the deed has been done. Nah, Richter, it's fine. I understand. It's not for everyone, genuinely. But I appreciate you. I appreciate your honesty. On that note, I think we're gonna head out. Anybody got anything to shill before we close out?
No, it's not because there's no sprint. It's because it adds fucking. Oh my god, your chat is gonna like trigger me, man.
Okay, well I need you to stop getting triggered. I need you to shill your next video. Okay, can you do that for me?
It's gonna be Japanese.
Okay.
Again.
Lister, what have you got coming down the pipeline? Anything special?
I may make a short video, just kind of like clarifying things that are and aren't true about quick play. I mean, honestly, just kind of like summarizing the conversation we had with the what.
That's good. That's good. That'll be a good. I think that'll be good to try and calm down the discourse regarding a lot of, like I said, the revisionist history stuff.
If we're gonna do the, you know, it's strategically better for us to advance a like casual tweak. I want that to be prefaced like at every single turn with, but quick play reversion would be the better alternative. Like I want everyone to acknowledge that if we're gonna, like I want that to not be, I want Valve to not be able to miss that point.
I wonder if Valve watches this podcast, Richter. What do you think?
Definitely not. They definitely
Eric
don't
Smith
care
having
about
his pink cookie break.
Yeah, he's got.
Richter,
I
found
Richter,
fucking YouTube comments from 2016 about the fucking Valve pink cookies. It was so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fucking hilarious.
Zesty, what have you got brewing? I know you got your match video. Everyone knows. Everyone's talking about it. The streets are talking about it. The streets are listening.
I'm scared because I fear people are going to blow it out of proportion. I mean, to an effect, it's going to be covering a lot of what Lister did in his video, but his video doesn't really focus on the reasons why Valve was doing what they were doing, and I'm not going to be so kind as to why they were making these decisions.
Yeah. I kind of want to make a video about just how ugly they made the game.
I will say, as like a criticism to myself, the entire way through the video, I was doing nothing but giving Valve the benefit of the doubt and assuming they were working in good faith, without acknowledging that maybe they weren't, or maybe they had ulterior motives.
I think it's fine to be, or to. I think that it would have been best to just be objective about it and just be like, these were negative impacts on the game, and like unless you're making Zesty's video and it's going to be about why Valve did it, like explicitly, I think it's better for it to just be like try to ignore the motivations in a video.
I mean, it's like a style thing and what your goal is in the end.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, we got content from all three of you. I have a video that I haven't announced yet, but I know it's going to be about. I don't know when it's coming out. I want to make it before August, but I've been kind of overwhelmed with UFS stuff, and also I want to like go be a person. You know.
How dare you?
Yeah, no, I know. I'm sorry about that, but yeah, this video is gonna come out. At the very least, it'll come out within the first week of September, if not at the end of August, or before the end of August. So, you know, stay tuned for that. It's going to be kind of in the style of the details video and the fonts video, because people have been really liking my game design discussions regarding TF2, and I have a lot more to say about that. So stay tuned for that.
To leave everybody, I want you all to go to Google Images and look up TF2 concept art and cry tonight.
I want everyone to comment on the VOD, where is Alan, please. Thank you. That'll make me very happy.
Yeah, everyone comment, wake up Alan.
Yeah.
Let's get it trending.
Can we get
the alarms going?
Yeah.
Hashtag wake up Alan.
I will give all of you his Twitter. He is at Fernset on Twitter. Make sure to at Fernset on Twitter and tell him to wake up. Yeah. Thank you. Now that that's all done, bye-bye, everybody. See ya.